20-minute intro is crazy. Yeah, well, these things happen. Feels like all day. I think all I do is like I stream, and then when I'm not streaming, I'm thinking about the stream, and then even right before I go live, I still feel like there's things I need to do related to the stream. Okay. All right, what are we fucking starting with, man? Wait, I wanted to show this before we get into the fucking debate. This Dems vote to thank ICE. I don't know how I missed this. This article is talking about the backlash that they got. Rightfully so, in my opinion. Dems face backlash over vote to express gratitude to ICE. This was published 2 days ago. Dems are facing backlash online after 75 Democrats broke ranks to join Republicans voting for a House resolution, which expressed gratitude for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE, and other law enforcement officers, in addition to condemning anti-Semitism. Why it matters. The broader resolution focused on condemning the anti-Semitic attack in Boulder this month. The suspect, Mohammed Sabri Solomon, faced 118 criminal charges. They're accused of targeting a march calling for the return of Israeli hostages in Gaza. It's not uncommon for Democrats to thank law enforcement. Unfortunately, it's like, yeah, I know. However, the move comes as Los Angeles has faced days of political unrest following ICE raiding several downtown city neighborhoods, arresting over 50 people as part of the Trump immigration crackdown. And this is reminding me something that I didn't catch yesterday when I'm reacting to her take for the second time. Because like the way that I ended up reacting to it twice is because it came out and then I didn't know, I didn't think Pisco was going to be interested in it because it was like an off the cuff weird like live episode. It wasn't one of their like typical episodes. So my chat bullied me into doing it, and I'm like, fuck it, he's probably not going to ask to react to it. And of course the next morning he's like, oh, let's react to it tonight. So like, whatever, we can just react to it again. And everyone in my audience is so lovely that they'll be okay with it. But they start off, their obvious justification is like, let's debunk shit. Let's debunk the narrative so that we can get into the whole delegitimizing the protests and saying it's all violent riots or whatever. So the way that they do that is by calling out that it's founded on a lie because people thought something happened at a Home Depot that didn't. And even though I don't think anything actually ended up happening directly at the Home Depot, Stephen Miller had said something about it specifically. Hold on. Stephen Miller, if I put Home Depot ICE raids. Oh, wow. Another Newsweek article coming in clutch. How Home Depot got caught in Trump's immigration crackdown. President Donald Trump's aggressive immigration crackdown is targeting illegal migrants, not only at airports and border crossings, but also in Home Depot parking lots nationwide, putting the retail giant whose founders have supported Trump in a difficult position. Well, if it isn't the fucking consequences of your own actions. I supported them, but I didn't think it was going to actually implicate my business or my bottom line. Scenes of protests and riots that erupted in Los Angeles last week were partly sparked by an unexpected immigration raid on Friday at a Home Depot in the Westlake neighborhood. Dozens were arrested in a coordinated sweep that also hit garment factories downtown. And this is what I read. This is primarily what the New York Times focused on, which is the article that I read the first time that I reacted to her take. And additional Home Depot locations in suburban cities like Paramount and Huntington Park. The big box retailer, founded in 1978, is now boasting over 2,300 stores, has long been more than just a place to buy lumber and paint. It's also been an informal hiring hub for day laborers, many of them undocumented. The parking lots of Home Depot stores around the country have functioned for decades as a site where homeowners and contractors can connect with available laborers for their immediate needs, no resumes required. That unofficial relationship is now collided with federal immigration policy. If this didn't implicate individual people getting completely fucked in all of this, I would find this like funnier. But this is why people rightfully thought that this was going to be more widespread. Senior White House official advisor Stephen Miller, the architect of President Trump's immigration strategy, this fucking goon, has explicitly ordered ICE to target informal labor gathering points such as Home Depot and 7-Eleven. Why aren't you at Home Depot? Miller reportedly asked ICE leadership in a Washington meeting last month, frustrated that arrests weren't meeting daily targets. And like any law enforcement requirement that they have targets or goals that they have to hit, whether it be for citations and tickets, related to like red light and like traffic stops, is a horrible fucking idea. This like hitting daily targets, like you're just incentivizing them to break the law, which is obviously by design, not a flaw. Over the weekend, the consequences of those orders were visible across LA. Then it gets into the protests, but Jesus Christ, we are not involved, of course. The sudden visibility of immigration raids combined with Miller's comments has placed Home Depot at the center of public controversy, one in which the company has denied any involvement. I mean, we only supported the guy. We knew that he was talking about doing this mass deportation program. And even though we knew about that and supported him despite that, or maybe for that reason, we have nothing to do with this. We're not notified when raids are going to happen, and we're not involved in the operation, says Margaret Smith, a spokesperson for Home Depot, in a statement to Newsweek. They instruct their employees not to engage with ICE activity and to report any incidents to management. She added that workers who feel uncomfortable after witnessing immigration actions near the stores are given the option to go home for the day and still receive pay. When ICE arrives at a parking lot outside of one of our stores, we ask our associates to report it immediately, not engage with the activity, and if associates feel uncomfortable after witnessing ICE activity, we offer associates the option to go home for the day with pay. Oh, I'm sure that like Maga and like Ben Shapiro and everybody that's like pushing this narrative about how these people are just upset for no reason. These ridiculous Californian liberals are just crying and complaining about the law being enforced. Clearly not, because Home Depot wants FUCK all to do this exclusively, and you cannot say in good faith that they're not MAGA. I mean, why would a business want this? Even if they didn't support it, why would a business want this? But by not engaging and all that, or like reporting it, is that not some sort of tacit obstruction? If this were any other business, if the Home Depot owners had been liberals or outspoken Biden supporters, he would be annoyed. But then again, he's such a shill for the private market and capitalists that I wonder if he would be like, well, you know, I get a business being like this, but they should do more or something like that. Okay, let's do this. Mayoral race. The final debate, baby. Big showdown.
Welcome to the...
So this took place a day ago. June 12th, yesterday. So Josiah came into chat and he was like, why aren't you guys reacting to this? And I didn't realize they were already doing another debate because I was barely on Twitter yesterday. And yeah, Democratic primary debate for mayor. This is the last one. A few candidates have dropped out. Some have endorsed I think Jessica, what's her name? She dropped out and then she fucking endorsed Cuomo.
The final Democratic primary debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you from the Gerald W. Lynch Theater at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, located on the west side of Manhattan. I'm joined by Brian Lehrer of WNYC Gothamist and Katie Honan of the news organization The City. The candidates have been making their pitches to New Yorkers for months now, and we are only hours away from the start of early voting across the 5 boroughs, starting on Saturday.
Over the next 2 hours, you're going to hear from the 7 leading Democratic candidates on their proposals on issues directly affecting the lives of New Yorkers. A reminder that the mayoralty is currently held by Eric Adams, who has withdrawn from the Democratic primary and is running in the November general election as an independent candidate. Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by...
What's better, governor of New York or mayor of New York City? I would say the mayor. I mean, how many governors of New York can you name? But you can probably name a lot of mayors in the last couple of decades.
Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist.
Cuomo getting a downgrade or what? How do you mean?
And The City and Spectrum Noticias. And our co-sponsors are John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, and the Museum of the City of New York. And you can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It's also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and C-SPAN, and in Spanish.
Yes, be sure to feed me. If you like any of the emotes that you can see in my Twitch chat, you should go ahead and subscribe. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. Or subscribe to me if you aren't already, because I stream practically every day.
Spectrum Noticias, and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a polling or fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board in order to take part in the debate. In alphabetical order, Adrian Adams is the City Council Speaker representing parts of Southeast Queens. Andrew Cuomo previously served as governor of the state of...
Because he was governor before and now has come back as mayor. I mean, maybe. I definitely would, even though there's polling suggesting that Zohran might be pulling ahead, I try not to get too excited. I really don't think that. I think that there's a good chance he could get reelected, and it will be because it's a referendum on Eric Adams, who was found to have that scandal with fucking Turkey or whatever. And also because voters have the fucking memory of a goldfish. And unless you have a media apparatus telling them every single day, or at least on their phone or in the news that they consume ambiently on social media, that like, hey, remember this guy? Yeah, he fucked up a lot. You probably shouldn't go back to it or be fooled by his pitch that I'm experienced. I know what I'm doing, because during his tenure, he did a lot of bad shit and was a disgrace and had to resign. But name recognition, again, carries you very, very far, and he has pretty big endorsements. And if he wins, it will be not because people didn't care about those other things entirely, but mostly, I think, because of that. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, fuck Adams. I'll just go with this guy because I know he's more competent.
Of New York. Brad Lander is the New York City Comptroller. Zohran Mamdani is a state assembly member representing parts of Queens. Zelnor Myrie is a state senator representing parts of Brooklyn. Scott Stringer is a former city comptroller and Manhattan borough president. And Whitney Tilson is a former hedge fund manager who helped create Teach for America.
Now for the rules. The rules that you see on your screen right now
We love the hedge fund manager.
have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds. Answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds, with a chance for rebuttals at the discretion of the moderator. And candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question during our cross-examination round. We're going to begin with opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing this morning, and so we'll begin with Scott Stringer. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Look, I love New York City.
Is assuming no one cares about the essay allegations now. He in the first debate, he basically tried to deflect by using very specific legal reasons why some cases were settled or dismissed. It's not really because people don't remember, but he's hoping that if people hear that, they start to cast doubt as to whether or not they were legit, or like, oh, if legally it got dismissed, maybe it wasn't that serious, or if they settled out of court, then maybe all is forgiven.
I was born and raised here, and I believe the future of the city can be lived.
True. It's not a Dem debate if there's not at least one hedge fund manager.
But let's face it, people feeling that it's getting tougher to live here. People who built our neighborhoods are leaving the city. Young people who want to lay down roots here do not see enough opportunity. I say enough is enough. We need a mayor who has experience. We need a mayor who has competence, and a mayor who has a vision to build affordable housing, to enact universal childcare, to build a public school system so that kids can thrive. I've seen the best of this city in every neighborhood, as controller, as a borough president, as a state legislator. And I know that right now, at this moment, we need somebody who has the ability to make sure this city can rise again, and I'm going to do it.
Okay, next is Zelnor Myrie.
This morning, I was on Flatbush Avenue getting my hair cut so I could be fresh for this debate. And one of my constituents walked in and didn't talk to me about politics. She said, what are you going to do to fight for immigrants like me and my husband? I got on the train as I left, and I ran into a mother who said, what are you going to do to fight to help make our schools world class? So here's the thing. You're going to hear a lot.
There's no way that happened, but cool story.
A lot of promises, a lot of nice and cute things on the stage tonight. But when you put your head to the...
Although that is them asking about politics. I wasn't particularly impressed with this guy. He's very much a retail politician, middle of the road, moderate solutions. Totally competent, but also totally uninspiring.
You want a mayor that is going to fight to keep your family safe, fight to keep that roof over your head, and fight to give you opportunity. I know that because that's what I think about every single day. And I'm ready to put the gloves on as the next mayor to fight to make that a reality.
Thank you. Next candidate is Whitney Tilson.
Good evening. I'm Whitney Tilson, and I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman and philanthropist, and I entered this race because I love this city, but right now it's a mess. It's not talent that we lack. We've got the best and brightest, nor money. We spend double that of any other city in the world. It's leadership, and we can't afford amateur hour in City Hall anymore. It is rightly said that being job of mayor of this complex, enormous city is the second hardest job in the world. That's why we need a mayor who's experienced, competent, and can get things done, not a social media phenom with cute videos. Someone who can balance the...
This is a thing that he harped on a lot in the first debate, like bringing up tweets and shit. And he's such a boomer that I don't think he really knows how to reference it without it just coming off like he's incomprehensibly trying to describe a meme that he saw on his Facebook page.
Budget and make tough choices, not pie-in-the-sky promises that there's no realistic plan to pay for, and someone who will keep us safe by ending chaos, not inciting it, by supporting law enforcement, and by not threatening to defund and dismantle our police. I will be that mayor, and so I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate is Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrienne Adams, and I'm running for mayor because I'm an everyday New Yorker, just like all of you are. When I open my...
So New York City has ranked choice voting when it comes to the mayoral race, meaning you don't have to only put your vote towards one person. It just ends up being pretty much based off of like consensus rather than the most polarizing candidate. And AOC, first and foremost, endorsed Mamdani, but she was her second choice. And I was actually kind of surprised by that because this woman is, again, seems very competent. I'm sure she's good at the role that she's in, but she voted for Eric Adams as mayor. And I just really questioned the judgment of anybody who ever thought that there was anything worthwhile about Eric Adams's candidacy, let alone him actually going to go vote for him for mayor. And she was at least honest that she regretted that. But that is a huge red flag to me. And then the other guy, the white guy or whatever, who like spoke second, is her third endorsement, her third choice.
My front door, I see what every New Yorker sees, and that is we are in need of a change. I raised 4 children in Southeast Queens in the same home that we live in. I buy my own groceries, so I know the cost of groceries for everyday New Yorkers. Look, as the leader of the city council leading the most diverse city council in the history, led by a women majority, I realize what leadership truly is. I'm already doing the job. I have successfully negotiated 3 city budgets. I'm now in the middle of negotiating my 4th city budget. I continue to lead and step in where our current mayor has not, where we have fought through the city council budget cuts. We have saved public libraries and pre-K. I'm Adrienne Adams, already doing the job, asking you to rank me number 1, to be the first woman mayor of the city of New York.
Next candidate is Brad Lander.
If you watched last week's debate, you already know.
Like, I don't understand why she didn't. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Why she didn't. Let me see. Did she run Adrienne Adams for mayor in the last election? Because she seems intelligent, far more competent and charismatic than Eric Adams ever was. And so it's just hard for me to believe that she couldn't beat him last time.
Not the flashiest candidate in this race. I don't have a famous father. I'm not the best at TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine.
No, she didn't. That's very, very surprising to me.
But I love this city. I believe in its future. Candidate in this race. I don't have a famous father. I'm not the best at TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine. But I love this city. I believe in its future, and I know how to...
There's something so zesty about this dude. I think it's because he ends almost all of his sentences on like an upspeak, but I like him. He just is funny to me.
Make government work better. As controller, I've saved taxpayers over $2 billion, canceled corrupt contracts, managed the pension funds to record highs. I've built or saved over 50,000 affordable homes. As mayor, I'll deliver 500,000 more. That's why today, the New York Times opinion panel said, I'm the best choice for mayor. I've got the public integrity that New Yorkers deserve, the progressive values that New Yorkers share, and the management chops to deliver on them.
Next is Zohran Mamdani.
My name is Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I am running to make the city affordable. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich. The same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House. The same.
I think he included that in the like stump opening speech this time because the first question and the other debate. I think in the first debate, they actually didn't give them opening statements. They just launched right into questions. And the first question was for him. They asked him what he wanted to do. And then they were like, how are you going to pay for it? So he's just skipping that part.
Same ones who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign. Like many New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country, but I grew up in this city, and it's one that we're in danger of losing. We're under attack from authoritarianism from the outside and an affordability crisis from the inside. Yet if you turned on your television 20 years ago, you'd have heard the same tired, failed policies you'll hear from politicians tonight. It's time for a new generation of leadership, and that's exactly what my campaign is building. A movement of more than 36,000 volunteers who have knocked on nearly 1 million doors and left us just 2 points away from City Hall. So join us, and let's win a New York you can afford.
Next is Andrew Cuomo.
Good evening, and thank you all very much for having me here today. I do have a very famous parent who I'm very proud of, Matilda Cuomo, and I hope she's watching. Everyone has a plan, as you've heard. Everyone always has a plan. That's always the way. But the question for tonight is, who has the ability to get the job done? That's really the question. Who can build housing? I built housing across the nation as HUD secretary. I built LaGuardia Airport, Kosciuszko Bridge, 2nd Avenue subway, and more. Who can do public safety? While my colleagues were defunding the police, I was adding more police.
When other states were trying to save their constituents and citizens from COVID, I was increasing the death toll, and then I would later go on to cover that up so there wouldn't be a scandal, but I got caught anyway.
Who can manage the city? I manage the state that has double the budget of New York City. And who can take on Donald Trump? That is the big question. And he sent troops into cities all across this country, but he never sent them into New York.
Does Twitch slow down your channel on purpose? I keep lagging with you and no one else. It's probably because I have terrible fucking internet. My upload speed is practically non-existent, which is why I use Restream, because I don't have fiber in my area.
New York when I was there, and he never will when I am mayor. A job looks easy when you haven't done it. Experience matters. I will get the job done. I will work for you 24/7.
Thank you for your opening statements, candidates. Mr. Cuomo, many New Yorkers are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles. Workplace immigration raids and deportations, protests with some violence, the president's deployment of the National Guard and the Marines over the objection of the governor and the mayor. The Trump aide Stephen Miller said the mayor has no say. If you were mayor of New York right now, how would you handle this situation if something like that happened here?
Yeah, we had this situation before, right? This is not a case of first impression. President Trump did this and Trump won. He did it a number of times. He sent troops into cities all across the country. This is him being macho authoritarianism. He's the commander-in-chief. He never sent them into New York because I said to him, you better never send troops into New York. We don't need them. It would be a hostile act. It would be a problem. Right now, in this situation, we're going to protect our immigrants. This is a sanctuary city, and we are going to defend the laws of the sanctuary city. We have an NYPD that is the largest police force in the United States of America. Donald Trump only picks fights that he can win. He cannot win a fight with me as mayor of New York.
Mr. Mamdani, any contrast so far?
You know, what is so troubling to see right now is we also have the NYPD assisting ICE in some of those very missions right here in New York City. We saw the Strategic Response Group arrest a pastor who was peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza. When I am the mayor, the NYPD will serve public safety of New Yorkers. They will not assist Trump's ICE agents. And furthermore, though Donald Trump may not believe in the law, we have to be clear that we do, and we will in fact bring back our law department to its pre-pandemic staffing levels, 200 additional lawyers, and start to provide lawyers for immigrants who are in deportation cases, because we know that by doing so, we in fact increase their likelihood of coming home to their families in New York City by 11 times. Finally, we can see examples in previous mayoral administrations where the mayor's team, like Steve Banks in the last administration, took every single step they could to ensure that none of the personal information the city had would be turned over to the Trump administration. I would follow that example through all of our agencies.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, staying on this topic, but with kind of a follow-up. If the president sees what he thinks is disorder in the streets and believes that local and state law enforcement officials are not doing a good job at protecting citizens and property, why shouldn't he step in? His supporters say that's his responsibility.
We are right now dealing with a lawless president enacting lawless behavior across this entire nation. As one who continues to speak up and out against Donald Trump, currently Donald Trump would like to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014, through an executive order put forth by the deputy mayor of the city of New York, not the mayor of the city of New York, which is unprecedented. They want to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island. And the person that is endorsing me, she is the baddest AG in the nation. Her name is Tish James. She said, Adrian, if Donald Trump starts to get in your way, sue him. So I am suing him. I am suing the mayoral administration and Donald Trump's ICE. We will continue to protect immigrants when I am mayor, just like I am protecting them as the leader of the city council. We will make sure that Donald Trump's ICE obeys the law. We are a sanctuary city. I am here to protect that in the city council. And when I am mayor, I will continue to protect our laws and our immigrants.
For people that aren't really plugged into politics or like U.S. politics or New York politics specifically, Rikers is like this huge prison island that I think it's part of, I don't know if it's part of New York State or New York City specifically. And a sanctuary city is like a city that doesn't comply with ICE enforcement for the most part.
Mr. Lander, continuing on the same track, but if the president says the mayor...
my camera is an Alpha 6700.
...has no say, which seems to be the case because he did deploy the Marines...
A Sony Alpha 6700.
...and the National Guard, what would you do? What could you do?
Let me tell you about how the mayor could have a say. Last Thursday and again this morning, I went down to the federal building to observe immigration court and then accompany immigrants out past ICE agents so they could get out of the federal building and back to their families. One was a couple with kids in our city school system. They were worried they weren't going to see them again. So I stand up to bullies. I don't back down from a fight. And I will make clear that we're going to protect the 40% of New Yorkers who are immigrants. And we're going to keep them safe, and we're going to keep New York City safe.
How did I not know that 40%? Well, okay. Wait, that makes sense. I was about to say, I was like, how did I not know that New York City is 40% immigrants? But that doesn't mean that they're like illegal or they're not permanent residents, or he could be referring to people that have become naturalized citizens.
You can de-escalate conflict. What Trump wants is to strike fear and escalate conflict. We're going to make clear we stand up for immigrant New Yorkers and we de-escalate and keep the peace. I do want to tell you, though, about some immigrant New Yorkers that Andrew Cuomo screwed when he was governor, and we're defending in my office. A couple of hundred immigrant subway cleaners who he made clean the subway cars but cheated out of the prevailing wages and health care that they were due. We're fighting right now to get it back. I stand up to bullies, and I'll stand up to Donald Trump.
Mr. Cuomo, you were named, so we may not be able to do this every time all night, but you were named, so you get a brief response.
Dude, this is what fucking Zohran should be doing. The 1-2 punch of like giving his answer and then calling out Cuomo, because Cuomo is just going to be harping on the fact he won't get into the specifics of the negative parts. Obviously, no candidate would, but he's trying to rely on top of the name recognition that he has experience. And that is a narrative that needs to be absolutely fucking shattered. That just because you have experience does not mean that it's good. And people should be willing to risk a younger candidate with less experience if they have a better vision.
I don't know what Mr. Lander is talking about. The MTA contracted for cleaning services. I assume that's what he's talking about. The MTA goes through a rigorous contracting process. They should.
Okay, so that's what he means by this. Okay, this is from like the NewYorkCity.gov website. Where is it? I just had it. Okay, here. New York City is the greatest immigrant... Fact. New York City is the greatest immigrant city the world has ever seen. Rich history of welcoming immigrants, and was once the epicenter of mass migration to the U.S. It's oversimplifying it a little bit, but okay. It has been estimated that close to 40% of all current U.S. citizens can trace at least one of their ancestors to Ellis Island. Okay. Wait, but he said in New York. Oh, wait, no, okay. New York City is still a city of immigrants. Over 3 million New York City residents are immigrants, comprising about 40% of our city's population. Okay.
Would never have hired illegal immigrants if it is true. But obviously, I had nothing to do with them hiring anyone.
Is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper...
Did he really say illegal?
But in process, they should never have hired illegal immigrants if it is true. But obviously, I had nothing to do with them hiring anyone.
Is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper wages, I had nothing to do with it.
What do you think about the peanut gallery? Should they be allowed to make noise? Absolutely, because it's better entertainment for me to hear people laughing, clapping, etc.
You didn't pay them the proper wages. You cheated them out of the prevailing wages they were due and the health care they were due.
I didn't contract with them at all. The MTA contracted with them.
Who appoints the chair of the MTA?
Oh, I see. So every contract that the MTA contracts, you want me to be held responsible?
This one, yes, because a couple of hundred immigrant workers got cheated.
Dude, what a fucking bitch. Okay, if you're going to be the experienced candidate and I know what I'm doing, blah, 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 why are you not going to take accountability and say, oh, it's not my fault? Oh, you're really going to hold me accountable for the people, like the decisions of the people that I directly appointed and endorsed? Yeah.
Out of $2.5 million and their health care, and the orders came from on high.
Yeah, so you say. If they did it, that would obviously be wrong. The MTA contracts for $6 billion per year. They have multiple contracts. We have a controller on the state of New York who audits the books. I'm sure he's almost as good as you. And if that happened, he would have found out.
Thankfully, these are prevailing wage workers under city contracts.
But still on President Trump, and Mr. Stringer, you can reply to that if you want. But my moving on question is, his administration has made deep cuts to some programs that directly fund services for New Yorkers. A listener to my radio show asks, how do you propose addressing funding shortfalls for critical services, or which programs will you prioritize above others, assuming you can't make up for all the funding gaps? And please tell everybody how you think your approach would be better than the other candidates.
Sure, Brian. Well, look, I was in Trump 1 when I was a city controller. And during that time period, I didn't let him get the city down.
During my time, I managed to divest $4 billion from
I was in Trump 1. I'm guessing he means the first administration.
fossil fuels controller. I divested from gun manufacturers. I divested from private prisons. I put the line in the sand with that guy, and I will do the same as mayor. Look, when you grow up in Washington Heights, everything comes your way. And you understand the only way to deal with a bully is to draw the line early and fight back. So here's specifically what I'm going to do. First, as mayor, we're going to establish a very, very rainy day fund. We need to get $500 million from the state and $500 million from the city so that we can continue to replenish the money that Donald Trump is taking from us. $80 million was taken in the dead of night. We need to keep the social safety net alive until Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker and we can dismantle the Trump organization. Just 2 seconds just to straighten out the two of them.
Yeah, when Hakeem is the fucking speaker, it's so over for Trump. That's so true, King.
I was the one who brought the prevailing case with the MTA on those workers, and I believed very strongly then that we have to make sure that we pay wages so people can live and stay in New York, and that's why I did it.
Mr. Myrie, same question about dealing with the defunding of the city.
Yeah, first let me put my lawyer hat on for a second. What Donald Trump is doing right now is flat out unconstitutional, and we got to say that very clearly because they are counting on the chaos being normal. They're counting on us being relaxed about this approach because we see it in the headlines every day. It is flat out unconstitutional, and we should not, as a city, hesitate whatsoever to bring it to him when he's coming after our folks in this city. So look, I want to hire 50 more lawyers to our law department so we can go on the offensive. And the best way for us to be independent of the Trump cuts is to expand our tax base. That is why I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m. It is why I want universal after school for everyone. This has to be a city where you can raise a family, where people can make the choice to stay here, when they can spend their money in our local economy. We can create $18 billion over the next 10 years if we create 1 million homes over the next decade. That is what I plan to do, and I plan to go on offense every single time this bully comes after my city.
Mr. Tilson,
This dude's definitely pivoting more to like the left on this in this debate. He was way more situated in like the center lane for the first one, but either way, there's no chance he's gonna win.
And you'll get the last word on this. People are talking about standing up to President Trump. Can it ever be smart, in your opinion, to hold your tongue about your worst opinions of him so that New York could possibly get better treatment? Or would that not be effective?
Yes, possibly. There's a grim anniversary coming up on Tuesday. It is the 10-year anniversary of Trump coming down that escalator, spewing hatred and xenophobia, and I've been fighting him tooth and nail every day of those 10 years. That said, he is a childish bully, and getting into a Twitter war with him needlessly would hurt our city, I think. He tweets a lot of crazy stuff, and most of the time, if you simply ignore it, he moves on to his next childish foolishness.
Again, bringing up Twitter. This is like always talking about Twitter and when he's responding to shit.
To your question, I will fight Donald Trump as mayor, stand up to him, sue him if necessary, but my job is to serve the people of New York, and that sometimes involves not provoking a childish person, but one who unfortunately holds a lot of power, and our 10% of our city budget is federal funding.
Candidates, thank you for this first round.
Okay, candidates, some of you have many years of government experience, while others have spent less than a decade in office. One of you has never been elected to any office. So, and then if we consider age, one of you would be, if elected, the oldest person ever to be sworn in as mayor, while another would be the youngest mayor to take office in more than 100 years.
Do they mean Cuomo? How old is Cuomo?
So let me start with you, Mr. Mamdani. What do you say to critics who think that a 33-year-old assemblyman who's only been in office 4 years needs more experience before becoming mayor of the largest city in the country?
Cuomo's 67? He does not look 67.
What I would ask is for them to judge me by the campaign that I am running. A campaign we began with about 2 full-time employees polling at 1% that has now grown to be one where we manage over 36,000 volunteers that have knocked on nearly 1 million doors. And ultimately, what I will deliver to New York City is what I've been delivering in this race, innovation and competence. And I will do so by hiring the best and the brightest. Because for too long, we've had an understanding of leadership where you simply want to replicate each one of your ideas and hire the people who will be quickest to say yes to whatever you say to them. I will instead hire the people who have the track records, the excellence, the fluency. And it has been a
Wait, someone said 82. I'm forgetting that there's other candidates on this stage. They're just so irrelevant and they have no chance. I think I know what they're talking about with being the oldest one.
Pleasure to meet with incredible officials like Maria Torres Springer, like Patrick Gaspard, like Steve Banks, like Amit Maga, so many who have delivered that public service and that public excellence in this city. And that is what I would be doing as the next mayor of this city of New York.
Mr. Myrie, similar question. What would you say to New Yorkers concerned that your legislative record, however lengthy, is not the same as running an organization of 300,000 employees?
Listen, I think New Yorkers want a mayor that is going to deliver results for them and to do it when it is difficult to achieve. I've passed over 60 bills that have become the law. But when I ran for state senate back in 2018, Albany was dysfunctional. some rogue Democrats, propped up by Andrew Cuomo, prevented so many legislation that would help everyday New Yorkers, whether it was protection for tenants, whether it was reproductive health, whether it was climate legislation, whether it was your right to be safe in your neighborhood. And on day one in the state Senate, I passed something called early voting, which all of us are going to participate in on this Saturday. So I am about the results and about the work. I have built coalition. I have listened to stakeholders. I've done really difficult things. That is the job of the mayor, to get everyone at the table and to achieve something that people said was impossible. I've been in the business of delivering for the people of my district. I look forward to doing the same thing for the people of New York City.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, if elected, you would be the oldest person ever sworn in as mayor. If you served 2 full terms, you'd be 76 years old upon leaving office. Is somebody in their 70s the ideal age for holding the second hardest job in America?
Okay. 70. Well, he's 67. Mamdani has Obama/JFK type charisma. He's just so charming, or maybe I'm just simping. No, I think that is a big part of the appeal for a lot of people. He does. I think the best demographic that he performs well with is white men. That's the last poll that I saw.
Let's do one term at a time if we can. I think you raise a very important point. Experience matters. And I think inexperience is dangerous in this case. Mr. Mamdani has had a staff of 5 people. You're now going to run a staff of 300,000 employees. He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with a union. He's never built anything. He's never dealt with a natural emergency. He's never dealt with a hurricane, with a flood, etc. He's never done...
It's a bold thing to do when you have a terrible record to run on that record. And I guess just hope that you can obfuscate the point. Trump won, obviously, and I felt like nothing of his campaign in the 2 years leading up to the election had anything to do with the accomplishments of his first ones. He was just talking shit about how Biden ruined everything and the new things he wanted to do.
Any of the essentials, and now you have Donald Trump on top of all of that, and he's never dealt with what I think is the greatest national threat that we face in this president. To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous. To Mr. Lander and his experience, remember, this was the fiscal watchdog under the Eric Adams administration, which was like the bookkeeper at Tammany Hall.
Yeah. Mr. Mamdani.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA.
Yes.
I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn
Put some respect on his name.
We gotta get it right.
Yeah.
Mr. Lander.
May I respond?
My response, or is this my 60 seconds on the question?
I'm also surprised Cuomo doesn't hit him more with being like a fancy lad, because Mamdani, I'm pretty sure, is from like a pretty good background. He grew up in South Africa.
Let Mr. Lander speak, and then you can respond to both.
Just to be clear, is this my response to Andrew, or is this my 60 seconds?
No.
on
This is your response if you choose.
Thank you. So I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track. You tried to put a $432 million no-bid crony contract, and we audited it, and we got it canceled. We have done it time and time again. Andrew knows a lot about corruption. That's part of the experience he had. He created a corruption commission and then killed it as soon as it got too close to him. But his senior aides had to resign in corruption disgrace. And let's be clear, he has experience, but leadership
He's from Uganda. Maybe I read something wrong then.
Not inviting
but my understanding is that he is from like an upper middle class background. Let me see.
25-year-old young women into your office, as he admitted he did.
It's so weird that like Eric Adams is barely a fixture in any of these debates. It really is just about Cuomo. I mean, I guess out of sight, out of mind. If you're already watching these debates, I think you've pretty much decided you're not going to be reelecting Eric Adams.
And then asking them about their
even though he is running as an independent
life and whether they would date older men. I lead by building the best teams, not through sexual harassment, corruption, and disgrace.
Mr. Cuomo.
He always, that upspeak, it always sounds like everything he's saying, even if it's like a declarative sentence, is like a question. In disgrace?
Mr. Mamdani's right. He's never done anything, period.
Mr. Mamdani.
This is a man who
Mamdani. Just say the name right, Mamdani.
This is a man who has done nothing. He's accomplished nothing. 3 bills are all he passed. He is the worst attendance record in the New York State Assembly. He has never held a real job. He has 0 accomplishments.
I want to be very
And now
clear.
he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
I want
really
Mr.
quick, and then
Cuomo
we're
to
gonna
look
move
out
on.
into the crowd and look at Richard Chow. who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing.
Okay, let's move to Mr. Stringer. Yeah.
3 bills.
Just cut right to chase and tell what's really going on here. So, truth be told, experience matters. And Andrew Cuomo has experience. I know that. He does. But vision matters. And Mamdani said it right?
Yeah.
Mamdani. Okay, I'm getting there.
Almost there.
But you have the vision, and you articulated it during the campaign. The problem is we need somebody who can do both.
Then drop out and endorse him, dude.
And my experience and my vision, when you combine it, is the third lane to win this race, and that's what we have to do.
Very good, very good.
We cannot have a mayoralty on training wheels, but we also have to have a mayor who's willing to go to town hall meetings, to meet with the voters where they are, and that hasn't happened with the experienced candidate. Now, one last thing. Every job I've had, state legislator, I introduced rules of reform in the assembly and got it passed. As Manhattan Borough president, I actually built affordable housing. I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. I did that as my life's work and made a difference. As controller, I built the best controller's office that Brad Lander takes credit for, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, fair enough. I want to bring Ms. Adams into the conversation. Ms. Adams, your private sector experience involved finding and training corporate leaders. Government, however, involves working with people who are independently...
Okay, so he's from... Oh, okay, I was partially right. So he was born in Uganda, but he grew up in Cape Town because they moved there when he was 5 years old.
Elected, maybe politically connected, who cannot be bypassed, cannot be fired. How do you avoid falling into the trap of catering to vested interests at the expense, possibly, of the public interest?
Well, in the words of Scott Stringer, let's just cut to the chase. As the only...
Oh, that's true. I hadn't even thought about that. The problem with ranked choice is that there probably needs to be 6 active candidates to beat back at Cuomo. They can't all drop out. That's true.
Candidate currently doing this work that everyone is aspiring to do as co-leader in city government and city hall already, as one that has walked up those steps of city hall for almost 10 years, as the one that is leading one of the largest legislative bodies in the entire country, as one that has seen 120,000 units of affordable housing coming up in the city, as one who has championed the largest victory for affordable housing in a generation, as one that is already doing this work, as one that has taken private skills from the private sector in management. I have trained people that will make more money than I will ever make in a lifetime. And bringing those skills with me into the public sector, into the New York City Council, now leading a body of 50 council members as the one with the experience ready to go to work tomorrow, because where I work is where everyone else on this stage aspires to work, in City Hall in Adrian Adams, New York.
Okay. I have a question for you, Mr. Tilson, related to this discussion. You have frequently said on the campaign trail that, quote, career politicians have caused many of the city's problems or made them worse. You said tonight, in fact, that this is no time for amateur hour. Explain why a lack of experience running a city agency
I just have a feeling that this guy, when he drops out, is going to endorse Cuomo.
Make you a better manager than some of your rivals here.
I actually view not being a politician as a feature, not a bug. It is possible to hire people into administration, of course, who have the experience of running a big bureaucracy. I would point to Mike Bloomberg as my inspiration when I decided to run for mayor.
We love Bloomberg. Awesome. He was such a great mayor, you guys.
I think he was one of our great...
Right up there with Rudy Giuliani.
Mayors.
Yes.
He steered us through the global financial crisis. And I believe that having someone like him, who I saw was independent of all the special interests, who in a...
He steered us through the financial crisis. Again, don't look into any... He also oversaw like Occupy Wall Street. Why does he think that happened?
Low turnout off-season primary like what we're having right now. Only 5% of New Yorkers of our total population is probably going to be enough to win the primary, and effectively, and certainly last time was enough to win the mayoralty. So I think we need a mayor who is independent of that inherently corrupting system, who doesn't need the job, who isn't angling for higher office, and who brings a business background, which I think is more relevant to managing one of the world's largest bureaucracies.
Okay. Thank you, Candace.
He got rid of the big gulp 32-ounce sodas, right? Yeah, it was the like soda ban or whatever, and I'm pretty sure it was struck down by courts because I don't think it was constitutional. It was like to try to combat obesity, but good luck trying to do that at like a state level with those. If you don't, people are not going to see that as anything other than like government overreach if you try to do policies like that.
When New Yorkers are asked their top concerns, one of the biggest issues is always affordability. particularly the high cost of housing. Millions of New Yorkers in rent-stabilized apartments are currently awaiting a final ruling from the Rent Guidelines Board about how much they could pay more each month in rent. But first, we'll get to a crucial question about the production of housing. We want you, the candidates, to address New Yorkers with your top proposal to ease the housing crunch. And I'll start with you, Mr. Myrie. We know you've been vocal about a plan to build and preserve 1 million units of housing. You mentioned it earlier. Is that a realistic possibility given the current dynamics in the city?
Let me tell you what's real, Katie. People are leaving the city because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford the rent, can't afford to own a home. Like me and my wife, who were looking to put down roots in the same neighborhood we grew up in, people are struggling. And we've had leaders of the past that have put their solutions forward, and things have only gotten worse. So yes, 1 million homes over the next 10 years, because we can't keep nibbling around the edges. That is the only way we're actually going to bring down the cost of housing. And listen, is it going to be challenging? Of course it's going to be challenging. But anything worth anything is going to be hard to do. We built the Empire State Building in 13 months, and we did it.
What do I think of sugar taxes? I'm not opposed to stuff like this, but it doesn't make any sense. If you want to combat obesity and you want to improve the help people's health, if you're doing these types of like soda taxes, you are definitely your priorities are out of whack. You should be pushing for like public options or more expansive healthcare and stuff like that, or targeting income inequality, which is a thing that a force that exacerbates obesity, because then people don't have access to healthcare. They have bad nutritional information, or if you're low income, you're more likely to live in a food desert or only be able to get access to shitty foods. Or you could do food stamp reform like they did in Texas, because you could pretty much buy anything with food stamps. You could even buy like energy drinks and stuff like that. And I think that was something that they tried to ban. Make it illegal in Texas for you to be able to get like Red Bulls and energy drinks and Monsters with food stamps, but then Coca-Cola lobbied to make sure that didn't happen, so it didn't get banned. Because if there's universal healthcare, a single payer system, then I can understand why the government is going to want to try to decrease or like discourage people from consuming like sugary drinks and whatnot. Because then they have a stake in you being healthy, because the more unhealthy their populace is, the more expensive the healthcare system is going to be.
100 years ago. Come on already. Of course we can do 1 million homes. I want to change our public land to be affordable housing. I want to convert our industrial areas to residential. We have commercial real estate space that is laying vacant that can be converted as well. We have opportunities to revitalize NYCHA. We got to be bold in this moment, but we need the leadership and the courage to get it done, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, your housing plan is to model a highly successful plan from the 1950s. You call it Mitchell-Lama 2.0. It sounds ideal, but how would you pay for this expansive plan?
You know, he talked about how quickly the Empire State Building was built, and it's so insane to me that none of them talk about scaffolding reform and how bad the scaffolding is and sprawling is in New York City, and it just goes completely unaddressed. I guess, there's interest groups that would lobby against it if they tried to reform it, though.
Okay, this is where we just got to have an honest conversation. I get 1 million. I could easily stay. We could do 2.5 million, given my experience. It's all. Put that aside for a second. People need affordable housing now. They need low-income housing now. The way we do it is we take the 1,000 vacant lots I audited as controller, and we give that land back to the people, to not-for-profits, to limited-profit developers. We don't ask the luxury developers to build the low-end and affordable housing we need. We get a generation of people to come in and build the tens of thousands of units of housing. See, it's not just about building housing. The second question, or the question that I care passionately about, is who are we building housing for? We got to build more housing, 2- 3-bedroom apartments for families, so that after the second kid, they don't leave, they stay here. We need to do what...
I actually don't even disagree with him on that. The other guy that's being like, we're going to build 1 million housing units or whatever, is not clarifying if those housing units are going to be primarily luxury units that working people or people that they're trying to attract to the city can't even afford. I'm saying I don't want to be tempted to make inappropriate comments. I wouldn't, but he tempts me. Do you mean Mamdani? You have to write, I will not objectify Zohran 100 times on the chalkboard.
What we did with Mitchell-Lama housing, a housing stock that is the best practice in the world. We got to build more of that housing, integrated housing, because the people who moved into those buildings, you know what they did? They didn't just exist in those apartments. They built communities, schools, and daycare centers. And this is a promise I can keep while I'm alive, while I'm mayor, and we'll see what happens going forward. But let's do that immediately on day one.
While I'm alive.
Thank you. Mr. Lander, as mayor, you declare a housing emergency which could help you build 500,000 homes, including on city-owned golf courses. How do you get the citywide support for this plan?
So the New York Times opinion panel today said I was the best choice for mayor because I combine clear and bold plans and a real track record of delivering. That is especially true on housing. In the neighborhood around the Gowanus Canal, when I was council member, I organized the community to support redevelopment. More housing, more affordable housing is going up there than anywhere else in the city, and the community's supporting it because it's coming with open space and affordable art studios, as well as 3,000 genuinely affordable homes. We're even fixing up the NYCHA units nearby. As controller,
I mean, Mamdani's gonna come BTFO all of these people by being like, freeze the fucking rent.
I saved the 35,000 rent-stabilized units that were put at risk when Signature Bank failed by investing to buy the mortgages on them. I know how to do this. I have a detailed plan for getting 500,000 units built. That's around the Interborough Express, where we've got new opportunities for transit-oriented development. And we can build great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 golf courses because people will be excited about courtyards for families, about daycare centers, about new schools and libraries, places they could own in neighborhoods they will love.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you were HUD secretary, you were governor for more than a decade, you managed a nonprofit housing organization. What would you say to voters who wonder if all that experience might end up being, in the end, the wrong experience, since after decades of work, we've ended up in a housing emergency here in the city?
Yeah, I would say, Errol, I would say look at the results, right? Everyone has a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. Everyone has a plan. They had a plan to build LaGuardia Airport. Nobody did it until I did it. They had a plan to build a new Moynihan train station, but nobody could do it until I did it. They had a plan to finish the 2nd Avenue subway, but nobody could do it until I could do it. Now we have plans to build affordable housing, and we do need hundreds of thousands of units of affordable housing, there's no doubt, but we're going to need a different model. The city HPD does not work to create this volume. The state housing program does not work to create this volume. We're going to have to accelerate the ULERP program, and then we're going to have to open every option available.
Oh, guess we have to embrace market-based solution, guys. Abundance guy over here. Abundance enjoyer detected. Okay, if you're telling me that the private market is going to solve this problem, why haven't they done it already? He's not talking about deregulation. He's not even talking, like, it just is bizarre to me that you're saying that this is going to be the way that you approach this.
NYCHA units, office to residential conversion. Every city-owned piece of property we have to look at, air rights, how do we maximize it? We are going to have a full-on assault to build affordable housing. And yes, it's one thing to have a plan. It's another thing to have the ability to do it. And that's where New York City has fallen down time and time again, not the managerial ability to complete a plan.
Ms. Adams, you mentioned the recent City of Yes rezoning that you were instrumental in helping to pass. It's supposed to create tens of thousands of units of housing, but the experience of past rezonings, like the one in downtown Brooklyn, suggests that it can take as long as 10 years or longer for rezonings to result in actual construction. If you're elected mayor, what would be your plan to get units built more quickly than that?
We're going to build it faster, and just to let Mr. Cuomo know, I've got a plan. It's already in the works. It is called the City of Yes, the City for All, something that I have already ushered in. So the work is already being done. We're hearing a lot of plans and policies, but this is something I'm already doing this work. We have already begun the works for the City for All, and in that proposal, it is the most aggressive rezoning proposal in a generation for this city, to build upwards of 82,000 affordable units for New Yorkers. We want to keep people here. I want my children to stay here. I'm an everyday New Yorker. I don't want them leaving because New York is not affordable for them. And so I have made sure that there is $5 billion that is put into the City for All proposal. So, Mr. Cuomo, we are going to take care of the HPD vacancies within that $5 billion. We're going to make sure that communities like mine in Southeast Queens are protected, infrastructure is protected. We're going to make sure that we've got extended and expanded access to City FEPS vouchers. We're going to make sure that there are repairs available for NYCHA residents and Mitchell-Lama residents. And we're going to make sure that homeowners also have access to funding to make sure that the homeowners have repairs. We won't have to look at foreclosure in the volume, and we don't have to look at deed theft in the volume. I'm already doing the work. I'm already there.
Thank you.
And anytime somebody said affordable units, not affordable, we do not want some homes. The thing is, like, anytime the term affordable is invoked by Democrats, that is always completely nebulous, and they're hoping you project on like a reasonable amount that you can expect, but they're not actually naming what they consider to be affordable. It's the same reason why, like, sorry, Obama, but I absolutely hate the Affordable Care Act. And so the idea, like, that's all it conjures up in my mind when I hear people introducing policies that have this emphasis on affordability. I think means testing, and I think inefficient, and I think usually deceptive.
And still on housing, and to bring the last two of you into it, Mr. Tilson, you said in the last debate that your housing construction plan is the opposite of Mr. Mamdani's. More private sector, less public. Can you elaborate on that in your 60 seconds, and then we'll hear Mr. Mamdani argue for his approach?
Sure. If I were to summarize my plan in 4 words, it'd be unleash the private sector. That is the only way to rapidly build anything.
Shocker. Hedge fund manager wants to embrace, again, market-based solutions for this.
Like the scale that we're talking about. I said it's the opposite of his plan because his plan is to spend $100 billion city dollars to build affordable housing. So my plan, I don't think this should take 10 years if you truly do it. And it's not just zoning regs. It's the whole bureaucracy going through the city government agencies. It's going through the whole ULERT process. This can be done. Austin, Texas is a good example. Their rents went up 25% in the year 2021. The city leaped into action, quickly changed its zoning rules. They increased supply by 15% in 3 years, and rents dropped by 20%. I don't just want to stabilize rent. I think we can drop rents in this city. That's the objective. But right now, it's outrageous that businesses and real estate developers have to hire expediters to deal with the city bureaucracy.
Will someone please think of the poor billionaires and investment managers at fucking BlackRock? I'm so glad that somebody is talking about this.
So it's a much bigger problem, and the mayor controls
all the fucking red tape they have to deal with.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
New York is actually too hostile to business interests.
I met a grandmother in a senior center in Brownsville, and she came up to me and told me that she'd been on a waiting list for 7 years for senior housing, and that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to stay in the city any longer. The reason that my campaign is committing to building 200,000 truly affordable homes is because if we don't, we will lose the very New Yorkers who built this city. And we will lose them unless we rapidly scale up the programs we already have. Programs in HPD like SARA, Senior Affordable Rental Apartments, ELA, extremely low-level affordability, the very kind of programs that are built for the New Yorkers who are being priced out of the market. And we do this while also ensuring that it is easier to build even for the private sector. We end the requirement to build parking. We end this piecemeal approach that we've taken, instead having a city-wide comprehensive planning approach. These are the kinds of ways in which we can actually ensure that we start to build more than 4 houses per 1,000 people, that we actually start to get up to Jersey City and Tokyo and build the housing that's necessary in the city.
To finish this round, by a show of hands, I will translate for the radio audience, how many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do. Okay.
There were some people that put their hands up late. Should I read into that?
The ones whose
Cuomo just kind of like gestures, but
hands are up.
Obviously, so Cuomo, no. Hedge fund manager, no. All these guys, and she did like a tentative yes.
Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander not up.
Can you state the question, please?
Would you support your donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent?
In the rent stabilization system this year, rent freeze this year? Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
Who controls them? The mayor.
We appoint them. The law controls them. You should read it once in a while.
The law didn't control you, did it?
You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand was not up, was it? Why not? Oh, it was.
There has to be a balance there.
So
He's quick with it.
Wilson's hand was not up. Okay, that was a yes or no. And finally, also on a show of hands, on rent freeze or no, a listener to my show asks, would you be open to tying rent increases to landlord rates of return, their profits, rather than simply on 1 year's costs? Yes or no if you're open to tying the increases to profits rather than 1 year's cost increase? Who would say yes to that change or that proposal? I don't see any hands.
Brian, it is part of the formula already.
It's part of the formula.
It is part of the formula. Now, you look at a variety of factors, including net operating income relative to cost, as it should be.
Mr. Lander's right. That is the law. You look at the costs that the landlord is incurring, and that's
okay. He's just copying his homework.
How you set the rent increase if you do.
But also the profits. The profit margins.
Yeah, they do an economic analysis.
Yeah.
That's what the Rent Guidelines Board does.
Katie.
Thank you. And this question is for Mr. Cuomo because it did come up earlier. Many voters are grappling with how to disqualify you or not after the sexual harassment findings that led to your resignation as governor. How do you argue people should consider that factor? And we'll let the other candidates give their take.
Yeah, I would ask them to look at the facts and not the political rhetoric that you hear on the stage. I said when the report was issued, it was all political. That's what I said. And I said
that's one way to say they're all lying. All these women that came out accusing me of sexual harassment and impropriety, it's all lies. Even though the state of New York didn't think so because they offered one $450,000 to settle it, which they did.
Nothing was going to come of it. 4 years later, we've had 5 district attorneys, Democrat, Republicans, upstate, downstate. They've all looked at them. Nothing has come of them whatsoever. There has been one civil case that's been resolved. I was dropped from the case. So absolutely nothing has come except political fodder for my opponents and political fodder at the time.
Do any other candidates want to chime in?
So why did you resign? If it's all just political and it was not actually real, why didn't you just stay in office?
Andrew, you admitted at the time that you called a 25-year-old staffer into your office and asked her questions about whether she'd had older partners and whether she was available, and intimated that you were looking for a partner. Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women, that you created a toxic work environment. We're here with all these CUNY students, many of them young women. I went to the City College commencement. The valedictorian is going to come work at the Department of Homeless Services. I don't want to have to tell her, don't go work at City Hall because the mayor is a sexual harasser.
Those are just bold-faced lies.
You admitted
and you know
it at the time.
It's frightening that you can look.
I mean, he did like a non-apology. It was one of those like, I did it, but I'm sorry if I offended. I'm sorry if you were offended. And also, I'm Italian, and that's just how we are in my culture.
At a camera and lie
right now,
that
I'm looking
easily.
At you. You admitted it at the time.
I never said that. I never said that. And by the way, that has been totally disproven by every court that has looked at it, every
courts don't
legal
proceeding.
Things.
Everyone
knows. Yes, they do, sir. A report was issued. The DAs looked at it. Yeah. They all disagree with you. I was dropped from the case. So those are the facts.
The Biden Justice Department.
I mean, he's not wrong that like there was a report. It's like 165 pages just talking about all of the different factual findings and accusations that were made against him from all of these different women. I'm pretty sure it was over a dozen women. What does the executive summary say? We, the investigators appointed to conduct an investigation into allegations of sexual harassment by Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, conclude that the governor engaged in conduct constituting sexual harassment under federal and New York state law. Specifically, we find that the governor sexually harassed a number of current and former New York state employees by, among other things, engaging in unwelcome and non-consensual touching, as well as making numerous offensive comments of a suggestive and sexual nature that created a hostile work environment for women. Our investigation revealed that the governor's sexually harassing behavior was not limited to members of his own staff, but extended to other state employees, including a state trooper on his protective detail and members of the public. We also conclude that the executive chamber's culture, one filled with fear and intimidation, while at the same time normalizing the governor's frequent flirtations and gender-based comments, contributed to the conditions that allowed the sexual harassment to occur and persist. That culture also influenced the improper and inadequate ways in which the executive chamber has responded to the allegations of harassment. So this was like the governor's sexually harassing conduct. This was like testimony that was established through this report. Executive assistant number one said that since approximately late 2019, the governor engaged in a pattern of inappropriate conduct with an executive assistant who is a woman. That pattern of conduct included 1, close and intimate hugs, 2, kisses on the cheeks, forehead, and at least 1 kiss on the lips, touching and grabbing of executive assistant's butt during hugs and on one occasion while taking selfies with him, and 4, comments and jokes by the governor about executive assistant's personal life and relationships, including calling her and another assistant mingle mamas. God, that is weird. Inquiring multiple times about whether she had cheated or would cheat on her husband and asking her to help him find a girlfriend. Oh my God, this is so painful to read. These offensive interactions, among others, culminated in an incident at the executive mansion in November 2020 when the governor, during another close hug with executive assistant number 1, reached under her blouse and grabbed her breast. For over 3 months, this assistant kept this groping incident to herself and planned to take it to the grave, but found herself becoming emotional in a way that was visible to her colleagues in the executive chamber while watching the governor state at a press conference on March 3rd, 2021, that he had never touched anyone inappropriately. She then confided in certain of her colleagues, who in turn reported her allegations to senior staff in the executive chamber. That's just one. That's just one example. This whole report is 165 pages of going into more and more detail of what they allege and how it's corroborated and what comes next. And I think the ways that they denied it. But to him, that's just lies.
Attorney General of the state of New York. And again, it was reported that you admitted at the time that it was a mistake to call that 25-year-old into your office. Folks can check the record.
And the Attorney General...
know if he worked for you, you would fire him.
Hang on. The Attorney General's... Just wrap up. Yeah. The Attorney General's report was determined by a court to be hearsay and not a finding at all. I understand Mr. Lander is just a part.
The women accused you of sexual harassment.
And what there's no way to say that and say that you're not also accusing them of lying.
You're calling hearsay.
The district attorneys looked at all those complaints, and not a single case
we're going in circles. We're going to move on.
Better than the facts.
Obvious that this is disqualifying.
Candidates?
The man resigned. Should be obvious.
No,
it's so stupid to try to discredit it as well. What he should say is that the types of things that were investigated or talked about are things that I've already apologized for because I didn't realize I crossed the line. That's usually what people who get out of this and recover after like a PR nightmare like that say, is that they don't actually really deny it because they can't. They just say, oh, I just didn't realize, like, I just like to have fun. I'm going too far. Just what he did at first.
The problem is we do not get to address the issues that New Yorkers care about.
Yeah, that's just what we're going to do. That's just what we're going to do. Just hang on. We are done with this topic. We're going to move on to the next one, candidates. Let's talk about quality of life, concerns about disorder and public safety. The number of complaints about disorderly conduct in New York City have nearly tripled compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2018. Arrests for disorderly conduct have risen significantly. But New Yorkers still say they are less satisfied about their quality of life than in the past. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Lander. Do you want the NYPD to address quality of life violations, or is there some other way to do it? And how would you address concerns about quality of life without violating constitutional rights or opening the door to accusations of illegal profiling?
As mayor, my #1 priority will be to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. When I talk to people about what's influencing their quality of life, what would they like changed? They would like to be able to get on the subway and feel safer. Last week I talked about a friend whose middle school student was pushed to the ground by a mentally ill homeless person. But we don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors sleep on subway platforms and the sidewalks and stoops of our buildings. And yes, of course, NYPD have a role to play in keeping neighborhoods safe, getting guns off the street, but no amount of policing is going to connect a homeless mentally ill person to the housing and services that they actually need. The plan that will is called Housing First. It's working in Houston and Denver and Salt Lake City. We used it here to end street homelessness for veterans.
I'm good with homelessness being ended for people without mental illness too.
And I will use it to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, and that'll be a city with a dramatically better quality of life for everyone.
Okay. Mr. Stringer.
Let me try to answer your direct question, which is the issue of quality of life. And to me, as someone who has spent his entire life here, who's raising kids here, people do not want to live with trash. They don't want to live with broken sidewalks. They don't want a 311 system that can't resolve the basic day-to-day issues that New Yorkers face. We've gotten away from that kind of work. You know, swagger to me is different than swagger at City Hall today. Swagger means I feel satisfied when we help somebody get the services we need. How I'm going to do it specifically, we got to have a deputy mayor for quality of life and institute what I call quality stat, meaning there's a lot of agencies apart from the police that actually are responsible for the day-to-day running of the city and resolving complaints and issues. We need to measure that. We need to look at the data at 311. We need to do the follow-ups. I'm going to be the mayor in the Ed Koch mode that comes to town hall meetings and communities just like I did as controller, roll my sleeves.
I mean, all of this rhetoric is like not, I don't really disagree with their kind of like superficial approach to it, but when you look at the rhetoric that every politician who says they want to tackle the issue of homelessness espouses, it's very, very similar to this, and yet there's still a homelessness crisis, and there's still a lot of homelessness concentrated in New York City and in LA, and Skid Row in particular, and stuff like that. Like, there's just no getting around the fact that you can offer these services, but what these people need is housing first.
Sleeves up, go in front of hundreds of people and say, let me have it. What do you want? What's going on? And I will resolve the complaint in 24 hours. That's the kind of mayor that we need in the city to keep people here and to make sure that we become the beacon of the greatest city in the world.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, what I hear time and time again are these very kinds of complaints. Complaints around the cleanliness of our streets, complaints around whether the parks that they love can actually be maintained. And so many of them come back to a mayoral administration that has underfunded city agencies time and time again, literally requesting to take garbage cans off of sidewalks. That's what we have had for the last 4 years. I'm proud to have been endorsed by DC 37, the single largest labor union representing municipal workers in this city, the people who run this city, trust me to lead this city. And what I will do is fully fund each one of those agencies to ensure that we are not just providing public service, we're providing public excellence so that each and every New Yorker is finally receiving the quality of life that they deserve living in the city.
Okay. And so, Mr. Myrie, really in a lot of ways what I'm getting at is that the city government and a lot of voters, frankly, will reflexively reach for the NYPD as the best tool to handle what they perceive as disorder, which some people say is kind of a stepping stone towards crime or in some ways a precursor to it. What's your take on that, and how would you handle it?
Yeah, let me first say, Scott, you got a little bit of swagger. You got some sneakers on today, so I don't want you to discount yourself.
I got it from you.
All right, very good. So let me say this. Look, I walk the streets, I take the subways just like you do. And part of the reason that people are frustrated with politics is because you walk the streets, you take the subways, and then you listen to folks on this stage, and it's completely divorced from your reality. Here's what I want to do. I think we need police and clinician teams in our subways and our streets 24/7.
The person who always that's always the refrain that happens before they're like, yeah, we need to get these fucking cops to clear out these mentally ill vagrants, is I'll say what nobody else is willing to say. It's like, dude, you're not saying anything that hasn't been reiterated by a ton of politicians.
To get people on a path to real recovery. New Yorkers are compassionate people.
Or like the idea that it's difficult to get people on board with kind of these out of sight, out of mind, or let's open up the fucking mental hospitals for the homeless, that's a joke.
But we want to ensure that people are actually getting that help. So I want stabilization centers in every borough so that we can deliver that help. Public safety requires us to do two things. We understand that police officers are necessary, but we also have to invest in the things we know prevent crime and disorder in the first place. That's why I want 50,000 more summer youth jobs, so that it is universal. We have no young person on a waiting list. Stop telling our kids what not to do without giving them something to do. I want universal after school as well, so that we can have a safe place to be and have our families have a place where their children can stay.
Okay, Mr. Tilson.
Yes, to answer your question directly about enforcing more quality of life issues. For example, I ride my bike almost every day in the city. The e-bikes are fast and dangerous, and we're riding up on the sidewalks, blowing through red lights, and cops started enforcing it, and I can tell you, being out there every day, they're now obeying the law. That is the kind of thing that contributes to the feeling of lack of safety. I will say that what I would not do is demonize the police by calling them wicked and corrupt, by threatening to defund and dismantle them.
This guy is always like dying on the hill or on the cross of the poor capitalist class, BlackRock, private capital, hedge funds, and in this case, the fucking cops who have just been demonized too much.
And we are at a 34-year low in the number of police officers. There's only one candidate on this stage, him, who has not said that he would try and build that number back up. So I think his Department of Community Safety, which he talks about, is just backdoor code word for continue to defund the police. They are demoralized, they are understaffed, and we've created a revolving door where an officer at the Midtown North Precinct, very close to here, actually told me she is still filling out the paperwork for most of her arrests, and the criminal is back out onto the street before she's finished.
Did you want to respond?
I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank-and-file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department to take on serious crimes, and yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those crimes, and we have mental health professionals and social workers to address and tackle and resolve the mental health crisis and homelessness.
Okay,
I just want to clarify, Whitney, did you not talk about my police retention plan, or you didn't?
Come on, Scott. Ms. Adams, I want to bring you in the conversation because you were at City Hall when the funding question came up that has been interpreted by some as defund the police. What was happening then in that particular session with that particular proposal? And if you're elected, what would you do about this question of where and when and if the police get involved in quality of life policing?
Thank you for asking the clarifying question, Errol.
I've never heard this term quality of life policing before this debate.
The FY 2021 budget season was a very, very tough season for the New York City Council and quite frankly for the mayoral administration as well. We were still masked up in the pandemic and New York City was very, very underfunded as a city. We were looking towards going...
What the hell is this? Okay. Quality of life policing. Do offenders get the message? Is this like broken windows policing? Oh, it's broken windows policing. Okay. Argues that visible disorder in a community breeds crime. The study assessed one aspect of broken windows line, i.e. that quality of life, or QOL policing, which emphasizes the control of minor misbehaviors that are highly visible, sends a message to offenders that QOL misbehaviors will not be tolerated, which is not true.
Going in the hole, if you will. So several city agencies had to take a haircut. The NYPD was one of those agencies. as were many, many city agencies. Heck, the New York City Council, we had to take a haircut. So there was funding reallocation that...
I'm surprised she's the first person to bring this up.
...happened across the board.
Because it gets the impression in the voters' minds that, like, the reason why there were any cuts to policing had to do with, like, defund the police, when in reality it had far more to do with the pandemic, like she's saying.
For New York City because of the pandemic. So, I mean, services were cut. Many folks out there realize that some of park services were cut and other services were cut as well, unfortunately. So that was the climate that we were in, quite frankly, during the pandemic season. As mayor, though, I know that New York City is fiscally sound. Our issue right now is going to be Trump-proofing the New York City, Trump-proofing New York City, which I am doing right now as one who is negotiating the 4th New York City budget, something that no one else on this stage can say. And we've already put aside in reserves through my leadership on the council $1.9 billion to begin to protect the people of the city of New York from Donald Trump's harsh cuts. We want the administration to not match us, go above us. We're going to need to make sure that our resources are protected, that our nonprofits are protected, that our children, our seniors, our healthcare is protected. And as leader of the city council, I've already made a start in doing just that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, if we wonder why the people watching this are frustrated, is because of the disconnect of what they're hearing. They are afraid on the streets. They feel unsafe. You can quote statistics all day long. They get afraid walking into the subway. They get afraid walking down the street when they see a mentally ill homeless person. We did defund the police. We did. We cut $1 billion from the police.
I was waiting for it. We didn't even make it halfway, and we're already bringing up defunding the police.
People on this stage said, defund the police. That was the chant. And
they said it, and then it happened, and they're to blame.
$1 billion was taken from the police department. Mr. Mamdani says he would dismantle the police. That's his expression. Mr. Lander said, I'll admit, progressives like me were slow to recognize the problems of crime and quality of life and mopeds.
See, it's not so difficult to take responsibility, is it?
That's what he said, that they were slow to realize the crime that people were living with. We have to get back to safety.
But he said at the beginning of this, it doesn't matter what stats. He's always going to say that there's crime or cater to people's feelings surrounding that. And even if they don't actually map onto reality, because he said, you can have all the stats that you like, but the reality is people feel unsafe and they're scared of these fucking sick homeless people. And you need to coddle that fear instead of doing, you know, any pushback or reframing or education, nothing like that.
I would add 5,000 police officers. Yes, we need mental health professionals who also help work with the mentally ill, and they're two totally separate things. But this city has to be safe. Opportunity for youth is part of it. But if people don't feel safe, Errol, they're not going to stay. End of story.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Yorkers want accountability. They want accountability when people commit crimes. They want accountability when officers use excessive force. They want accountability when top brass violate their office. And they want accountability from elected officials. So, yes, I said we were slow to reckon with rising disorder. Here's how I'm going to actually deliver it. You've never taken responsibility for one single thing you've done wrong in your entire life. Not one single thing. You should try it sometime.
Okay, Ms. Adams, real quick.
Yeah, I just want to clear up the whole defund mystery here that keeps on being used as far as the New York City Council and the FY 2021 budget is concerned. Let's just be clear. The budget is negotiated with the mayoral administration. The NYPD is a part of the mayoral administration, and the reallocation of funds was done with the knowledge of the NYPD, not in any far-off land, far, far away. I don't know how long you've been out of it, Mr. Cuomo, but it's been a while. So I just want to make sure that we are clear here tonight. Old slogans and scare tactics aren't going to make anybody in New York City safer.
Okay, candidates, thank you. Candidates, we're going to move on to our lightning round. That's where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to start with a show of hands one. Despite changes in technology, do you still have a Metro card in your wallet? Show of hands. Mr. Myrie, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams still have the Metro card. God bless you. Let's go. Name one department that you would make cuts to. We'll go right down the line. Mr. Tilson. Lightning.
There's so many to choose from.
Just one.
I think there's a lot of fat to cut in the DOE budget, but there are other areas I would invest more in.
DOE means Department
Education?
Not,
Yeah.
the Board of Elections. Mr. Stringer.
As controller, I identified efficiencies in every city agency to make them more run better and efficient. So it's not about cutting or targeting one agency. It's really about doing due diligence in all the agencies. Sorry.
Mr. Myrie.
Yeah, I think New Yorkers.
They're saying it's the worst answer he could have possibly given, because even if he's talking about things that are genuine examples of waste and abuse in the Department of Education, which I know exist, that's not what you want to say. That's not the first one that you should say, because people are immediately going to think you mean teacher salaries.
Experience city services every day. It's not about who has what. It's about how we're delivering. So I think it's important that we are efficient in that. I think we can shift some funding from the Economic Development Corporation to our city's general fund.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think we have to end our city's addiction to consulting and contracts. We're currently paying McKinsey millions of dollars to design a trash can. We don't have to do that.
Mr. Lander.
Last year, we paid out $2 billion in claims against the city. I'll put them on the books of city agencies so they have an incentive to reduce them. They can keep half the savings. It's hundreds of millions of dollars we can save.
Mr. Cuomo.
City government hasn't been properly managed in 12 years. It needs an overhaul from top to bottom. That's what I think has to be done.
Where'd you start? Where would you start?
I think if housing is a top priority, I would start with HPD, because that's one of the first jobs we have to start.
Okay, Ms. Adams.
You know, I'm still negotiating the city budget, the only one on the stage that's doing this thing. So let's just be real about it. The mayor actually implemented pegs that took away headcount from many, many city agencies. So I don't think that we're in the space right now to cut anything. We do need to reform and revamp.
Okay, HPD stands for Department of Housing Preservation and Development. It's a city's primary agency focused on maintaining and increasing the supply of affordable housing.
City agencies. So what we need to do is take a look at, as was said, contracts. We've got a lot of bloated contracts out there, primarily because of the cronyism under Eric Adams.
In this lightning round, just 3 yes or no questions from me. Is it logistically possible, Ms. Adams first, to close Rikers by 2027? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
No, the law is a joke.
Mr. Lander?
Not a joke, but not by 2027 either.
Mr. Mamdani?
No, Eric Adams has made it functionally impossible.
Mr. Myrie?
No, but it needs to close.
Mr. Stringer?
No.
And Mr. Tilson?
No, not by 2030.
Wait, I got distracted. What are we talking about closing? Hold on. Oh, Rikers. Okay.
Mr. Myrie?
No, but it needs to close.
Mr. Stringer?
No.
And Mr. Tilson?
No, not by 2032 either.
We'll go the other order on yes or no. Do you support an expansion of red light cameras, Mr. Tilson?
Absolutely.
Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Absolutely, and I voted for it in Albany.
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, I know you can't turn right on red in New York City.
Mr. Lander?
Why do all of them support red light cameras? Red light cameras suck. Red light cameras encourage people to get into car accidents because you get so worried that you're going to proceed through a red light, even at a yellow. You become an overly cautious driver, and it leads to an increase in people getting rear-ended.
Yes, and with real accountability for drivers who do it.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Adams? And one more. We'll start in the middle with Mr. Mamdani. Have you ever voted for a Republican?
No.
Mr. Myrie?
I have not, but I voted for a Democrat that ended up caucusing with the Republicans. That's why I ran for state senate in the 2018.
Mr. Stringer? Ever voted for a Republican, Mr. Stringer?
Never in my life.
Mr. Tilson?
Sure, Bloomberg.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Cuomo? No. And Mr. Lander? No.
This first question, it's a two-parter. I'll start with you, Mr. Tilson. What is your favorite park or playground in the city, and would you, as mayor, commit to at least 1% of the city budget going to the Parks Department?
Yes, I raised 3 daughters in the city. They're now in their 20s. Shout out to my youngest, graduating from college in 2 days, actually. And I ran the Daddy Olympics in Central Park every day. We circled the park and had a number of favorite playgrounds. I'd say the favorite we call playground number 1, which is at 96th and 5th. And I've actually called for permanently making the parks budget 1% of the city budget, so it increases with the city's budget. Their parks are our gems.
Mr. Stringer?
1% for parks, because every kid deserves outdoors, and we have got to make sure we fix all the parks, not just in wealthy communities. But look, my favorite park is where the kids want to play. So if it's on a basketball court, I'm there. If it's Central Park, I'm there. Rockefeller Park, I'm there. I have no decision making at this. It's all up to them.
Mr. Myrie?
My favorite park is Prospect Park, and my parents... Let's go, yeah, Prospect Park in the house. My parents are here in the audience with us, and it is where I learned how to ride a bike. It is where they took me throughout my childhood. So I absolutely would commit to 1% to our city's parks. It's a shame.
Did Michael Blake drop out? No, I don't think so. The way they say at the beginning of this that the way to get onto the stage is you have to qualify with something related to campaign finance. And because he's a far more left candidate, pretty close to Zohran, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if, given the way that he has financed his campaign thus far, meant he did not meet the threshold to make it onto the stage.
That we have not done that already.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would absolutely commit 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department. I'm proud to have done so over the course of this campaign, and I have to say that my favorite park is Astoria Park.
Mr. Lander.
Zohran Myri is right on this question. Prospect Park is the best park in New York City, and my kids are here, and they played baseball and learned to ride their bikes, and I was just at the Celebrate Brooklyn concert opening. Yes, we'll do 1%, but we've got to focus it on the parks that need it most. I passed a law that helps us do that, and as mayor, I'll make sure we focus on those parks that have been way too long neglected.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yes to the 1%, and I'd also like to see the private sector get involved with conservancies, not just Central Park. It's beautiful, it's Manhattan, but there are other boroughs also. Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, Staten Island, etc. My favorite park is Cunningham Park in Queens, and 1%, but let's get conservancy set up for all the parks.
Ms. Adams.
We definitely have to get to the 1%. We've been fighting in the council for as long as I've been in the council to get there. My favorite park has to be Baisley Pond Park in Jamaica, Queens, of course. That's my district, my park. But we got to get rid of those phragmites.
And this is a quick one. It's a one or two word answer. I'll start with you, Ms. Adams. Which borough have you spent the least amount of time in?
Staten Island.
Mr. Cuomo.
I would say Staten Island.
Mr. Lander.
Staten Island.
Mr. Mamdani.
The beacon of free transit, Staten Island.
Mr. Myri.
I'd say Staten Island.
Mr. Stringer.
I've been doing this. I've been everywhere.
So no, all equal?
They're all equal, including Staten Island.
Mr. Tilson? It was almost a sweep.
That's funny.
All right, we are going to take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the cross-examination round where each candidate will ask one opponent one question. And because this election will require New Yorkers to rank their candidates, we want to take a moment to explain how ranked choice voting works, courtesy of the Campaign Finance Board. The debate will continue in just a few minutes.
A 2-minute
There's a new way for New Yorkers to have
ad break. Okay, well, no, wrong thing. If you're watching on Twitch, you should subscribe to me. That way you can get access to emotes and have an ad-free experience. And if not, you should at least follow me so you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me if you haven't already. And if you want to support the stream, you can either follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my description box of my YouTube. And I'm at StraighterAid or StraighterAid_ on everything.
their name under the might like several people.
Oh, wait, actually, I want to see this really quick. It explains ranked choice voting.
On your ballot, you'll see candidates listed in rows and numbered rankings in columns. Pick your first choice and completely fill in the oval next to their name under the first column. Like always, you can just vote for your one favorite candidate and submit your ballot. But you might like several people. If you have a second choice, fill in the oval next to their name under the second column. Do the same thing for your third, fourth, and fifth choices if you have them. A few don'ts. Don't rank the same candidate more than once. It won't help them, and it takes away your chance to rank the others who are running. Don't give the same rank to multiple candidates. It could disqualify your ballot. Don't worry. This is a new process, and you can always ask a poll worker for help, or for a new ballot if you make a mistake. So, how do ballots get counted with ranked choice voting? If one candidate gets more than 50% of everyone's first choice votes, they win the election right away. That's it. If no candidate gets more than 50%, ballots will be counted in rounds. Round by round, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated. So, if your top-rated candidate is eliminated, your vote goes to your next highest choice. This keeps going until only 2 candidates remain. The person with the most votes wins. Ranked choice voting is already popular in many cities around the country because voters find that it helps more voices be heard. Now it's our turn. Get answers to your questions and learn more at nyccfb.info/RCV.
Welcome back to our Democratic primary debate for mayor, live from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We're more than halfway through the debate with the 7 leading Democratic candidates. Now it is time for the cross-examination round. That's when each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. Our order was selected at random, and we'll begin with Scott Stringer.
Thank you, Earl. My question is for Adrian Adams. So during the City of Yes negotiations, you successfully brought billions of dollars in benefits and opportunity on top of City of Yes. As you know, I've been campaigning because I really do believe we can have a realistic opportunity to take those parcels of land and turn them into affordable housing. Do you envision, or would you sort of signal that that idea could be coupled with funding, the funding that you obtain when you start thinking about your own housing, implementing your own housing agenda if you were mayor?
Well, Scott, thank you for the question, and thank you for recognizing that I have ushered in billions of dollars for housing for the people of the city of New York. Thank you for that. As mayor, I would be open to any feasible option of housing, expanding it for the people of the city of New York. We got to continue this. My work has just been the floor and not the ceiling, so I'm more than willing.
How would I rank the mayoral candidates? Zohran, obviously, then I think it's Lander, then Michael Blake, and then I would probably pick her, and then I wouldn't bother ranking the other candidates.
To expand on the great work that I'm still doing as City Council Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Myrie.
My question is also for Speaker Adams.
And I'm putting Blake third, even though he would really be my second choice, because I think Lander has a much better chance of winning, given that he at least made it onto AOC shortlist. Michael Blake would have like a very, very low chance of winning.
We have seen over the past 2 decades, 200,000 Black New Yorkers leave this city. We know that this is a top issue for most New Yorkers, the cost of living here. And I'm wondering if you can talk to us about ushering through the City of Yes and what implications that has for Black New Yorkers who are struggling to stay in this city and what we could be building on going forward.
Love the question. Thank you very much, Senator. And again, thank you for referencing the City of Yes championed by the City Council Speaker, Adrienne Adams. Thank you so much. Yeah, within the proposal, which the City Council renamed City for All, we've built in financial safeguards for Black families, many of whom I'm sure, as you know also, we've seen leave our city in droves over the past 2 decades, and we want to make sure that our families stay here. That is why we have built in within that $5 billion in the proposal, we are protecting homeowners so that homeowners in disrepair can repair their homes. That is built in through the...
Yeah, she is her number 2.
Financing. We've also built in repairs for NYCHA families, for Mitchell-Lama residents as well. Rochdale Village is a Mitchell-Lama, the second largest Mitchell-Lama in the city of New York within my own district. So we have built in financial safeguards to protect our Black families, families of color, from leaving New York. This is something, again, I live in a Black family. I don't want my children to leave, so this is...
Okay, I was like, what the hell is Mitchell-Lama? I've never heard this before. The Mitchell-Lama program provides affordable renting and cooperative housing to moderate and middle income families. It was sponsored by New York Senator McNeil Mitchell and Assemblyman Alfred Lama and was signed into law in 1955. They were both New York City supervised Mitchell-Lama developments and New York State supervised Mitchell-Lama developments. Okay, interesting.
This is for their protection as well.
Thank you. Mr. Tilson.
Yeah, Zohran, you're a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. You refer to each other as comrade. And right now on the DSA's website, it calls for the government ownership of all major industries, to decriminalize all misdemeanors, including theft and assault, to empty our prisons, and to disarm, dismantle and defund the police.
Can you believe that this guy doesn't think all of these people should go to jail for like petty theft, man? You're just like one, he's not going to be able to do all those things, but two, that's cool.
So your words are very reassuring, but this is what I read from your people, and I wonder if you will disavow this or implement it as mayor.
Your people.
Yes, like David Dinkins, I am a member of the organization, and the organization's platform is not the platform of this campaign. The platform of this campaign is the one you can find on the website at zohranfornyc.com. That's a platform that is going to deliver an affordable city for New Yorkers who are currently being priced out of what is instead the most expensive city in the United States. It's one that we're going to deliver public safety to each and every New Yorker, and we're going to do so by recognizing the critical role that police have to play in that, and also by creating the Department of Community Safety so that police do not have to do the work of mental health professionals, and that we can follow the example, the evidence-based policies we've seen be successful elsewhere.
It's such a layup for him to be able to be asked that question, because you're just giving him an opportunity to actually articulate what his platform is for this race. This whole, like, you think he was going to get caught in your stupid little trapdoor question and fall right through it?
Divert those mental health calls outside of the police department so the police department can focus on the 7 major categories of crime.
Okay. Next is from Ms. Adams.
Yes. Thank you. I was looking for Errol to look up because he's confusing me. Oh, okay. Thank you. I have a question for Assemblymember Mamdani. I know how to pronounce your name.
Thank you very much, Speaker Adams.
Assemblymember, I've raised a family in New York. I have over 20 years of experience in the private sector. I have led the city council through many, many challenges, taken this city through 3 successful budgets and billions of dollars in city budgets now, working on our 4th, which will also be successful, and have been continuing this work for a number of years on the city council. In a recent New York Times article, you said that you were the most qualified person to be mayor of the city of New York. Given what I've just laid out, do you think you're more qualified than me to lead the city?
I very much appreciate your work and your leadership and your track record, Speaker. I think that each one of us on the stage will say that we are the most qualified to lead the city, because if we didn't believe that, then we would have no business running for mayor. And ultimately, I believe that because I believe the most pressing crisis we're facing here is one of affordability. And that is something that my campaign has been laser focused on. And that is why I'm proud to say that we are going to address it by freezing the rent for millions of rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare to each and every New York family.
Ooh.
Mr. Lander, your turn.
Good shit.
Peter, will you please stand up? Andrew, this is Peter Arbini. He's been trying to ask you a question for 5 years. His father, Norman died because of your disastrous order sending people with COVID into nursing homes. Then, as you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years.
Ooh, the nervous laughter.
Will you finally apologize to Peter and other grieving New Yorkers, or will you just keep... Or will you just keep gaslighting them with blather about what a great job you claim you did?
Maybe where you come from in St. Louis, facts don't matter. But here they do. So let's talk about that. First of all, on nursing homes, 1.2 million people died of COVID in the United States. It's horrendous. 83,000 people died in New York State. It is horrendous. It was a pandemic unlike anything we have ever seen. When it comes to nursing homes, we now know the facts because numerous studies have been done. New York State implemented the federal guidance set by CMS, CDC, Dr. Fauci. We implemented it. Other states implemented it. That has been proven over and over and over again. When you look at the total death toll in New York, the rate of death in nursing homes, we're number 38 out of 50 states. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death than New York, which is incredible, in my opinion, since we had it first and worst, and does not give enough credit to the women and men in those nursing homes who work so hard. Mr. Arbini.
And this isn't true. He lies about this constantly. This is not, he lied about it in the first one, that like, oh, the death rate or whatever, like it actually wasn't that bad. Only like 12 other states or whatever, something like that. No, they literally had the highest death rate, I think, per capita. Highest per capita death rate. We put, where is it? New York. Yeah, New York experienced the largest relative increase in all-cause mortality, or 38.1%, of deaths attributed to COVID-19. So he lies about this. And I just hope people will believe him, I guess.
I am very, very sorry for that. He brought a legal case against the state. The legal case was dismissed. When you look at the papers on the case, there was no COVID-positive person sent from a hospital to the nursing home while Mr. Arbini was in the nursing home. So it is factually impossible, Brad, that he got COVID from someone coming from a hospital.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, I want to address something first, which is that...
You're going to ask a question or not?
I'm going to ask a question, but Brad Lander is more of a New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo is, and to hear all of this... To hear all this...
The other thing that gets ignored is that there were people... there were elderly people imprisoned in different, like, jails and prisons and whatnot in New York City, and they had been... a campaign had been mobilized to ask the governor for clemency because they had served part of their sentence, and they were requesting that it be commuted so that they didn't risk dying of COVID, given that they were older and they had already served part of their term. He completely ignored that, and those people ended up dying. I guess I know it's not going to be popular to be like letting people out of jail or whatever, but these are like compassionate releases.
About St. Louis, we have to just make this clear. Yeah. Now, all of us on this stage...
Wait, who are you going to ask your question to?
I'm asking it to Andrew Cuomo.
Okay.
I feel like most people would have known I'm going to ask Andrew Cuomo a question.
I knew. I knew. And you knew.
We did. We both knew.
We knew. We agree.
All of us on this stage have spoken about how Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy, to the city, to this country. And Andrew Cuomo, you have received millions of dollars in funding from the very billionaires who put Donald Trump back into office. Will you now look at the camera and tell your super PAC to return those millions of dollars, and to your own campaign to return that close to $500,000 to ensure that this is not a race that is bought by those same Trump billionaires?
I know.
This will not be a yes/no answer.
I know you don't understand the law, but it would be illegal for me to direct an independent expenditure committee.
Is it illegal for you to direct your own campaign?
One question, one answer.
That's the law, okay? Number two, I dealt with Mr. Trump as governor. We had very, very difficult times. I got more help for New York from Trump than anyone expected. New York was one of the few places that he did not send in troops when he sent them everywhere else because he didn't want to deal with me. That's the fact. I got him to send us masks.
So are you going to return the $500,000 to your own campaign?
And then on your point about, billionaires, let's remember this. I am the
He frames it as Trump being scared to mess with him, but I really wonder to what extent it's the fact that he and Trump got along. MC Smith, thank you for subscribing.
Candidate on the stage who is supported by more labor unions than any other candidate. 650,000 working men and women support me.
Then why is it that J.D. Vance went to more picket lines than you did?
Let me finish. Because they know me and they know my record. The firefighters worked with me in storms. The utility workers endorsed me because I was in Puerto Rico putting the power back together after the storms. Every major union that has endorsed has endorsed me greater than any candidate on the stage.
You get the final question, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
You get the final question to anyone on the stage. Yes.
My question is to Mr. Pilson. We learned today that, shockingly, Mr. Mamdani is not part of the DSA, but we've heard his plans over and over and over. You're a financial man. You're not a politician.
I do think it's funny that even the generated closed captionings think that he's saying Mamdani. He probably is saying Mamdani. I don't think he's saying Mamdani.
Mr. Pilson, probably smarter than the rest of us in that regard. But you've heard his plans for how to build housing, how he's going to finance the housing, free buses, how he's going to build grocery stores. And he said he can do all of this and our taxes will not be any higher than New Jersey's taxes.
Question.
You're a financial expert. You've heard this 157 times. Is it feasible and financially possible that he is telling the truth?
I would say no.
No, what did he say?
The biggest piece of his, he says he will raise the revenue to pay for all.
We just have no idea. For all we know, this hedge fund manager was about to endorse Mamdani's plan.
That I can't even keep track of all the spending promises he's making by raising the corporate tax rate to New Jersey's level. What he is failing to acknowledge is that there are already many other city and state taxes that, in fact, if his plan were implemented, would result in New York City businesses paying double the tax rate of New Jersey, triple that of Connecticut, 5 times that of Florida, which would lead to an exodus of businesses and jobs and crush our city. But even
Ryle Kittenhouse, thank you for the $10. Big fan. Keep it up.
more preposterous is that this all has to go through Albany. There is no appetite for what he is calling for. And even if it were to pass the corporate tax rate increase statewide, he's assuming that all the taxes all around the state, the legislature would just hand it to New York City. That's truly delusional. So I want to double taxes in New York City. I want to double spending in New York City. But I want to do it the way Mike Bloomberg did it, by doubling the size of the economy, which he did over 12 years. It's economic growth that we need, not destructive policies that would crush growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, candidates. We're going to move on to a new topic, and I'm going to ask you as we come down the home stretch. We're in our final half hour. We're going to keep everything a little tighter, and I'll thank you in advance for your cooperation. Let's talk about the fact that even before the war between Israel and Hamas, an unofficial but important task of every New York City mayor has been to bring New Yorkers together.
Let's talk Israel, the most important subject for this debate in the Checks Notes New York City mayoral race.
Even on issues of passionate concern where finding common ground is difficult. So let's talk for a few minutes about what kind of job you would do in this area. Mr. Mamdani, what is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who are supportive of Israel and fear for their safety in this current political climate?
That I hear them, and that I have heard them over the course of this campaign and before that. After the days of the horrific war crime of October 7th, a friend of mine told me about how he felt sitting in a synagogue for Shabbat services when he heard the door open and a chill went up his spine as he turned around, not knowing who would be there. And I heard that even just recently from a Jewish man in Williamsburg who told me how he locked the very door that used to be unlocked for so many years out of a concern for his safety. I will protect Jewish New Yorkers and deliver them that safety. I will do so as the next mayor of the city. And ultimately, what I will also say is to New Yorkers who have a disagreement with me on any issue, but also on the question of the Israeli government's policies, that disagreement, I know, is rooted in a shared sense of humanity. And in the words of Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist.
And just as a follow-up, Mr. Mamdani, when it comes to the boycott and divestment movement aimed at Israel, which you had supported even before this campaign, what would you say to people who feel that that is an existential threat and that despite your position of wanting to keep people safe, they feel like you actually either have a different agenda or are in league with people who have an agenda that makes them feel fundamentally unsafe?
I've been very clear, and I will continue to be so, which is that at the core of my politics is a belief in nonviolence, and that my support for compliance with international law is support for nonviolent movements that seek to do so and build on the example that we saw with South Africa. And ultimately, what my focus will be, however, is not on what is happening outside of the city. It is going to be on making sure this is a city that is affordable for each and every New Yorker. What is currently the most expensive city in the country finally be one that the working class New Yorkers who built it can afford to live in, and to ensure that each and every New Yorker feels represented by me as their mayor. Because you can win an election with a majority, but it is your job to represent every single person across the city.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, according to Muslim American organizations...
This is kind of the pitch that Obama made in 2000, I think it was 2008. I can't remember the name of the speech. I used to know it. It was like The Other America or whatever, but it was basically like, even if you don't vote for the whole thing. And it sounds so trivial to think that this was so inspiring, but it was to people that even if you didn't vote for me, I'm going to be a president for you.
You never made a public visit to a mosque during your 10 plus years as governor. Why the reluctance?
Yeah, I believe I have. I would have to check the record. But let me correct the record here, if I might. Mr. Mamdani is dangerously.
Oh, wait. Let me ask you about this. Because this was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election, when they said that in 7 years you had never visited a mosque. Did something happen in the several years beyond that?
I believe I have. I know I participated in many forums with imams. I am not, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went. But I'll check the record, and I will.
So let me just get to the point then. I mean, what would you say to more than 760,000 Muslims here in the city about whether or not you would reach out to them, make them feel welcome, make them feel protected at a time?
I would say we are a city of immigrants. I welcome them. I love them. I'm not Mr. Mamdani. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not divisive. I didn't say...
Bring up the ad. Bring up the ad.
I would boycott Israel. I didn't say I would divest from Israel. I didn't say I would sanction Israel. I don't give forums to anti-Semites. I don't give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11. I didn't say that I would boycott Cornell Technion because they're pro-Israel. He is the flip side of the coin of Trump. Trump says he'll boycott Cornell because they're anti-Israel. He says I'll boycott Cornell because they're pro-Israel. Division is our death in this city, this state, and this nation. And division is what Trump sells. We should be selling unity, not the division that this man is spreading.
Mr. Mamdani.
It is ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo talk about himself as a man of unity when just yesterday we found out that his super PAC was sending mail that artificially darkened and lengthened my beard.
This is true.
To stoke the very fears of that division in this city. The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim...
And it might... I wish there could be a visual because it sounds like, how is that like a racialized thing or whatever? But hold on. It definitely is. Andrew Cuomo is afraid he'll lose, so his donors want you to fear me. His super PAC just sent out a mailer that artificially lengthened and darkened my beard. This is blatant Islamophobia, the kind of racism that explains why MAGA billionaires support his campaign. And the whole thing is like, the whole thing is saying, what is it? That like, oh, he's bad for Israel.
New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us, because he doesn't see us as if we are every other New Yorker. And ultimately, the campaign that I am running is a campaign that seeks to go beyond the politics of the Trump era, where candidates on the stage describe me as a monster, describe me at the gates, where they say that I am, in fact, the other. This is a campaign to bring people together. It's why we have the support of Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers. It's why we have the support of people across the 5 boroughs.
Real quick. Yeah. You don't bring New Yorkers together by saying, President Obama is evil, and President Obama
This is like all he has. He kept bringing up on the first debate as well.
a liar. You don't bring them together by saying Hakeem Jeffries is like George Wallace and the DAS sending ads to Hakeem Jeffries with watermelons. Koch didn't say what you said he said. He said, anyone who threatens Israel, I would never support.
Okay.
That's what Koch says, and that's you.
We're going to bring in the other candidates. I want you to tell me, and we'll do this 60 seconds and keep it a real 60 seconds. What would you do as far as bringing people together around this particular issue, which has brought people into the streets and caused so much controversy in New York?
Errol, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe, no matter who they are. As City Council Speaker, I have allocated millions of dollars to combat anti-Semitism. As mayor, I will fully fund to protect all New Yorkers, something that our current mayor has not done. We're going to fully fund the Commission on Human Rights to make sure that we are taking care of all of the citizens of the city of New York. Right now, that commission is significantly understaffed. 20% of their headcount is lacking. And as mayor, I'm going to make sure that that headcount is appropriate and that we are truly looking forward to unifying this city. Anti-Semitism has grown and it is at its peak in New York City. That is unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to everyone on this stage. And it is something that as mayor, we are going to unify this city once and for all and treating everyone as equals.
Mr. Lander.
I am a proud Jewish New Yorker, and raising these two beautiful Jewish kids in this city is one of the great joys of my life. It's remarkable what a haven New York City has been, and I'm going to fight like hell to keep it that way. You can't have to look over your shoulder every time you go to a Jewish communal event like in D.C. and Boulder, and I will keep Jews safe, and I will keep Muslims and everyone else safe. I was at a mosque for Eid last week up in the Bronx of Ghanaian and Nigerians beautifully out in the street. That's the New York City we want. Many Sundays, I go to Union Square for a vigil with Israelis for peace, who are calling for a return of the hostages, for an end to the war in Gaza, a real ceasefire, for the famine to be ended by humanitarian aid. I believe passionately in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state, but for that to be real, the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza has to end, and Israelis and Palestinians have to find a way to peace and mutual self-determination. That is not the job of the mayor of New York City, but what a mayor can do is set a model for how you bring people together.
Mr. Mari.
Part of the magic of our city, what makes our city so beautiful, the reason that people come here from all over the world, is that you can be your full self and be able to walk down the street and not feel like you are threatened by violence. You can live out your entire being, pray to who you want to pray to, go to whatever religious setting you want to, and you should have the protection of this city. We have seen, over the past few years, an unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism, and we must deal with that head on. We must be unequivocal about how we deal with it. But the role of the mayor is to keep everyone safe. And that is what my plan is. I want to restore the funding for the Office to Prevent Hate Crime. I want to ensure that our Commission on Human Rights has all the personnel that it needs to. I want to extend education so that all of our New Yorkers understand the rich Jewish history, but we also have to ensure that Muslims feel protected in this city as well, that we have their back as well. That is what makes New York City, New York City. That's the kind of city that I'm going to lead.
Okay. Mr. Stringer.
Canned responses. A lot of this is just gonna, it's like, this is a virtue signal section for every single candidate.
Well, let me be very clear. I am not confused about what I believe in or who I am. I am a Zionist. I believe in the Jewish state of Israel. I'm against BDS. It's anti-Semitic. And my wife works at the Jewish Museum, Jewish Heritage Museum, which is a living memorial to the Holocaust. So when I found, as we all did, the horror of what happened in Washington, the Jewish Museum, I really thought about my wife going to work and coming home. And I thought about my Jewish kids, two kids who, one just bar mitzvahed, and I worry about them. And as mayor, I'm going to protect the Jewish community. But here's what a mayor really has to do. We've got to go back to what I used to do when I was controller and borough president. When the Muslim community called me and said, we've had people killed outside our mosque. We need you to be there to support us. I was there. When people were being slurred Muslims because of 9/11, and prejudice was happening all over the city, as one of the highest-ranking Jewish officials.
I don't understand how BDS is anti-Semitic, because I think the argument is that the people going out of their way to organize divestment campaigns from Israel for its human rights abuses, but aren't doing it for any other nation, are singling out Israel and having a double standard for the Jewish state. And so that's always counted as like anti-Semitic, because they're being held to a standard that we don't hold to any other state too, but that's not even true.
I was there. When we needed to bring halal food into the public school system, I brought the Muslim community and the Jewish community together in the controller's office. It was a UN moment, and we brought the city together. That's what a mayor has to do.
Okay. Mr. Tilson.
Yeah.
I want to be the mayor who ends the chaos, not globalize the intifada. I'm part of New York's Jewish community through my wife and 3 daughters. We've been members of Central Synagogue for 25 years, and I can tell you, New Yorkers, Jewish New Yorkers, don't feel safe. In the audience today are 2 Columbia University students, both Jewish, David and Maya. They have had their education disrupted, have been harassed, cursed at. David's twin brother, also at Columbia, was punched in the face by one of these mobs. And I hold the people inciting these mobs, the leaders, yes, Zohran Mamdani, partly responsible for this. And when you use words like accusing the only...
Wait, what? Hold on.
And I hold the people inciting Columbia. They have had their education disrupted, have been harassed, cursed at. David's twin brother, also at Columbia, was punched in the face by one of these mobs. And I hold the people inciting these mobs, the leaders, yes, Zohran Mamdani, partly responsible for this. And
oh my God.
You use words like accusing the only...
Zohran, why did you cause his son to get punched in the face at Columbia University?
When you use words referring to the only Jewish state in the world, like genocide and apartheid, when you call for divestment and all, that is...
He's like a walking meme, like literally saying that drawing attention to war crimes and genocide in Israel is anti-Semitic.
Inciting these mobs, and he says shared sense of humanity and all these nice sounding words, but he has a double standard, because if you search his Twitter feed, 15,000 tweets, Sudan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia don't appear, yet the word Israel appears more than 50 times, the word genocide appears more than 26 times, so that tells you where his heart is.
Okay. Briefly. I am being smeared for echoing the same words as Israeli historians Amos Goldberg and Daniel Blattman. I am being mischaracterized on the stage for echoing the same words of a former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, who said recently, "What we are doing in Gaza is a war of devastation. It is indiscriminate, limitless, cruel, and criminal killing of civilians." I say these things because far too often we take what can be a place of disagreement and instead start to broach beyond that. And these kinds of characterizations, they are part and parcel of what leads to the dehumanization in our city, which is why an elected official in our own city has called for me to be deported. It cannot be disentangled from what's going on right now.
Okay.
Wait, who called for that?
And these kinds of characterizations, they are part and parcel of what leads to the dehumanization in our city, which is why an elected official in our own city has called for me to be deported. It cannot be disentangled from what's going on right now.
Okay.
Thank you, candidate.
Thank you. This next question is about education. As mayor, you would be leading the largest public school system in the country with more than 900,000 students, all with differing needs. Mr. Tilson, you made education your campaign's focus, one of its focuses, and have been critical of the current performance of the city's public school system. One of the new challenges the next mayor will face is a new requirement to limit the number of students in the class. How would your administration handle this class size bill?
I oppose this class size mandate. It's going to balloon the already $40 billion budget by about $1.6 billion a year. And this has been tried around the country, and it is one of the least effective ways. It does not move the needle on student achievement, because while, of course, all of us want smaller class sizes, everything being equal, in fact, that benefit is offset by the requirement to suddenly hire thousands of teachers who are less experienced and less qualified than existing teachers. And so the benefit from lower class size is offset by less experienced, less qualified teachers. And guess which students get those teachers? It is disproportionately low-income minority kids. This class size mandate would not only hurt our budget, but hurt those children. So I've dedicated my adult life to trying to reduce the educational inequalities in our system as one of the founders of Teach for America, on the board of KIPP charter schools for more than 20 years. And I will put the interests of kids first in a system that, by and large, today runs for the benefit of adults.
Great, thank you. Ms. Adams, same question, the class size bill. How you would handle as mayor the class size bill?
Yeah, thank you very much. No matter how we feel about the class size mandate, it is the mandate. So it is something that we have to follow. I too believe that, as one coming from Southeast Queens, I was education chairperson of my community board, and I can tell you that I walked into many a classroom over the past 15 years or so and have seen the effects of too many students crammed in one classroom. So that is a mandate. It is a mandate for a reason. What we need to look at, though, is the allocation of funds within the DOE. The DOE has the largest budget within New York City of all agencies, and we need to take a look at that money, and we need to make sure that our children are the recipients of the resources within the DOE. Sometimes there are contracts, there are other things going towards the DOE, creating that inflated budget, but we have to make sure that our children are truly the recipients of that massive DOE budget.
Thank you. Mr. Myrie, same question.
So as many of you probably already know, I'm a proud public school kid, went to PS 161 in Crown Heights. They are the crown jewel of this city. I would not be here without it. I think it's really important that we invest in our schools. The reduction of class sizes was something I was proud to vote for in the state legislature because we know and the data tells us that smaller class sizes have better outcomes for the students and for the teachers. But I'd also like to see some more investment in our mental health for our students. We have not appreciated what has happened over COVID-19, the learning loss that is going to have impacts for many years to come. We have to support our students. We have to support our providers. And in addition to that, y'all know what I'm going to say, one after school for all. Every kid in this city, from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, we need it, and we need it now. That is what I'm going to do as the next mayor.
Thank you. And this is another education issue. This question will be for you, Mr. Mamdani. What's one thing you would do to improve education for students with significant or complex abilities who can't be served by their neighborhood schools?
No, I think first and foremost, we need to ensure that they also have high-quality tutoring, which we've seen some steps towards. Part of this also comes back to the ability to attract and retain teachers across the DOE. And currently what we're seeing is that on this discussion of class size mandate, we would need to hire estimates, say, close to 10,000 teachers. When we're talking about paraprofessionals, we have so many vacant positions because these positions simply do not pay enough. I support legislation in the council 1261, which would create a recurring annual bonus so that we can actually fill those positions. Because ultimately, what every child and what every parent of that child deserves is the same high-quality, excellent public education. And we need to ensure that every single dollar we spend is a dollar that goes towards that. Because as some of my fellow candidates have said, there is too much money in the DOE that is currently being spent on consulting and contracts that are duplicative, that are not standardized, and that could actually be redirected back into the classroom to ensure that every single child is receiving that education.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, the same question.
Well, I'm the candidate on the stage who has real skin in the game. I have 2 kids in middle school right now, and I see what overcrowded classrooms mean to them and to their friends. And so the bottom line is, if you want quality education, you got to have smaller class sizes. And I have to tell you, you go to parent-teacher night and you talk to the teachers, they know about every child. They know about our kids and all the kids. They do an amazing job, but you know what? 40% of them are leaving after 5 years because we're not retaining them. We're not training them. We're not uplifting them. Tier 6 that Andrew Cuomo did was the death knell for them leaving. I was somebody who believed as controller that managing their pensions actually kept them in the system, and I did that well. But in terms of what I audited at DOE, it is a cesspool. Contracts, secret deals, pay to play, we're going to upend that when I'm mayor. I know where the bodies are buried.
Okay, like, see, now he's clarifying this answer because that was the department that he gave when they asked, like, what would you target for first if you wanted to actually improve the budget? But just it was like, I don't even know why he did that without clarifying what he meant better.
But education is the lifeblood of this city, and we need to give parents the resources they need because every kid has something. Every kid needs a little extra, and the kids with parents who have resources, they get it. But the kids who don't struggle, and I want to stop that and end that.
Thank you. Continuing on with education for Mr. Cuomo, over the last decade, the expansion of free pre-K and 3K has been used by hundreds of thousands of New York families. But there have been issues with implementation and even critics who say other educational initiatives should be prioritized. What would be your administration's commitment to these programs?
Well, we pioneered pre-K on the state side, and we're very proud of it. The more we can do, the better. But let's be realistic about education. We all agree, and you've heard many good ideas here. We want more paraprofessionals, more teacher centers, more after-school care, smaller class size. But we also have a terrible fiscal problem, and this is before the Trump tsunami. So if the state is going to mandate a smaller class size, and we can say, let's agree it's a good idea, the state has to pay for a smaller class size. Otherwise, we're just going to be savaging other parts of the budget. And part of the mayor's job is to advocate for New York City and to have state legislators say, we think it's a great idea, here's the mandate, you must do it, but we're not going to fund it is disingenuous. There's an old
I have more viewers. Thank you for the raid, whoever raided me.
Expression, passing the buck without passing the bucks. Yes, smaller class size. Please help us fund it so we don't savage other parts of education.
Thank you. Mr. Lander.
My mom is here, who's a lifelong public elementary school guidance counselor, and both my kids are pre-K to 12 New York City public school students. The New York Times opinion panel today specifically praised my education track record, and what's needed.
Sorry. Thank you for subscribing, your boy Greg.
Is clarity that lower class size, that better student-teacher ratios are good, and a way to get it done. Andrew is actually right that more money is needed from the state, and I've documented how much as controller. and said, here's how we're going to go about doing it. We should start in those schools that are low income and highly kids of color and get class size done there. We should do collaborative team teaching, especially to make sure we can provide extra services for students with special needs. There are some amazing models of school mergers like Brooklyn 305 United. The next mayor can reduce class size and dramatically improve schooling for all our kids.
Thank you all so much.
I want to ask a different kind of public safety question. Mr. Stringer, you go first in this round. The city says there were 252 traffic deaths last year. That's a far cry from zero, as in the name Vision Zero that Mayor de Blasio gave to the city's initiative on this. What would you do, then we'll go down the row, to get us much closer to zero traffic fatalities?
Well, look, I think that we have to own up to the fact that Vision Zero needs a lot more vision and a lot more safety protocols in place. We need to have dedicated bike lanes, but we also have to have zero tolerance for people who are abusing this privilege and using bikes and e-bikes on the sidewalks. You can be pro-transit, pro-bike lane, but also pro-safety. We put kids' lives in danger and seniors. So I would certainly revisit education and making sure we have zero tolerance for that interference to reduce deaths. The other thing I want to just say as an elected official, we have a lot of elected officials, my friend Brad is one of them, that goes to every Vision Zero press conference and then talks about the tragedies that befall these kids, but yet racks up speeding tickets and then says, I'm sorry. We have got to, as mayor, saying to the politicians who get the placards, I will pull those placards if you show up at a Vision Zero press conference.
Mr. Lander,
and you
your
violate my
response to that and your answer to the question.
Yesterday, I was proud to be endorsed by Streets PAC, which is the set of people who have been fighting against traffic violence for decades. I haven't gotten a speeding ticket in 4 years.
That's
so
good.
Scott Stringer can talk all he wants. But what I will do, this is my time, Scott. What I will do is re-implement. I passed as a city council member the Reckless Driver Accountability Act, which looked at those folks who are the most reckless drivers, the most speed violations, the most red light violations.
And you on the list.
Your attention span is insane. Some of these non-answers make me daydream.
Would impound their car unless they actually started.
I'm not gonna lie, my eyes do glaze over a little bit on the back and forth between the candidates that have very little chance of winning.
To improve. Eric Adams let it expire, even though there's good evidence it was working. I'll expand it to make sure it's in all of our traffic courts, get it back in place. Well, Vision Zero we can have in New York City, zero traffic deaths. That's infrastructure improvements on our streets, and that's holding reckless drivers accountable.
Mr. Mamdani, I'll add another wrinkle from a listener to my show who submitted this question on pedestrian safety. Mopeds, e-bikes, and scooters are out of control and pose a danger, but what specifically can be done to get them to obey traffic laws? So what would your response to the original question and that listener be?
All in 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Elizabeth, for the question, if you are listening right now. I'll take that first. The key thing here is we have to understand that so many of the violations of our laws as pertaining to our streetscape are also violations that are the natural result of an economic model of these food delivery apps. When we're talking about so many of the delivery workers, the orders that they have to deliver within a time frame, there's no way for them to be able to obey the laws of the road. And one of those apps is DoorDash. DoorDash has given Andrew Cuomo Super PAC $1 million. That is why when you get those mailers that are lying about me, you see the top 3 donors at the bottom, one of them is DoorDash. The reason they give that money is because they want to influence labor and street safety regulations. They want to ensure they can continue to operate with impunity. I'm going to ensure we come back to a streetscape that is actually one of coherence and order, and we're going to do that by taking on those apps. To your original question, what we need to do is finally fulfill the streets master plan. We are so many miles behind the building of bus lanes and protected bike lanes. Those are critical, not just for safety, but also to ensure that we are finally following the law, which is something that Andrew Cuomo would find to be just guidance, not a requirement.
Mr. Cuomo, your turn.
Yeah.
I have experience. He's a socialist. He's too young.
I think Mr. Mamdani starts with the assumption that if you receive money from someone, then you will do what they want. That may work for him, but I'm not for rent and I'm not for sale.
You're going to declare a winner at the end? I already know my winner is like Zohran. I think he's done the best so far.
So we wonder.
But Lender has done better than I thought he would.
Funding DSA and who's funding his BDS movement. On the specific
Israel,
question,
BDS, Israel, BDS.
Yeah. On the specific question, if I could do it again, I passed the law on e-bikes in Albany. Legislature passed it also, but I signed it. We left it up to local regulation. That was a mistake because here in New York City, the local regulation has been slow. The bikes are moving too quickly. It's mayhem. Too many people are getting hurt. I would have the apps responsible to license the bike and They have the responsibility for tickets that are issued to that bike. It's their financial liability. They police it. I would reduce the speed limit down to 15 miles per hour, period. Because if you're riding a city bike, you are as much a subject of the speeding e-bike as anybody else.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
Yes. The thing that no one is speaking about, when you're looking at planning, there is a city agency that is responsible for that. They are called the DOT. So, you know, as leader of the city council, we have been in oversight with the DOT many, many, many times. And as one of my colleagues mentioned, they are not in compliance with the streets master plan. The agency
like, for a second, I was like, DOT, Department of Transportation, probably.
By the mayor of the city of New York is not in compliance. And we have had hearing after hearing after hearing. The bottom line is that DOT needs some tweaking in order for us to get this right. So my commissioner as mayor would be one that is able to handle the work put before him or her to do the work that the Department of Transportation is mandated to do for the people of the city of New York. They wanted the responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe, and as mayor, it would be my responsibility to make sure that they are in compliance.
We have Mr. Myrie and Mr. Tilson yet to go in this round. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. Look, I am in relatively good shape. I'm on my feet a lot. I'm a pedestrian, but I have had to dodge out of the way of an e-bike or a moped. And if you are an older adult, that is a really scary prospect. So without question, there has to be regulation, but the demand is created by us. And the apps that are making many, many, many times over on that demand should have some responsibility and accountability to ensure that things are safe. As you have heard, we are out of compliance with the law. There are new categories of vehicles on our streets that need to be regulated, and our streets master plan must be implemented. I want to ensure that we have protected bike lanes and that we have more bus lanes. But I was proud in Albany to vote for a super speeder bill because we have too many reckless drivers on the road who have done and demonstrated that they don't belong on the road.
We're coming to the end of the debate. Mr. Tilson, briefly.
Yes, I was almost death number 253 last year. I was hit on my bike crossing Park Avenue, and so I ride my bike almost every day in the city. I agree completely
Thank you for subscribing, Toxoplasmopus.
Ms. Elnor, about these super speeders. As far as I'm concerned, there cannot be enough of these cameras that automatically catch and ticket people who run red lights and who are speeders. And I think we can use technology both for e-bikes and for cars that speed gate.
Oh, I just saw this on YouTube. Mr. Braindead1, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Textually Active. Please enjoy your sub. It comes with emotes.
So I actually am glad to see that Mayor Adams recently adopted something I've been calling for months, that e-bikes cannot go faster. It has to be built into the bike, cannot go faster than 15 miles an hour. And anyone who's a chronic speeder, you can revoke their license, of course, but an alternative middle path is you can install technology in the car that does not allow them to break the speed limit.
Thank you very much.
Okay, candidates, we are just about done. We're going to have time for just a couple of lightning round questions because we've got literally something like a minute left. So let's go with a show of hands. Should the city increase the number of permits for street vendors? Hands up are Mr. Tilson and Mr. Stringer and everybody. Okay, across the board. From what you know, and there's no room for discussion here, legal cannabis shops, are they good for the city on balance? Mr. Cuomo says yes. Nobody else?
If they're properly regulated.
Mr. Mamdani, yes. Okay. Oh, boy. You get one of those?
One lightning round question everybody probably wants to know the answer of. Raise your hand if you know who you're ranking second on your ballot.
There you go.
Mr. Tilson, who is it?
Andrew Cuomo.
It's not me.
Nobody else.
I am devastated.
Going to say who you're ranking second? All right.
Should penalties be increased for fare beating in the subways? No?
No hands?
They're not enforced.
I'm assuming fare beating is when you don't pay it what you're supposed to.
Okay, and then I guess who here still reads actual printed newspapers? Everybody.
Wow, boomers. Imagine reading.
Other than rent or mortgage, name one expensive thing in New York you wish was cheaper, very fast.
Other than rent or mortgage? Groceries.
Groceries, Mr. Cuomo.
No, food.
Food, Mr. Lander.
Childcare.
Childcare, Mr. Mamdani.
Childcare.
Mr. Myrie.
Childcare.
Mr. Stringer.
100% childcare.
Mr. Tilson.
Groceries.
And starting with Mr. Tilson, name a politician you have a good relationship with. Quickly.
Cory Booker.
Cory Booker. Mr. Stringer.
Mostly everyone on stage.
Mr. Myrie.
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Mr. Mamdani.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I'm proud to be endorsed by.
Mr. Lander.
State Senator Liz Kruger.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yep. Mike Bloomberg, David Patterson, thank you for the endorsement.
Ms. Adams.
Attorney General Tish James.
Okay. That is going to do it for this debate. I want to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home for watching. If you missed any part of this debate, you can see it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube account. That's where you can also find our other primary debates. Remember, early voting begins this Saturday. Primary day is on June 24th. Thank you for watching and listening, and have a great evening.
Zohran clears, but we knew this. We knew this, obviously. But quick shill. So if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't gone ahead and liked the stream, you should go ahead and do that. If you want to subscribe to me, that will also tell, and hit the bell. That will also tell you when I go live, because I go live practically every single day. If you're watching on YouTube, you should subscribe to me there, and you can get access to an ad-free experience and emotes as well. Unless you're already using ad blocker, then the only benefit is emotes. And if you want to follow me, I'm at straighterate or straighterate_ on everything. And if you like what I have to say, you should donate. You should support me. You should follow the donation link in my chat. Pinned to both my Twitch chat and not pinned to my YouTube chat, but in my YouTube description box. So what are we doing next? Let's see. A good friend who would make you emotes. Just hit me with their ad, because one day I do want to get like custom emotes. Like I like the ones that I have. These are just ones from different Discords that I use a lot that I just put in my page. But let's see, what are we doing next? Okay, actually I'll be right back. And then it'll probably be Asmongold or Ben Shapiro reacting to the LA riots. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I took my dogs out. Or I'm making food? When have I ever made food? When have I ever cooked and made food? Let's see. Okay, let's do... I don't know why, but Ben Shapiro started talking to Dr. Phil over the riots. The riots. I need to stop saying that. They're really not even riots. Are we debating The Office? Office in chat. The Office is great, but parts of it have not aged well, and the humor is old at this point, but was amazing when it was on air. There's like a... The seasons that are good for The Office are fucking great, and then the ones that are bad are really, really bad. And you get hyped up from watching the like earlier seasons thinking like, oh, these later seasons can't be as bad as I remember, right? And then you get into them and you're like, wow, these fucking suck. Okay. So Dr. Phil gives Ben Shapiro the scoop.
Mr. Wonderful here.
Why is my ad block not enabled? I don't know what happened. Am I going to have to get premium? Is this a cosmic sign that I can't avoid paying $15 a month anymore for much longer? So a day ago, Dr. Phil tells Ben Shapiro about the insanity he's seen during the LA riots. So this is a common refrain that happens with conservative media when the news won't report the truth. And by the truth, I mean the narrative that they want to propagate. So instead, rags like the Free Press and the Daily Wire have to go around finding individual accounts of people that are willing to reinforce their beliefs. And in this case, it's Dr. Phil, who apparently is on the ground and who went to the riots and saw it, I guess. Or maybe the anecdote will only be as far as like, I have a channel. Not a channel. I got distracted looking at somebody in chatting Fire channel. I have a local news channel because I live in California, which maybe he does. Does Dr. Phil even live in California? Where does Dr. Phil live? And on that new local news program that I didn't record and I can't get access to, they showed more violence or something. Where does he live, though? It says he was born in Oklahoma, but I sincerely doubt that he lives in Oklahoma. But whatever. Why couldn't Dr. Phil have been one of the Waymos? Will someone please think of the Waymos? So yeah, we're going to take a look at this.
Line to discuss what has been happening in LA and the legacy media's false coverage of what's happening in LA. Dr. Phil McGraw, he is now hosting Dr. Phil
false
Primetime
coverage
on his own network, Merit Street Media, where he stands for common sense and free speech. He was in an ICE ride-along, actually. So, Dr. Phil, what was that like? You were doing a ride-along with ICE when all of this started. What was that?
Like a little kid. Like a 10-year-old little boy going on a ride-along at the age of the rifled age of what? Dr. Phil has to be like 67. I just had it up, but I didn't check his birthday. Dr. Phil is... so he's a 74-year-old man, and we are going on ride-alongs with ICE. Probably in a propeller hat, holding a lollipop, sitting in the back, like pumping his fist in the air, like, yay, we're going to deport illegals.
Well, Ben, one thing that Tom Homan, Homeland Security and ICE want is
that piece of shit
about what they're doing. And I did interview Tom before the operation started, and I was at ICE headquarters in LA to talk about it before it began. I was not embedded with the agents when they made the actual arrest, but I was with Tom himself, and we hung back and let them do what they were doing.
I cannot imagine actually having a personal relationship with Tom Homan. That dude, he is legitimately one of the stupidest people, I think, that has one of the highest positions of government. I don't understand how he's been part of so many administrations. I'm pretty sure even Obama had pointed him to
and
his.
then we got back on the streets when the protests started. And one of the things that I've been impacted by is how different what actually happened is with what's been reported by the legacy media. What actually went down here is this was an interagency operation.
So wipe your mind of anything that you may have seen from a reputable news organization like the Associated Press, the New York Times, NPR, Reuters. Forget all of that and just focus on what Dr. Phil is telling you.
And not all the agencies were involved with every stop on the way, but this involved the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, ATF, ICE, and some of the other agencies. And the one that is getting all the attention, there was a search warrant issued by a federal judge. And as you know, you have to show probable cause to get a search warrant. And so there was a tremendous amount of evidence presented to a federal judge about this one organization that's alleged to be a criminal organization. And the evidence suggested that they had undervalued imports $80 million or more, some of it counterfeit inventory that they had brought in, that they had underpaid tariffs like $17 million. Half of their workforce were illegal immigrants.
For these people, saying alleged is pretty much just a formality because not only do they support Trump, ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, law enforcement, literally just acting on vibes, they don't even care about due process. So even the part of the law that is supposed to actually verify whether or not the allegations against somebody can be proven in a court of law or at least through some sort of legal procedure, that really doesn't matter anymore to these people.
And so they got a search warrant to go in and find out if these things, in fact, were true. And so they executed this search warrant. It wasn't just ICE. And when they did, they found a lot of illegal immigrants in there. And among those were drug traffickers, some with domestic violence, a 55-year-old illegal alien from the Philippines that was convicted of burglary, penetration with a foreign object, assault with attempt to commit a Mexican.
The strategy is that in a country of like over like 400, what are we at? It's not 330 million. Are we at 400 million people? How many people are in the United States? Oh no, it's 340 million. Okay. So about 350 million people. They have found individual anecdotes of people that happen to be, may or may not be, because again, there's no reason to trust anything that these fucking grifters say with respect to somebody's legal status, with respect to if they've actually been credibly accused of a crime or convicted, because they just lie. Like in the case of Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, even though he was literally not part of MS-13, I guarantee you Ben Shapiro somewhere on this channel and also had guests that he invited on this channel went on to act like that was verified or propagate unverified reports of him being a human trafficker or whatever. So there's literally no reason to believe this. But even if I grant it, all you have is like a handful of people that happen to not be here legally or whatever, or are undocumented, who committed a crime in a country of 350 million people. Apparently, this justifies a $1 trillion mass deportation program, which is how much it would eventually cost to implement this program entirely if Trump's big, beautiful bill is put into place and they actually execute the plan the way that they say that they want to.
National with a rap sheet that included shooting up a house and a vehicle with people inside, battery of a spouse or cohabitant, willful cruelty to a child, driving under the influence, assault with a semi-automatic weapon, an illegal alien from Vietnam with a criminal history that included a conviction for second-degree murder. These were not just your moms and dads. And look, nobody questions the humanity of some of the people that come across the border illegally, but that doesn't make them immune from the law. So they made these orderly arrests of those people that were here illegally while they were executing the search warrant. The IRS was involved. They seized a lot of records, and it took 7 or 8 hours to process at these places. And when they came out, people had organized protests. And I don't think these were spontaneous. I think there were clearly activists and agitators out there. But look, Ben.
Again, they're simultaneously bad but fake. Bad but fake. Okay, so they're terrible. These people need to be dealt with. We need to mobilize the National Guard. We need to get the Marines in on this. Against the will of the governors in the states that we want to deploy these troops to. But also, don't worry, because it's just Soros behind this. There's actually no real opposition to Trump and his agenda. So, I like how these people square that in their heads. I will never understand. But this is literally what the Valuetainment crew does. They were doing it last night. Amy Dangerfield specifically, with respect to the LA riots, quote unquote. Now Dr. Phil's doing it. I think he has enough sense, maybe, to know better than to say, like, oh, Soros is funding it, because, I don't know, Ben Shapiro seems heightened to anti-Semitism every now and then. But it's the same thing at the end of the day. He just won't say it. But he is talking about, oh, yeah, they're Soros-funded. They're Soros-funded activists.
They're attacking street agents, ICE agents, throwing rocks off of overpasses, setting their cars on fire. Do they think these agents...
This is literally that claim. This is that claim that I was fighting Pisco on. Hold on. Police chief. How many times do I have to pull this up? The National Review thing. If I just put cinder block, I bet it will come up. This fucking argument that I had with Pisco, he was not willing to say he didn't think it was real. Okay, so after they've deployed the National Guard, after the objections to Gavin Newsom made, we are overwhelmed, says the LAPD police chief, okay? At a Sunday evening press conference last week. Tonight, we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. They'll take a backpack, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it, he continued. They'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at the officers, to throw at the cars and other people. The other article I can't help but bring up is this AP News article from 5 years ago. Talking about the same conspiracies because nothing has changed. They just find slightly different ways to talk about the same conspiracies. But I mean, we've already hit basically these activists are just outside agitators that are funded by someone. He didn't say it, but of course it's always going to lead back to Soros or some other, group of people to blame it on, like cabal of people to blame it on. They say he hires protesters and rents buses to transport them. Some say he has people stash piles of bricks to be hurled into glass storefronts or at police. Again, what does that sound like? What did he just say?
Protest. And I don't think these were spontaneous. I think there were clearly activists and agitators out there. But look, Ben, they're attacking street agents, ICE agents, throwing rocks off of overpasses, setting their cars on fire. Do they think these agents...
The rocks off the overpasses thing. Anytime they're talking about throwing rocks in the face of an agency that is armed to the teeth, completely masked, and acts at the discretion of the executive branch exclusively, because they certainly don't care about anything that a state authority has to say with respect to curtailing their behaviors or anything like that. But we really need to think of the Waymos. We need to think of the Soros-funded activists that oppose dear leader's agenda.
Agents made these laws.
That's a priority.
I don't understand that.
Summer is almost here. That means Dad is firing up the grill for the...
Hell of a gear shift.
And if what they really deliver for life, my co plus free meat for aides were essentially... As you say, the way that the legacy media portrayed the raids themselves was that the raids were essentially just run over to the local Home Depot with an ice van and start loading people in. And what you're saying...
He's so old, he probably thinks rocks are the most dangerous weapon. They were Hamas-funded rocks. He didn't say who funded it. Maybe it wasn't a Soros-funded rock. Did you ever consider it could be a Hamas or Hezbollah-funded rock that was thrown at the glorious ICE agents or LAPD member?
Things that was not the purpose of the original raids in the first place.
No, it was not. And look, this is a thing that they scare these people and say they're going to be treated horribly. I did have an opportunity to be in a federal building when some of these people were brought in, and Ben, they are treated with dignity and respect. They're not thrown into some overcrowded cell. If they're hungry, they're given something.
Oh my God. Wow. How gracious of them. We're really doing a favor around it. Really, when you think about it, we're really doing all of these undocumented and sometimes legal residents a favor by detaining them and putting them in a cage and giving them food and water.
If they're thirsty, they're given something to drink. They're treated they're given due process, and they're treated with dignity and respect. And one of the things that's
not given due process, but okay, dignity and respect, while you are mercilessly and unprovoked, just out of nowhere detained.
Making Tom Homan want to be so transparent is they're giving people an opportunity to avoid all this. There is an app that ICE has where people can choose to self-deport. They're saying, look, if you're in the country illegally and you want to self-deport, you can go to this app, you can register, we'll give you...
To these people, if being in the country illegally is anybody who is not an entirely fully naturalized citizen at this point. That is their definition and standard for what constitutes illegality and an illegal presence within the United States for these people. And then also, it doesn't have to be this way. You could just leave. You could just self-deport.
Time, I don't know if it's 30 days, 60 days.
We're being so kind. You can either sit in the cage or leave. So many choices we have in this country.
Whatever it is to get your affairs in order, we'll get you a plane ticket back to where you came from. When they get there, they give them $1,000 to get back on their feet in the country that they came from so they can get things going again. But look, these are laws that were passed by the elected officials.
I'll bet Dr. Phil gets booked on Gavin Newsom's podcast. Don't say that. But probably true.
Of the people in the part of California that they're now doing these protests. These laws are not suggestions. They're not optional. They weren't passed by the officers on the street. They were passed.
Oh, so Trump is just got it. So he has no choice but to carry out this program in this specific way. We're just abiding by the law. If you have a problem with it, take it up with your local congressional representative. Oh, wait, when you try to do that, Trump's going to ignore them because he doesn't give a fuck about any hearing from any state admin that's going to disagree with them.
By the legislators that they elected. If they don't like them, then change the law. I get it. If you don't like it and maybe they're not the best laws, then change them. But don't attack federal officers that are out there on the street or you're going to jail.
So, Dr. Phil, one of the lines that's been used by the Democrats and, again, some of the legacy media is that really there's nothing big going on the streets in Los Angeles at all, that this was all ginned up by the Trump administration in order to polarize the debate, that these are all peaceful protesters. There's no violence. There's no graffiti. There's no crime actually going on.
Violence, graffiti and violence in this context, again, graffiti. Spray painting fuck ICE on a slab of concrete, that's violence. Disrupting the livelihood of people that have been in the country for years, have families, friends, work jobs, contribute to the economy, contribute to systems that they don't even get to reap the benefits of, even though they are contributing to them, like fucking Social Security. Their surprise detainment and forcible removal without proper due process, that's not violent, apparently, because they also have the gracious option of self-deporting.
And that it's all being played up. What did you actually see in LA?
Well, I can tell you that there were law enforcement vehicles that were set afire. There were dozens of people on overpasses that were throwing rocks, scooters that you can pick up and use around the city, throwing those down, breaking out windshields. They were throwing full bottles of water at federal agents, all kinds of projectiles, whatever they could find, hitting these people. Look, this is assault with a deadly weapon. They were throwing rocks as
will someone think of the cops?
As footballs, or certainly as big as softballs.
He just did this and said like a rock as big as a football.
I mean, as much as you can get your hand around and launch, it could clearly kill somebody if they hit them in the right place. They were setting things on fire. Look, LA's had enough problems with fire. You saw what happened in Altadena. You saw what happened in the Palisades, and it's dry out there, and they're setting things on fire. And Ben, this is not a negotiation for justice. This is a demand for surrender. I heard people on loudspeakers as late as last night demanding that these people be released en masse. That's never going to happen. Calling for the abolishment of ICE. That's never going to happen.
You're never going to be able to abolish a department that's been around for how long again? Oh, less than like 2 decades? Something that literally was a product of 9/11. Cool.
What do you suppose would happen if they said, "Hey, okay, look, we'll just end mass."
I can't even understate the fucking irony hearing a person like this, who I'm sure has no shortage of footage on their YouTube channel or on social media, simping for Elon Musk, revolutionizing the government, dismantling and gutting the administrative state with no congressional oversight, just an unelected billionaire literally appointed by Donald Trump to just completely rape the federal government. See, we can't get rid of ICE, but Elon Musk can somehow gut all of these different agencies, and that works. How do you think they square that one?
Release these people, 45 people, 50 people, whatever the final.
Abolishing ICE can happen. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if more and more Democrats start incorporating that into their platform with the amount of backlash that we're seeing just now in the first, what? Are we even 6 months out from Trump's... Probably. I'm so bad at time. Since his inauguration.
The number is...
the first 200 days, certainly.
We'll just release...
And you're seeing this much, opposition and disagreement, which, there were they collected stats and data on how many people approved of mass deportations. And it was a shocking amount of Americans. It was I think the highest figure that I saw was 60 or 70% approved of mass deportations. But when you... The same amount of people opposed it when you actually described how the program had to be executed logistically. And you're literally seeing that play out. So Trump gets elected. He has a popular mandate to put in place his illegal mass deportation program that's incredibly expensive. But all these same people, I'm sure plenty of people that voted for him even, don't like the way that they're actually going about doing the mass deportations. We're 7 days away from 5 months. Okay, well... 5 months in, and you have the mobilization of some of the largest protests that we've seen. This weekend is the No Kings protest, and that's going to be in 50 states. There's going to be thousands and thousands of Americans out on the streets across all 50 states protesting just to say how much they fucking hate Trump. And then there was another one. What is it? It was it was called Clown something. Hold on. If I put clown protest, will Google know what I'm talking about? It was this. Anti-Trump clown protests planned across America. This is not a joke. Protesters planning demonstrations during Trump's birthday military parade have been urged to wear clown outfits and other festive attire as they mock the spectacle in Washington on Saturday. After a week of clashes in LA, activists have also ramped up safety workshops, de-escalation tactics, and first aid training to avoid violent confrontations with authorities. So this will either be incredibly cringe or very, very funny. So I look forward to seeing it. There will be no in between.
Since you guys are upset, that's not going to happen. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are siding with these protesters. They took an oath to support the Constitution.
Wow. Can you believe that Gavin Newsom, who told Trump multiple times, I do not want or need the National Guard, do not mobilize them, is siding with his constituents and his office over the Trump administration? A Democrat, no less. Crazy. Or Karen Bass, again, mayor of LA. Can't believe she doesn't want the same thing. It's insane.
United States and enforce the laws on the books. And they're not doing that. I don't see how they can look themselves in the mirror when they've taken the oath to support the Constitution of the United States and enforce the laws. And you can't nullify federal law with local resistance. It just doesn't work that way. Just because locally there are a small group of people that don't like it, so they're just going to negate federal law, that doesn't work.
Well, Dr.
I love the states' rights crowd. Suddenly, they're trivializing that there is internal opposition within California and LA to the moves that the Trump administration is trying to do, which is unambiguously federal overreach. Suddenly, these states, all the people that are like, oh, states' rights, that's paramount, that takes priority against the tyrannical federal government, are the people now saying that you don't really get to you don't get a say in the state of affairs in your state. Fuck you, because federal supremacy.
Phil, really appreciate your time and your insight. from on the ground in LA. Thanks so much.
Ben Shapiro just lets him yap. He did not even, there was like not a single disagreement there. He didn't even say or push back on anything. There was no challenge. It was just like, wow, tell me more. Like, this is the psycho who they're both quoting. Hold on.
About that from day one. We're going to force immigration on. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctuary cities. When we can't get the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail, they release him to the street. Well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others that are in the United States illegally, may not be a criminal target, but guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy and other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood, they force us in the neighborhood. This is what happens.
Well, that sort of action there, you described.
So this hot dog necked motherfucker is the one running the show in this country with respect to the mass deportation program. He literally sounds like a fucking imbecile. He is an imbecile and is just outright saying, like, yeah, we're going after some criminals, but if other people that we suspect to be illegal are nearby, why don't we round them up? You know, why not?
Has met with a lot of pushback from local officials, the mayor of Los Angeles, and the governor, who's also very critical of the National Guard being deployed, suggesting that's provoking some of these clashes. It's sort of it is a rarely used maneuver by the president of the United States to deploy National Guard members like this over the objections of the governor to the city streets. So, Mr. Holman, were you part of the decision-making process to deploy the National Guard? What is your response to those in that state who say they're only making the situation worse?
Then they should have taken action the last 2 days while the city burned. I mean, he waited over 2 days for all this violence to say he had an unlawful assembly. I mean, I was there when 1,000 protesters were.
Again, I can believe that Trump appointed this motherfucker. I cannot believe Obama appointed this guy. It's insane to me.
Surrounding the federal
to have learned that.
Breaching that federal building, putting our officers at risk, putting the illegal aliens to be arrested and are in custody at risk. It was out of control. So I support President Trump's decision on deploying the National Guard. They're there to protect property and life, not just of law enforcement officers you see being attacked the last couple.
So this is the only, they mentioned this on Her Take yesterday, but I didn't know what the other one was. There has only been 2 instances of the National Guard being deployed to a state against the will of that state's leadership or governor. You have LA in 2025 for this. And then the other one was the enforcement of integration in schools post Brown v. Board of Education. That was the other one.
Days to protect citizens too. So if they fail,
like one of those but to these people, I'm sure they would have thought that was unjustified if they'd been alive at that time. And they think this one's justified.
We control that city and we're there. We're going to do everything we can to protect our buildings, protect our officers. And so calling out the National Guard, I think is the right thing to do. I was on the ground. Governor Newsom wasn't. I've seen this for the first couple of days. He didn't. So I think President Trump made the right decision deploying the National Guard to protect life and property. That's exactly what they're doing. And these people that
in that order,
you can call them protesters. Many are
property and life.
Many are not. Many are criminals. We had an incident where someone threw a Molotov cocktail at a law enforcement officer. Now,
it's so insane that they cherry pick a single incident of a violent crime or a misdemeanor, a civil offense, graffiti. And this is spoken in the same sentence that they're justifying the deployment of the National Guard, the mobilization of different parts of the military, people that are literally trained for foreign combat, not domestic law enforcement.
We just seen.
But there was a Molotov cocktail thrown, and there was a Waymo that was set on fire or had its tires slashed. So therefore, all of this is just explained by that.
Recently, what a Molotov cocktail can do. So what I've said I've been attacked for a comment a couple of days ago. The rhetoric keeps continuing. The violence keeps continuing. It's a matter of time before someone loses their life. So using throwing a Molotov cocktail officer can certainly be met with deadly force. The rhetoric has to stop. People have to stop calling ICE terrorists and criminals and racists because you're there enforcing the laws enacted by Congress, signed by a president. And that's exactly what ICE is doing. They're enforcing the law. They're not making this up. They're trying to make everyone safer, one illegal criminal at a time.
You know, we should say officials there, Governor Mayor, also the commissioner of the LAPD, says that the vast majority of protesters there have been peaceful.
We're going to force immigration on.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen his answer to that question, though. They threw back the fucking thing and it wasn't even a Molotov cocktail. I mean, there's no reason for me to believe even their silly, like, anecdotes, unless they prove it. Like, this is the type of shit that they're justifying.
Oh my God, I can't.
Of course, they don't engage with this, or to the extent that they do, they're like, yeah, I voted for this. It's epic. It's awesome. And this is what the, what is it? The dispersals look like? Oh, wait, wrong one. This is just people marching. I mean, it is telling that, like, Ben Shapiro, rather than having footage to actually show of all of these supposed widespread riots, you have to get Dr. Phil on. You have to get this rich millionaire, like, TV doctor to come tell you. Because if it were actually happening, they would have no shortage of footage of it. But no. They explained what was happening to children as if they were adults and left them to fend for themselves. I mean, they fed them, and they're giving these 5-year-olds the option to self-deport. That's the other thing, is that they are trying to prey on people's ignorance about who is being rounded up and deported. Because you mostly, like, when you think about somebody getting deported, you probably think of an adult. You probably think of a man, honestly. But it's families. It's not just kids. It's people that are being told, that are being detained, and even if they're let go, they're given a hearing and they're told to come back and bring their kids with them, which obviously signals deportation. So let's see what Mr. Timmy Pool has to say about all this.
Mr. Wonderful here.
Surely he's going to condemn the federal overreach and the breach of the freedom of assembly and free speech, right? Right, guys? This was 3 days ago. Trump doubles National Guard in LA. Riots pop up across U.S. And this was with Lauren Boebert.
LA police confront protesters as Trump doubles the National Guard deployment. We've got numerous videos of clashes across this country. Let me go back and see if we've got this video out of Dallas of people fighting with police.
Not going to back.
Did Boebert drop out as well?
From Los Angeles, because they almost want to make an example of Los Angeles. And the conversations that were happening in the Situation Room with Homeland Security officials, Pentagon officials over the course of the day, that was the resounding message from a top aide of President Trump, Stephen Miller, which is, we are not going to back down from Los Angeles. And while this may not be Los Angeles,
She did. I didn't know this. Boebert dropped out of high school during her senior year in 2004 when she had a baby. I knew that she had a kid very young, but I didn't realize it was in high school. She earned a GED in 2020, a month before her first election primary. Oy, oy, oy. I'm not judging her for that. I'm judging her for being a Republican.
the example that they're trying to show is that they are not going to back down from any of these cases. In fact, Homeland Security Secretary tonight on Fox saying they're going to arrest and charge protesters who are assaulting officers. So this is happening in real time, and it is the clash also, Caitlin, of immigration and law and order.
We actually have right now in this country prominent political forces, SEIU leader charged with conspiracy to impede an officer for protesting ICE raid, stopping immigration enforcement. The law of this country, an extremely popular issue for Donald Trump, CNN top analyst, revealing that Americans support Trump on immigration, and yet political forces are spreading.
Wait, what is this? This is Daily Mail. CNN's top data analysts reveal how Americans really feel about President Donald Trump's approach to immigration after the president sent federal troops to LA. This is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. That's the thing. Hold on. Trump, if I put like underwater, yeah. So this was May 16th. Donald Trump approval rating now underwater on nearly every issue. Okay, but what's the one issue he wasn't completely underwater on? Of course, border security. But does this really look like border security to people? Is this what they're thinking when they think increased border security? Because these are not just, we're not just sending more people to deal with the influx of people that are trying to enter the country or whatever, or deal with processing or stuff related to like detention facilities. No, it's nothing like that. We're talking about ICE just being let out onto the fucking streets of California and like going to find random people to pick up and potentially detain. So this is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. Harry Eaton said on air Monday while comparing his minus 21 approval rating in June 2017, which he conveniently leaves out, to his current +1 rating on the issue. Again, not overall performance, just the issue. It's gone up like a rocket now versus 8 years ago during Trump's first term, he explained. There's no issue on which Trump is doing so much better than he was his first term, more than the issue of immigration.
Revealing that Americans support Trump on immigration, and yet political forces are spreading riots and violence. What we have...
Political forces, hold on, what is this?
Immigration, and yet political forces...
SEIU leader charged with conspiracy to impede officer for protesting ICE raid. David Huerta faces federal charge after interfering with Trump admin's immigration enforcement operation. What the hell? Hold on. What is SEIU? Service Employees International Union, a labor union representing 2 million workers in over 100 occupations in the U.S., Canada, and Puerto Rico.
Forces top analyst.
So he flashes that headline. He doesn't actually get into the contents of the article. He just flashes the headline. And his editorialization for that single headline is what?
Revealing that Americans support Trump on immigration, and yet political forces are spreading riots and violence.
Political forces are spreading riots and violence. Again, by political forces, we're talking about a grassroots union organization that has over 2 million people part of it, and a leader of one of the chapters of that organization that operates in 3 different countries and represents millions of people, but still, we're still just talking about one person, is not even indicted, but charged. As in, the state thinks that they may be guilty of something. Has that been proven in a court of law? No, it hasn't. Which he always is quick to point out that when people bring up all the fucking money that he took from a private Russian billionaire, oh, but that never actually went to court. Nobody actually filed any went through with any charges, so I'm scot-free, aka innocent until proven guilty. But with this, we're going to assume that we're supposed to take the word of what? The Trump admin? Because he interfered with ICE or whatever. This guy is like going to get in trouble. And this is the political forces that be. What Trump's doing is like apolitical. What this guy was doing represents the manufacturing of consent, I guess, to dissuade Americans from having humanity for people within their community that risk deportation for no reason all of a sudden.
What we have now coming up this weekend is mass rallies across this country that many fear will descend into riots, all for what the American people elected Trump to do. These people that are riding on the back end of an 80-20 issue, as they are with most things. So we're going to be joined by Rep. Lauren Boebert. Let me grab the link here, boot it up, get it rolling. And it always takes a quick second to get it loaded up. I believe we have it going. Can you hear me, Rep. Boebert?
Yes, I can.
Hey, let me control the volume there a little bit. How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for joining me. We've got videos coming out that the LA riots are not just in LA. We had arrests yesterday in Dallas, protests in Austin. There's somewhere of 16, I think, protests across this country. And it's shocking to me because this is what the American people elected Trump to do. Immigration was the second most popular issue. And we had the mayor of LA outright saying that it was the immigration enforcement raids that incited the violence. So I'm curious your take on everything that's going on, where we should go, what should be happening.
Yes, well, we all know that Los Angeles is the largest sanctuary city in America. And then, of course, California's policies at a state level don't help much. So you have Mayor Bass and you have Governor Newsom, who are absolutely running California and Los Angeles into the ground. You have members of Congress who are showing up and harassing law enforcement officers, federal agents.
What she is like trying to fearmonger is, again, she's talking about people that were democratically elected by the citizens of that state and city. And because in her view, as a representative from another state entirely and supporter of the Trump administration, that justifies federal overreach to the point that you're intruding on the rights of state's administration and government to conduct itself how it sees fit, given the democratic mandate that it has.
Local police, and they are discouraging.
Which, to be clear, is completely in line with the law. They are not breaking domestic laws. It's not illegal to be a sanctuary city. They are not required to cooperate with these forces. But of course, the unspoken assumption to this audience and what's coming out of these people's mouths is that the Dems are like breaking all of these different laws and constitutional like rights, although they care about that in these countries, and that Trump is liberating them, I guess.
President Trump from delivering on the mandate that he was given when he was elected by an overwhelming majority here in the last election. So these Democrats have invited crime. We see the looting that is going on. The poor store owners can't even do anything about it because of the policies in California. And it is not ICE or the presence thereof of ICE or them actually doing their job and removing illegal aliens from our country that is provoking all of this chaos. Of course, you were seeing the uprisings all throughout the country now in certain larger Democrat-run cities. And I expect to see even more of those because this is what happens. It's like Summer of Love Part 2. So President Trump should not back down. If anything, he needs to be more
God forbid it'd be the Summer of Love Part 2.
Strict on Mexico and on their president, who is saying that they don't.
I guess it's supposed to be like these fucking hippies. Who do they think they are?
Want to pay needs to be more strict on Mexico and on their president, who is saying that they don't want to pay any tax on remittance. So we hear this argument all the time from the left. Well, who's going to do these jobs for us? And, they're just here. They're just good people and they want to pay their taxes and they want to work. Well, yeah, they're also sending their money out of the United States and sending it down to Mexico. So we need to be taxing that. That's long overdue. Charlie Kirk even talked about that yesterday. But in all of it.
Wow. If even Charlie Kirk is saying another, agreeing with you. Even this far-right pundit agrees with me. Cool.
President Trump is doing exactly what he was elected to do. Overwhelmingly, he was elected because we had an invasion at the southern border. California is a big problem there. It's a big part of that invasion. California, Arizona, and in Texas, we're just overrun here. And so President Trump is doing exactly what he promised by removing these criminal, illegal aliens,
Okay, so, and this is the other thing, is that in the midst of this, there was actually a judge that ruled that what he was attempting to do was illegal. Appeals court pauses, but then there was an appeal, and then they were allowed to continue. So appeals court pauses ruling requiring Trump to return control of California National Guard to state. This was June 13th, so yesterday. Federal appeals court late Thursday paused a ruling that required Donald Trump to return control of members of California's National Guard to the state. Senior U.S. District Judge Charles Breyer had ruled that Trump unlawfully federalized thousands of members of California's National Guard and must return control of the troops and to the state midday Friday. But the order from the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals puts that on pause. Breyer's ruling, nevertheless, is a significant win for Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom, who sued Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth earlier this week after the president called the troops into federal service in the wake of protests in the LA area over Trump's hardline immigration policies. His actions were illegal, both exceeding the scope of his statutory authority and violating the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. He must therefore return control of the California National Guard to the governor of the state of California, Fort Worth. The judge wrote in his 36-page ruling. Breyer of the Federal District Court in San Francisco said Trump had not satisfied any of the requirements that must be met in order to call up members of a state's National Guard, and the president had not complied with the procedural aspect of federal law that requires presidents to issue an order through the governor when they want to federalize state troops. Regardless of whether defendants gave Gavin Newsom an opportunity to consult with them or consent to the federalization of California's National Guard, they did not issue their orders through him and thus failed to comply with federal law, he wrote. The panel of 3 judges from the 9th Circuit, 2 Trump appointees, and an appointee of former President Joe Biden, said it will hold a hearing Tuesday on the issue. Trump on Friday morning thanked the federal appeals court. If I didn't send the military into Los Angeles, the city would be burning to the ground right now. We saved LA. Thank you for the decision. Where's that clip from fucking SpongeBob where he's like to Patrick, we did it. We saved the city. We saved Bikini Bottom, and it's on fire right behind him. Judge, protests aren't an insurrection, and federalizing the guardsmen, Trump pointed to a provision of federal law that says he can call up states' troops to suppress a rebellion, but Breyer said in his ruling that the protests in LA fall far short of rebellion. Violence is necessary for a rebellion, but it's not sufficient, Breyer wrote. Even accepting the questionable premise that people armed with fireworks, rocks, mangoes, it's a new one, concrete, chairs, or bottles of liquid are armed in a 1903 sense, the court is aware of no evidence in the record of actual firearms. There is little evidence of whether the violent protesters' actions were open or avowed. The judge added, nor is there evidence that any of the violent protesters were attempting to overthrow the government as a whole. The evidence is overwhelming that protesters gathered to protest a single issue, the immigration raids. But to Ben Shapiro, apparently this is a media fabrication. And Tim Pool as well, all made up. Or these are just, ideologically compromised Democrats that are judges, I guess. He was extremely critical of arguments published by the DOJ that the protests in and around Los Angeles against Trump's immigration policies constituted a rebellion. The court is troubled by the implication inherent in defendants' argument that protests against the federal government, a core civil liberty protected by the First Amendment, can justify a finding of rebellion, he wrote. In short, individuals' right to protest the government is one of the fundamental rights protected by the First Amendment, and just because some stray bad actors go too far does not wipe out that right for everyone, Breyer said. The idea that protesters can so quickly cross the line between protected conduct and rebellion against the authority of the government of the U.S. is untenable and dangerous. The judge also said Trump had violated California's rights under the 10th Amendment, writing that, quote, it is not the federal government's place in our constitutional system to take over a state's police power whenever it is dissatisfied with how vigorously or quickly the state is enforcing its laws. The federalization of 4,000 members of California's National Guard necessarily prevents Gavin Newsom, as the commander-in-chief of the state's National Guard, from deploying them as needed. Yeah, that's the other thing. In case there was an actual emergencies, they would actually not be able to deploy the National Guard and divert troops to whatever statewide emergency was occurring in that area, because they're too busy policing a fucking protest that they don't need to be at. Think of the Waymo. Please, will someone think of the Waymos? LA faces more harm with militarization. Breyer also suggested that having too much firepower on the ground may be making things worse. Maybe this is so conservative. It obviously fucking escalates tensions. Federal agents and property may actually be served by demilitarization and a concurring de-escalation of the situation, the judge wrote. Regardless, plaintiffs and the citizens of LA face a greater harm from the continued unlawful militarization of their city, which not only inflames tensions with protesters, threatening increased hostilities and loss of life, but deprives the state for 2 months of its own use of thousands of National Guard members to fight fires, combat the fentanyl trade, and perform other critical functions, he added. Attorneys from DOJ had argued that during a hearing earlier Thursday that Trump's actions were lawful, pushing back on claims by the state that the president had violated federal law because he didn't involve Newsom in the process of federalizing the troops. Ruling doesn't apply to the use of Marines. Importantly, Breyer on Thursday did importantly bar Trump from using Marines for law enforcement activities in California as the state had requested. He noted that there was a dispute between each side over whether the federalized guardsmen and several hundred Marines deployed to LA would be engaged in such activities. The court does not at this point reach any conclusion on the issue, he wrote.
Illegal aliens out of our country. And for all of the people rising up and saying, oh, well, there's no due process, or they haven't done anything wrong. They haven't committed a crime. They committed a crime when they entered our country illegally. We have some 2 million gotaways, maybe, could be more than that, under Joe Biden's administration that came into our country. We don't know who they are. They were not vetted. They did not want to be apprehended by Border Patrol agents. This is a huge, huge problem. And if I could just tack on.
Yeah, but not because they're evading charges for criminality, but because they don't want to be deported.
On another.
Without due process.
A portion of this, maybe we need to redo the last census that was done because were all of these illegals counted? How many people are actually legal there? And should California have lost some of their electoral votes? And if we can't redo that census, we darn well better get language on this next census that says you must be a United States citizen.
I think it's pretty obvious Trump wants the mass deportations because this is how Democrats cheat. California has 52 congressional seats and electoral college votes. And they're getting it by bolstering their citizenry. I'm sorry, that's the wrong word because they're bringing in illegal immigrants. Right. They're bringing in undocumented.
She has such a severe look. I'm about to get incredibly superficial right now, but she has very, very deep nasolabial folds, just the lines here or whatever, smile lines. But also her eyebrows are very, very aggressive. So her face is kind of just like, resting bitch face.
That's the phrase they're using now.
And I say that as somebody who also suffers from the same thing, but I don't think mine is nearly as intense.
So they can get extra votes. And then I was mentioning this earlier, and you can explain this better probably in Congress.
Isn't the census supposed to count regardless of status? That was something that I mentioned with Pisco yesterday, that these people point to the census and the fact that it includes undocumented and illegal citizens or whatever. Yeah, it's supposed to, because the point of the census is just to document everybody who's present within the interior of the United States. It does not rule or designate whether the status of the people present in the United States are there legally. It doesn't even have anything to do with that. It literally just has to do with trying to understand and better, have better estimates and more accurate estimates for what the federal budget needs to be. And the other thing that complicates things is you can be undocumented yourself, but you have a child that's a United States citizen. So they're trying to make it seem like, oh, it's just so easy because all we have to do is just like separate the illegals from the non-illegals and the naturalized citizens. But they already tried that with the child separation policy, and that was incredibly unpopular. It was the first point in the first Trump administration and his first term where his approval ratings took a significant dip and they never recovered. And it was literally in response to that specific policy. So this is what they have to do instead. They can't separate people. So instead, they're just deporting them all together, but they're trying to spend a lot of time emphasizing the adults and the criminals and less time focusing on the fact that they're going to end up deporting kids, breaking up families, people that were literally on the cusp of being granted citizenship, people that have green cards, people that have legal residencies, people that have certain restrictions from being deported, at least to certain areas. Like, they're trying to obscure all of that and make it seem like it's just criminals. And when they're backed into a corner and it's like, that these people didn't actually commit any violent crimes, right? It's like, well, their presence here justifies it. Just their illegal presence. And we shouldn't even have to give them a day in court. We shouldn't even have to hear them out. We shouldn't even have to give them a path to citizenship. They've completely dropped the pretext for that one.
Representatives cut deals with each other. They'll say, hey, vote for my bill, I'll vote for yours. But if California is giving themselves 10 extra seats, that means the state is getting more federal money. It's getting more access and influencing other states, maybe on the issue of, say, gun control. And they're doing it illicitly by bringing in non-citizens. So I want to ask you this. What's your position? I know that, the big, beautiful bill's passed the House. It's going to the Senate. I assume you're for Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Yes, I'm also of the mind that it could be stronger and it could be better. But yes, I voted for the bill when it came out of the House, certainly keep continuing to put pressure on the Senate. And ultimately, I do want this passed. This is a must-pass piece of legislation.
What does it give, like $80 billion for CBP and ICE or something like that?
Yeah, so this is actually the largest funding that we've given to our Border Patrol agents in decades, and it actually provides the funding to secure the southern border. You even had Democrats over the weekend admitting that our border is more secure than it has ever been, and that there are fewer crossings than there have been in decades. And that's all thanks to having a real president, not just an auto pen, not just the first lady's chief of staff running.
This whole thing, this talking point drives me fucking crazy. The fucking auto pen, like Trump doesn't also use the auto pen. They use it like an auto pen is just a machine that fucking writes the signature of the president. This is literally common for every single president to use since this technology has existed.
The United States of America. We have a real leader, a real president who has taken the initiative to secure the border. But now the problem is in our interior and those 10, 15, maybe 20 million people who came into our country illegally.
Look, maybe it's a little heavy. I think Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act, as this is. I say this is
Mr. Free Speech Absolutist, folks.
I'll be nice to say it's the lowest tier, but this is an invasion. I know you call it an invasion, but let's take it to where we are now. The president of Mexico.
Wait, did he say I'll be nice? This is him being nice.
The Insurrection Act. As this is, I say this is, I'll be nice to say it's the lowest tier, but this is an invasion. I know you call it an invasion, but let's take it to where we are now. The president of Mexico, you mentioned, says no tax on remittances, but she actually said in a speech during these riots that Trump should stop the raids on the Mexican nationals.
Trump used the auto pen to pardon January 6th. Is that true? Did Donald Trump use auto pen to pardon J6ers? I mean, it's 1,500 people, right? Oh my God, he did. So this is PBS, but I like this one specifically. Trump admits to using AutoPen after declaring Biden's pardons void due to AutoPen.
Used AutoPen to sign certain documents. The president made those comments just hours after he announced on social media he would void
the pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave to the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and no further force or effect because of the fact they were done by AutoPen. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them. The necessary pardoning documents were not explained to or approved by Biden. He knew nothing about them, and the people that did may have committed a crime. Therefore, those on the Unselect Committee who destroyed and deleted all evidence obtained during their 2-year witch hunt of me and many other innocent people should fully understand that they are subject to investigation at the highest level. The fact is, they were probably responsible for the documents that were signed on their behalf without the knowledge or consent of the worst president in the history of our country, crooked Joe Biden.
the pardons issued by former President Biden to members of the January 6th committee because Trump claimed those pardons.
Do I think the election is Zohran's? No. I'm afraid to love again. I know what it's like to get really excited about an ambitious candidate, from Jessica Cisneros to Bernie Sanders. I do not get my hopes up, so I am hoping for the best, but I will be disappointed but not surprised if he loses the mayoral race.
Pardons were signed with an auto pen. So what is that? It's a mechanical device used to replicate a person's authentic signature. A lot of stuff for any president to sign. Sometimes they use the auto pen. Here's President Trump yesterday, asked by NBC News.
I learned that lesson knocking doors for Howard Dean. Did you do the door knocking before or after he did the yeah thing that like tanked his campaign?
About his own use of auto pen.
Have you yourself ever used AutoPen, sir?
Yeah, only for very unimportant papers. And I don't call them unimportant. If you do letters where people write in and, you know, they'd love to have a response, or we'll write responses.
Oh, no, the weekend before.
I'll sign them whenever I can, but when I can't, I, would use an AutoPen. But to use them for what they've used them for is terrible.
Yes, sir. And when you signed the CR,
who are you with?
Sir, I'm with NBC News.
Oh, that's the same one. I don't want to talk to NBC anymore. I think you're so discredited.
Doesn't like a question, discredit the source. President Biden and Obama.
He is such a bitch, man.
Obama both use an auto pen device to sign official documents, a practice that is legally binding. That's according to a 2005 guidance from the Office of Legal Counsel at the Justice Department, commissioned by President George W. Bush. So, John, for people who've never heard of an auto pen.
As much as I want new faces, I'm not sure why Cuomo is bad, aside from the sexual harassment stuff. Maybe you should reread what you typed out to me, and you would understand. You'd already start to have an understanding.
And then they can be forgiven for not. It's not thing we talk about a whole lot. Why is this controversial at this moment?
It isn't, but those on the right tried to make it in recent days. And this is yet another example of something that emerged on the fringes of the right-wing social media that finds its way to the Oval Office. And Michael Flynn.
Gee, wonder how the fringes of the right-wing media somehow end up being repeated by Donald Trump or his cronies. It's almost like all of these fucking people actually drink the Kool-Aid they're supposed to be serving to their stupid constituents and then end up propagating it and believing it themselves.
In our country, and that people in the United States should stand with the Mexican nationals illegally in our country. Now, I know it's not a formal declaration of war or anything, but when you have the president sanctioning the illegal entry into our country and calling for people to defend those who are violently rioting and waving the flag of her country, I think Trump should say, guys, at some point, we got to recognize this is a formal invasion.
Absolutely. And we know that for years that the
Do you think that, God, if I ever debated him, I would love to ask, should we like forcibly deport like Israeli citizens or like Israeli Americans? It's a dual loyalty, according to you, Tim Pool. I do see them flying Israeli flags or like the flag of Israel out here. Should they be subject to it, or is it just only scary when like Mexicans do it?
cartel had operational control of our southern border, and they have sent their people into our country who are indebted to them. That's why they're sending the payments to Mexico. That's why this remittance tax is even being brought up for discussion right now, because so much of our money is leaving and going into Mexico. And to have the president of Mexico say that we should stand with her nationals, Mexican nationals, absolutely not. And just going back to how many electoral college votes there are, how many seats there are in the House of Representatives from California, I've seen more of them stand up for Ukraine rather than America. Right now, we do have an invasion at our southern border, and this is where we need to be focused. This has done more harm to our country than anywhere else in the world, and any other invasion that is taking place anywhere that we are always the first to step up and provide aid for. So this is.
I mean, that's bad, but is it unforgivable if he's on our side against Trump? When he was governor during COVID, I felt like he was a great leader. Daily briefings were such a comfort. Well, the reason why he can't even brag about his COVID record anymore is because he had the highest per capita mortality rate for COVID-19 in the state of New York because of his decisions specifically. And then he tried to cover that up and continues to lie about it to this day because he made the decision to, I think, move people in either not allow patients within a nursing home to go back to their families or something like that. The transportation of them ended up leading to the spread of COVID-19, which ended up killing a lot of these people. And it was because of the decisions that he made. And then once that came to light and it became clear that that's what had occurred, he orchestrated a cover up and personally tried to make it seem like those deaths, those people that had died from COVID-19 due to his decisions, were completely unrelated and that they just caught COVID and died. So that scandal alone, I feel like, should disqualify him from ever holding public office. And that's not even getting to the sexual harassment allegations.
This is something that does need to be addressed. I think President Trump is considering the Insurrection Act and implementing that. And I think that he should. I don't want to hear another Democrat ever mention January 6th again. I've been in communication with the FBI.
January 6th.
Under this new administration. Cute. And, I think there's going to be a lot of information that is coming out that shows how many feds were involved in January 6th. I have said for years.
Wait, what does she have?
Under this new administration. And, I think there's going to be a lot of information that is coming out that shows how many feds were involved in January 6th. I have said for
more
years
feds.
That it was more of a fedsurrection than an insurrection in Washington, D.C. And right now you have.
Okay, we're doing this next. Okay. Apparently, I think this has to do with Nancy Pelosi and the fact that Nancy Pelosi had the ability to call in the National Guard and decline to. So they're trying to say, even though it was mostly peaceful, even if it was violent, Nancy Pelosi could have stopped it, but not Trump when it occurred. So PBD did a segment on that. We'll watch that after this, and she brought it up.
Mexican nationals,
the Fedsurrection,
who are setting cars on fires, who are throwing stones at police officers, who are taunting them, intimidating them, spitting at them, and causing so much harm to these agents and these officers, that this is an insurrection. Another country, a foreign country, coming into our country and creating this kind of chaos. And they might call it a peaceful protest, a demonstration. No. This is anarchy. This is an invasion. And I even have legislation that I'm working with the leadership to introduce my TDA Act. And this actually declares that Colorado had an invasion, and we can use the Illegal Aliens Act that the court didn't really approve of with President Trump, and have Congress put on the books that this is an invasion and the Illegal Alien Act can be used. They want to throw the pass the buck back onto Congress. Well, then let's take a position and say that this is an invasion and that can be used to remove them.
So with the past 4 years, we had probably the laxest of all immigration systems, aside from just letting anybody come in for any reason. The Biden administration also dropped their asylum hearings, creating de facto residency for these people. They no longer had to go to court and be challenged on whether they were really seeking asylum. It was all one big lie. One thing we ended up seeing recently from that was the attack in Colorado, where this man was screaming Free Palestine and then firebombed a bunch of peaceful protesters. Mm-hmm. This is the concern I think a lot of people have outside of.
Wait, hold on. Why are they bringing that up?
Recently, from that was the attack in Colorado, where this man was screaming Free Palestine and then
I'm pretty sure that man's an American. He's like an Egyptian American, but he is still an American.
Bombed a bunch of peaceful protesters. Mm-hmm. This is the concern I think a lot of people have outside of. Look, there's people with Mexican flags torching vehicles. I mean, that's freaky. But how many other
fun watching cars burn?
Just having fun. That's what they said in the media. And I kid you not. I think it was NBC said that the peaceful protest. What was it?
Also, again, no reason to believe that. No reason to take anything that they say or allege has occurred with anything other than a grain of salt. Yeah, I'm sure. Every protest, there's going to be incidences of vandalism, property destruction, etc. What they would say, violence or whatever. Fine. A bottle rocket is now violence. You're doing violence, fine. But there's no reason to think that the way that they describe it is completely accurate. People doing it while holding these flags or whatever, it's show me proof first and then I'll believe it. I ain't taking your word for a shit related to this or frankly anything.
Bring up when these rioters in D.C. threw a Molotov onto the White House grounds and torched a guard post and set fire to St. John's Church. NBC News says a peaceful protest turned destructive. But my question for you.
But again, why are news outlets saying it? Because even now you have courts saying it was mostly peaceful.
It was one of the concerns a lot of people have, that there are going to be a lot of people who have entered this country illegally either through the southern border, which is insane to think that Chinese nationals.
I mean, like, if I could debate him, I would ask him, like, do you really think that individual instances at any assembly, demonstration, protest, etc., of violence, property destruction, any sort of like violent behavior means that it is then appropriate to completely shut down the protest and assembly entirely? Like, collectively punish everybody, even though you have the ability to target, detain, and charge the specific individuals that are actually perpetrating a crime? Do you really have to shut down the whole thing, let alone mobilize the entire National Guard? Like, what would he even say to that? Because the people that he invites on are just here to agree with him.
Nationals, Afghanis, Iranians were coming to the southern border. But even this guy,
Iranians,
from
Afghanis,
who just simply overstayed his visa, they are violent. They believe in violence. They do not agree with the American way of life. How, like, what is the average American citizen supposed to think right now with all of that just lying underneath, this news story, that there are these potential security risks here?
That's why I would say to the average American citizen, don't think that it's not coming near you. This is all throughout the interior of our country, and it's not just Mexican nationals who are.
Oh my God. Somebody said that she actually tweeted out on January 6th, today is 1776, and who do I see? Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this guy?
Who are here. We've had over
Reply
150 countries that,
Lauren Boebert.
their people come to our country illegally. And just as you said, they were completely dropping court cases and appearances. The Border Patrol agents used to issue notice to appears at the southern border when someone was seeking asylum. Then they reduced that down to a notice to report. So just, hey, give us a phone call. Let us know where you are when you get there. It will even give you the phone to make the call on. They wanted to use tax dollars to pay for their lawyers and it's so much more. They even wanted to give $450,000 checks to families who are separated at the border. Well, now we have border czar Tom Homan who said, well, the whole family can just go back.
That's a fucking insane claim. They wanted to give $450,000 checks
to families who are separated at the border.
Is this in response to people that sued because of the child separation policy or what? Did the government ever offer to give $450,000 checks to families that were separated at the border? You do Collins? Yeah, I do, but not tonight. It's more of a Discord or ban thing. You would have to be a lot more aggressive and annoying for me to say, again, my Discord, I'll ban you. Okay, so this is the first thing that comes up, a citation that refutes the exact claim that she just made. Biden says $450,000 payments to families separated at southern border are not going to happen. The president discounted news reports saying family members could receive the money as part of settlement negotiations between their lawyers and the Justice Department. See, I fucking knew it was going to have to do with like this. She gives the impression when she says it that it's just like an appropriation that was meant, or like money that was like earmarked for people. Dismissed the idea that immigrant families separated at the border under his predecessor's zero tolerance policy could receive payments of $450,000 per person in monetary settlements, calling the report garbage. Following remarks at the White House about COVID vaccines for kids, Biden was asked by a Fox News reporter whether the payments would incentivize more people to cross the border illegally. If you guys keep sending that garbage out, yeah. But it's not true, Biden said. Base Brandon. When pressed on the matter, Biden appeared surprised by the $450,000 figure. $450,000 per person? Is that what you're saying? The president said that's not going to happen. So just people may have put in the plea for this, but that's insane to extrapolate that just because there has been a lawsuit brought forth between the DOJ for somebody's rights being violated, and the plaintiff asks for that amount, that means it's necessarily going to be ruled in their favor and for that amount per plaintiff. The Wall Street Journal first reported last week that family members who were separated at the U.S.-Mexico border under then-President Donald Trump's immigration policy could receive hundreds of thousands of dollars as part of settlement negotiations between the family's lawyers and the DOJ. The payments could add up to hundreds of millions of dollars as agencies look to settle lawsuits filed by parents and children who say the U.S. government's actions subjected them to lasting psychological trauma. About 5,500 kids were separated at the border during the Trump administration. See, I fucking called it. I knew it would have to do with the child separation policy, and I knew it would have to do with the lawsuit. It was not just they try to they leave that out, and she tries to give the impression that there were Democrats passing bills to just give these amounts of money to people for no reason. According to the ACLU, citing figures provided by the government, the number of families eligible for the money will likely be smaller. According to the Wall Street Journal report, around 940 claims have been filed so far. Biden's comments on Wednesday drew ire from immigration advocates like ACLU Executive Director Anthony Romero, who said Biden might not have been up to speed on the Justice Department's actions as it carefully deliberated and considered the crimes committed against thousands of families separated from their children as an intentional governmental policy. But if he follows through on what he said, the president is abandoning a core campaign promise to do justice for the thousands of separated families, Romero said. Shocker, he's never done that before, just to gain an advantage in an election. We respectfully remind President Biden that he called these actions criminal in a debate with then President Trump and campaigned on remedying and rectifying the lawlessness of the Trump administration. We call on President Biden to right the wrongs of this national tragedy. I mean, this ends up having, because the president's words mean so much, this does end up having like a chilling effect and makes it difficult for them to navigate these legal claims against the DOJ very easily. Because obviously if that starts to happen, Republicans will draw attention to it, but they will completely ignore that, this happened under Trump. It was completely illegal. And these people do have a right to be suing the DOJ, and fuck it, for this amount of money. Yeah, why not? It's a fucking rich country. I mean, how much would you want if you were forcibly separated by the Trump administration or the U.S. government from your kid with no due process? Like, yeah, starting figure $450,000 sounds about right to me. But I mean, as far as like, let's be realistic, are they going to get $450,000 per person? Probably not. He's not wrong that like, yeah, it's like probably not going to happen. But did she say that they actually did it?
And the call on, they wanted to use tax dollars to pay for their lawyers, and it's so much more. They even wanted to give $450,000 checks to families who were separated at the border. Well, now we have border czar Tom Homan, who said, well, the whole family can just go back together and we'll just avoid that completely. But we did see this violent attack from this Egyptian man in Boulder, Colorado. And now, unfortunately,
wait, did you say this violent Egyptian man?
From this Egyptian man in Boulder, Colorado.
I don't think I thought he was an American. Hold on. Colorado Boulder attack. Is there even a Wikipedia page about this? Or might not be. Okay, there is. So this was June 1st. Mohammed Sabri Solomon, an Egyptian man living in Colorado, allegedly used a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails to attack a group participating in a solidarity walk for the hostages taken from Israel during October 7th. The October 7 attacks. Let's see. The suspect was identified as 45-year-old Egyptian man Mohammed Sabri Solomon, born December 15, 1979. He was born and raised in Egypt and lived in Kuwait for 17 years. He was not previously known to City of Boulder police, but the El Paso County Sheriff's Office had responded to 3 calls involving Solomon. He'd been living in the Cimarron Hills enclave of Colorado Springs with his wife and 5 kids at the time of the attack. A neighbor told a local television station that Solomon and his family moved into their home 2 years prior to the attack. Their daughter was a frequent guest at the Solomon's home. According to DHS, Solomon entered the U.S. on October 27, 2022 on a B-2 non-immigrant visa. What is this one? a category of non-immigrant visas issued by the U.S. to foreign nationals seeking entry for a temporary period. Okay, so we got a temporary visa. Applied for asylum the following month. September 2022, Solomon's visa expired in February 2023. In March 2023, he was granted work authorization, which expired on March 28, 2025. After that date, he remained in the U.S. illegally, according to DHS and the DOJ. His asylum application was not adjudicated at the time of his arrest. According to state and federal documents, Solomon planned the attack for a year, but waited until his daughter graduated from high school, which happened 3 days prior to the attack. He researched how to make Molotov cocktails after having been denied the purchase of a gun due to his immigration status. They confirmed the suspect used a makeshift flamethrower and incendiary device. This is so bizarre. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I thought he was like Egyptian American, so that's crazy.
Colorado. And now, unfortunately, Boulder, Colorado is one of our wokest cities. I think it's even worse than Denver.
Wokest.
And the chief of police, after speaking directly with the heads of the FBI, was told that this was a targeted attack, that this was a terrorist attack, and he refused to say so. He refused to call them out. This is the chief of police in Boulder. And so the FBI said, to heck with you guys. We're going to send our guys in to investigate this. But it starts with burning the American flag. And then it ultimately ends with burning Americans. We had Americans who were set on fire in Boulder, Colorado by these Molotov cocktails. And the guy said that he would do it again. He said that he would absolutely do it again. And there was no remorse. And this is what we're seeing all throughout our country. And I think that these folks have been strategically placed throughout our country. And I pray that there is not an order that comes out from Iran or somewhere else for a larger kind of attack. We were seeing folks that were on the national terror watch list that were coming into our country. How many do we not know that came in? So we're doing, we have a good start here. We have 47 military personnel that were dispatched, 4,000 federalized National Guards in California, and then another 700 Marines. And those Marines are there to protect federal agents, federal buildings and property. But, if they don't slow this down, well, then we're going to have to get more aggressive. And that's where that Insurrection Act comes in again, and where President Trump is going to have to take a larger stand. But people throughout this country need to know that these Democrat policies, they are anti-American, and they would rather prop up an illegal citizen and virtue signal rather than standing for their own citizens.
Name a single Democrat that stood behind this motherfucker.
And protecting their communities, their states, and our country.
You said illegal citizen, illegal immigrant. I think I made the same mistake earlier.
Did I say illegal citizen?
Yeah. I did the same thing.
But yes, no, these illegal aliens, and no, they're not just undocumented immigrants. They are illegal aliens. That is the definition.
I think we have a very serious problem to consider. I know that Trump has brought up the issue of birthright citizenship, challenged it. Mm-hmm. A lot of these people that are on the ground in LA waving the Mexican flag, there's a guy on video burning the American flag saying, that's not my flag, this is, and they're American citizens. Because their parents came here illegally from Mexico or from Colombia or some Central American country. They were born here, but their parents raised them on the values of their native countries. And so while they're granted citizenship by birthright, they hate this country. Mm-hmm. They say, make California Mexico again. This is a difficult question for us to actually answer, considering, maybe the simple path is from this point forward, birthright citizenship needs to be challenged. But we actually had a story, I'm not sure if you saw, a state rep, a Democrat in Minnesota.
Yes.
She
made this would come up.
She made the claim that her family
Evil Taylor Lorenz, that's funny,
entered the country illegally, and this would mean she fraudulently obtained citizenship as a minor and is now a politician in government.
Wait, what is this? I'm so sorry. I got distracted by the fact. Okay. So I'm looking more into the $450,000 thing. Hold on. So PolitiFact also reported it. And again, it's about this. And the reason why this was the figure is, again, 5,500 kids separated from their parents at the southern border due to Donald Trump's zero tolerance family separation policy. Thousands of children ranging from infants to teens were taken from their parents with no provisions to later reunite them. During their time away from their families, many children suffered from issues including heat exhaustion, malnutrition, freezing temperatures, and a lack of medical attention. The family separation policy was a key component of the administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, aimed at deterring people from coming to the U.S. The policy also affected families that were legally entitled to asylum due to persecution in their home countries. So in those cases, the families were not illegal immigrants at all, but people who followed the protocols for seeking asylum. Under the policy, Border Patrol agents charged parents with illegally entering the U.S., imprisoned them, and placed their children in government-licensed shelters, kids in cages, around the country, the New York Times report said. In early summer 2018, a judge ordered the government to rescind the policy, but government officials then struggled to reunite families. Lawsuits filed regarding the border separations have described mental health problems for the children resulting from the trauma of not having their parents during months of hard conditions, the Wall Street Journal report said. Justice Department lawyers have been working to settle the cases, and Biden assembled a task force made up of representatives of the Departments of Homeland Security, HHS, to reunite migrant families that remain separated and determining how to make amends for the harm caused by the policy, according to the Times. But the payments were under negotiation, and the article even said it would likely get smaller payouts depending on the circumstances. But this ended up being reported, like this article is from when? I like to know the details of these because if I ever get into a debate about them, it's extremely useful to know what bullshit they're trying to push on you and to have the exact details about where they're getting it wrong to push back on it. So this was published October 28th, 2021. And then this one on December 16th, 2021, so not even like the next year, the U.S. ended talks over compensation for families separated under Trump. So the U.S. government ended negotiations over monetary compensation for migrant families who were separated near the southern border during the Trump administration, the Justice Department and lawyers representing the families said Thursday. The family's lawyers said Justice Department attorneys informed them that the government would no longer work with them to settle lawsuits filed on behalf of parents and children seeking damages over the border separations. Thursday's decision by the Biden admin, which had forcefully denounced the Trump-era separations, comes after Republican lawmakers, surprise, surprise, a Republican is the one that got mad enough to tank this, expressed outrage over reports that some families could have received hundreds of thousands of dollars as part of a potential settlement. It would be an understatement to say we are disappointed that the Biden administration allowed politics to get in the way of helping the little children deliberately abused by our government. Lee Gellerin, an ACLU lawyer who represents separated families, told CBS. So DHS, which is a leading task force to reunite some migrant families who remain separated, directed questions about the talks' collapse to the Justice Department. While the parties have been unable to reach a global settlement agreement this time, we remain committed to engaging with the plaintiffs and to bringing justice to the victims of this abhorrent policy, the Justice Department said in a statement. So when he discussed it, that's when he was like, oh, like it's not going to happen or whatever. After the potential compensations were reported publicly, Republicans urged the Biden administration to refrain from making the payments, arguing that they would incentivize illegal immigration. Art of the deal, baby. Put in place a child separation policy that is obviously abusive and unconstitutional. Then, when the victims of said policy later try to seek restitution under the administration that said those actions were criminal on a debate stage to the guy that he beat, back off of it for political reasons by the same party that brought about the circumstances that led to those people even making this case to the DOJ in the first place. Insane. It just drives me fucking crazy, the stuff that Biden collapsed and capitulated on to the fucking Republican Party. Lawmakers even introduced bills to thwart the potential settlements. Another Dem with zero spine. It's crazy. It's crazy how many Democrats are able to prove what people thought was not possible. But it is possible, apparently, for there to be people that live and exist without spines. We previously thought this was not something that you could do, but Democrats have proven time and time again it is actually physically possible to remain alive and not have a spine. It's insane. It's you know. Did you see 7 Republicans overrules the Senate parliamentarian, but norms? I saw that, yeah. I thought for a second they fired them, but apparently they're just declining to adhere to their advisory, which again Democrats could do when it came to $15 minimum wage. And anybody who wants to say, oh, but Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin, no, there were still ways around that as well. They just didn't want to. So the task force exists, but they ended talks about actually giving these people money. Fuck that.
In Minnesota, how do you deal with that?
This is something that the federal government absolutely needs to take up. The DOJ needs to be investigating this immediately because if she is admitting that she is not a United States citizen and neither are her parents, A, she shouldn't be here. B, no way should she be an elected official. I think even as woke as Minnesota is, that even their state.
Woke Minnesota. We got any Minnesotans? And how would you even say that? Minnesotans? Yeah? Any mini soda cans in chat? that can confirm how woke your state is?
Constitution says you have to be a U.S. citizen to serve in office. And also, what about the voting? She voted in.
Oh, wait. I was going to go back to see who the fuck they're talking about. Is this like.
It needs to be challenged. But we actually had a story, I'm not sure if you saw, a state rep, a Democrat in Minnesota.
Yes.
She
made this would come up.
She made the claim that her family entered the country illegally, and this would mean she fraudulently obtained citizenship as a minor and is now a politician in government in Minnesota. How do you deal with that?
This is something that the federal government absolutely needs to take up. The DOJ needs to be investigating this immediately because if she is admitting that she is not a United States citizen and neither are her parents, A, she shouldn't be here. B, no way should she be an elected official. I think even as woke as Minnesota is, that even their state constitution says you have to be a U.S. citizen to serve in office. And also, what about the voting? She voted in our elections. So all of these potential crimes, if she's really illegal, need to be investigated and prosecuted. The American people are tired of just hearings and investigations and strongly worded letters. We need action and prosecution. And those who are committing these...
I like love the energy. I just wish that there was like a Democrat that was this driven and insane.
crimes truly need to be held to the fullest account. And I think President Trump is the only one who has the gall to do that. So this has to be something that is addressed. You can't have a state representative just flaunting that she's here illegally, voting in our systems and making laws in one of our states. This is
okay. So here's the story that I'm positive that they read. Minnesota state representative admits she is in the U.S. illegally during legislative debate. Representative Kalali Vang maybe revealed her family falsified paperwork. This was June 9th, 2025.
I've been spending a lot of time with my father, who brought us all to this country at the end of the Vietnam War. And I asked my father about how we came to the United States. And I always thought that we came here because my grandfather was a colonel in the Secret War. And I thought that meant that we were in line to come to the U.S. And my father told me that was not true, even though my parents both worked for a Christian organization. And my father actually worked at the U.S. consulate because he was one of the few people who could speak English, and he could type really fast, and apparently that was a very valued skill then. So they had my father move away from the refugee camp from my mom and my sisters and I, and he went to live at the consulate where he processed all of the paperwork for the refugees that came to America. And we
can't hear it. This is literally as loud as it goes. I don't know why it's so quiet.
Missed our time to come to the U.S. 3 times, and if we didn't come that last time, we would not have been able to come to the U.S. And I said, wow, what luck of ours. And my mom said it wasn't luck. We did not have our names on that list to come to the U.S. because even though your grandfather worked for the CIA, and because there was no, like if you were a child of somebody worked for the CIA, the only people that had names to come to the U.S. were if you were in the direct military and you worked for the CIA or you worked for USAID. And which is why it's so personal to me that USAID is getting unfunded, but we did not do either one of those. My parents' Christian organization did not count. And so what my father did was one of our uncles worked for USAID, and because his mother had died, my father, as the one processing the paperwork, put my grandmother down as his mother. And so I am illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country. And when we were fleeing that situation, never one time did my family say, let's look at which state has the greatest welfare and which state has the greatest benefits, because that's the state we're going to go to. Nobody leaves their country unless they have to leave that country. And that I asked my parents, did you...
Okay, I see what went wrong here. So she's being hyperbolic when she says, I'm an illegal immigrant, when she's saying that, yes, due to an administrative technicality or whatever, we falsified a document, and then my dad became a citizen, then I was also a citizen, or like made a citizen or something like that. But I think she like clarifies anyway that like, oh, I am actually like a citizen though.
Were you scared coming to America? And I record all this because I can't believe that I'm going to be turning 52. I never asked my parents these stories before. And my mom said, we weren't scared because America, we knew, was the land of opportunity, and that if we worked hard, we could become something.
We now bring in Director of the Center for Middle East.
Dude, Why would you say this story, though, given the climate that's going on now? So she clarifies, I'm a citizen, clarifies Minnesota Democrat after saying she came to the U.S. illegally. This was June 9th. So Representative Cowley Herr, DFL St. Paul, revealed a stunning detail about herself during a debate on the Minnesota House floor Monday. She came to the United States as a child illegally. Okay, so I misunderstood. I thought she was saying that her father falsified the documents, they became citizens, or put themselves on a path to citizenship, they became naturalized, and she was born. And so, like, she's illegal in the sense that, like, oh, well, technically he probably wouldn't have been able to have become a naturalized citizen if he hadn't done that. But he, like, broke the law to do it, something like that, right? But no, I guess she was a migrant, or, like, she was a refugee, immigrant as well. I'm illegal in this country. My parents are illegal here in this country, she said. Herr said she was trying to inspire empathy in her Republican colleagues who are about to vote to take away state-funded health care for adults in Minnesota without permanent legal status. I tell you this story because I want you to think about who it is that you are calling illegal. Herr told House Republicans on the floor. My family was just smarter in how we illegally came here. We had more privileges and more ability, which is why we came here in that way. The fourth-term lawmaker's remarks quickly ignited a firestorm in right-wing media. Is this just going to be the Fox News or like what? Okay, Libs of TikTok got to this. I was like, how did this get big? Jesus Christ. Where are we? Questioned her legal status and ability to cast a vote in U.S. elections. One of her Republican colleagues, Representative Walter Hudson, a Republican from Albertville, called for her to be investigated, and she's already received threats and insults on social media. Dude, this is insane. This started... The only reason why this came up is because she was trying to inspire empathy. And not only did it cause this to happen, which I'm sure she didn't intend, but the same people she was making the pitch to called for her deportation or like her fucking investigation. Oh my God. In an interview with The Reformer, Herr clarified that she and her parents are U.S. citizens. Herr is a refugee from Laos and moved to the U.S. when she was 3. Her's parents took their U.S. citizenship test, and Herr became a citizen as a minor when she was in middle school, she said. Herr said her father technically broke the law when he filed out paperwork for the family to come to the U.S. as refugees. He did so to expedite the process to come to the U.S., though they would have come to America anyway. Herr came to America along with a wave of Hmong refugees who were critical allies to the United States during the Vietnam War and the Secret War in Laos, assisting in intelligence operations, disrupting North Vietnamese supply routes, and combating communism's spread through Southeast Asia. Her's grandfather was a colonel in the war, she said. As American allies, they faced violent recriminations from the communists after the war, which is why the U.S. welcomed them here, especially through laws like the Refugee Act of 1980. Her's father worked at the U.S. consulate, and he processed their family's paperwork in a way to expedite their timeline to immigrate to the U.S. as refugees. People, it's like, oh, you sweet summer child, you thought that this was going to, again, be a good story to tell in this current political climate to inspire empathy to these fucking people that have demonstrated they do not give a fuck about the rule of law. They don't have an empathetic bone in their body. It barely extends to Americans that they disagree with. You think that it's going to extend to you as a naturalized U.S. citizen who they fucking hate? Because she's assuming that they want her here. She's like, you wouldn't want this to happen to like me or my family, right? And they're like, no, yeah, fuck you and your dad as well. And you should be investigated and probably deported. People who were set, to come to the U.S. as refugees could do so quicker if they had family connections to the military, CIA, or USAID. Herr said her family didn't qualify for those pipelines, but an uncle in the Hmong family, familial sense of the word, i.e. a family friend, worked for USAID. When Her's father processed the refugee paperwork, he claimed familial connection to the friend that worked for USAID, which was inaccurate. Technically, you would say my father broke the law, right? But we would have come anyway, Herr said. I mean, she's not wrong. These people are going to come no matter what. Minnesota House Republicans, alongside DFL House Caucus leader Melissa Hortman, voted Monday to strip Minnesota care from undocumented adults. The Senate leader voted to do the same. Herr said she wishes she would have been more clear about her citizenship status on the House floor, but she doesn't regret telling her story. The truth is, until people see a face with somebody in a situation, it's really easy for us to other each other, she said, using other as a verb. And as somebody who's been marginalized because of who I am my whole life, I never wanted to do that to somebody else, her said. Dude, this fucking sucks. Woman, minority, foreign. Guys, can you imagine if I wasn't allowed to be here? I have no clue what she was thinking. I mean, like, I do. She was thinking that these people, like, again, have, like, an empathetic bone in their fucking body, and they don't.
Absolutely insulting.
Well, so she came out afterwards saying, no, I am a citizen. I was, making a point of how my parents came here. And my response is that makes it worse. What she's saying, she said that her family knew they were ineligible to come to the United States from
used a fake name.
So he falsely listed.
No, they weren't. One, they were going to come anyway. Two, because of their political affiliation and the way that they assisted the U.S. during the Vietnam War, they would have qualified for refugee status. What her dad did, truly, it's not an exaggeration or a fabrication to say that it did just expedite the process. It sounds like they probably would have been granted citizenship no matter what and refugee status. It just made it faster.
Said a different person as his grandparent.
But the point that she's trying to make is that people hear the word illegally present, and what is conjured up in their minds is what you think when you think criminality, right? Something serious, something violent. But she's saying the criminality in this instance, we're talking about the difference between like a name being written on a document where it shouldn't have been, or we do it the right way and then it takes 6 months longer. That's the level of like criminality we're dealing with. It's effectively like a white collar crime at that point.
So they could come to the United States. That would imply the citizenship was obtained fraudulently. So she is a citizen, which creates a very difficult circumstance for us. Do we say, okay, we forgive you for what, you and your family came here illegally and used that initial refugee status to then later apply for citizenship, and now just say, oh, but you're citizen, so I guess you get to stay forever.
Her father would face a fine at most. It would not undo anything. Even if this had been discovered at the time that they fabricated those documents, it probably wouldn't have resulted in anything serious or the revocation of it.
I think it's a very difficult question because it means at some point we're going to have to ask about sedition. And that is if an American citizen is actively subverting the will of this country.
The party of small government, folks. We need to be like women like that who, again, would have been granted citizenship basically no matter what because of their refugee status from Vietnam and who they were and how they were helping the U.S. government. No, we even need to open investigations into them. That's definitely not a waste of time, money.
American people, the people in California were flying Mexican flags and burning vehicles down and torching buildings. They're citizens, but this is sedition. It's a difficult thing to address, and it's going to, I can't imagine how we deal with it.
Absolutely. Well, and our laws aren't there to say, well, only if you get caught or, ask for forgiveness, not permission. You don't have to follow the law. Just say you're sorry later and when all will be wiped away. That's not how this works here. But when you're talking about these folks waving the Mexican flag in California, they despise our country, whether they are anchor babies and they have that birthright citizenship or they're here illegally or their parents are here illegally, however that works. But if they despise America to the point where they will just cause destruction here rather than going to where they want to be, this is a huge problem. And it's interesting how the Democrats will defend this green, white, and red flag. But let's say it was a Russian flag. Now, we've heard of Russian collusion and Russians getting in election interfering with our elections. Well, we have Mexico interfering with our elections because in Colorado,
I mean, she's probably not wrong. There would be Democrats that would fold and would not want to stick up for like Russians that were here or whatever and protesting in favor of Russia. She's probably not wrong.
Anyone who is there illegally.
But that's like not the gotcha that she thinks she is. It's just Democrats being spineless and inconsistent.
And be fast-tracked.
She's really into flags.
Colorado's driver's license and can register to vote while they obtain that driver's license. There used to be a 2-year waiting period at least, but now this year, our woke, crazy Democrat state legislatures.
So now deregulation and the removal of red tape is being framed as wokeness.
Nope, they don't have to wait 2 years. Immediately, they could come in and get a driver's license. And that's that Egyptian who was throwing Molotov cocktails.
What is the argument against people that are here not being able to obtain driver's licenses? They're just going to drive anyway, right?
And Boulder, he obtained a Colorado a driver's license after his.
It's a formality at that point. The government is literally just delaying the time that it takes for the government to get paid for generating a license for them.
visa had expired. He was already overstaying his visa and was still able to get Colorado's driver's license. So what if the tables were turned here? What if there were folks with a Russian flag?
Like, the issue is not that that dude got a Colorado driver's license before he should have been able to. The issue is that he fucking, like, maimed people.
Waving it around, saying that they hate America and that Russia was going to take over. Would the Democrats be so sympathetic then? I don't think so. And they should not be sympathetic for anyone in our country.
Like, all of the policy recommendations and deregulations incentivize people to avoid ICE, to not comply with local law enforcement, to not comply with any administrative process, to avoid government interactions entirely, and to try to stay under the radar, because you could risk potentially deportation if you just screw up just a little bit.
Country waving another flag, and
which in turn, if you want to continue to root these people out, even though you were doing the things that drives them into the fucking shadows, it's going to be even more expensive because it's going to be more difficult to find them and track them down because they're undocumented.
That they hate America. Death to America.
You know, we've seen California go off the deep end for some time now. They are a sanctuary state. They provide free health care to illegal immigrants under 26. But a lot of people have been fleeing California because they're like, hey, it's really bad to live in a place. If you don't know where to start. And they end up going to places like Colorado.
Yes.
So it's...
Okay. So I know that Tim Pool is half Korean because his mom's Korean. And I'm just super curious to see if anywhere in his family tree there's a fucking immigrant. And his Wikipedia page, hold on. Tim Pool, like Wikipedia, says his maternal grandmother is Korean because he's talked about how he's like biracial. And it linked to this Daily Beast article that says these days Pool paints a harsher picture of Occupy. It was so crooked, he claimed. What's more, his opinions were rejected out of hand because others assumed he was white. When he identified as having a mixed race background, Pool's maternal grandmother is Korean. Occupy welcomed his contributions. These people were racist, the most racist people I've ever encountered in my life, Pool claimed in February. More so than the avowed racists and members of the alt-right he's spoken to. The Daily Beast was unable to identify any interviews with Pool either during or immediately after Occupy in which he mentioned the rampant racism. Oh, isn't that convenient? He only started to talk about racism when he started grifting and had moved away from Vice. Curious.
Art and Top Heroes World.
So this was October 26, 2016.
Year, and today I would like to talk to all of you
like
about
a decade
racism.
ago.
So the first thing I want...
Okay, how liberals can be racist. If I put Korean... Oh, it was literally the same.
Is take a good long look at my face and try and figure out what I am. What race am I? Ready? Go. Figured it out yet? Okay, well, you're probably wrong. Or you might be wrong. I'm actually mixed race. I am part Korean, part white. I'm a quarter Korean, and the rest is German-Irish. My mom is half Korean, and my dad is like a German-Irish white dude.
Oh my god, I was under the impression that he was half Korean, so he's literally 1/4 Korean.
Mom's side of the family, her grandmother is full Korean, and her father was a German-Irish guy. So growing up, I had an interesting perspective on issues of race and racism in this country. My grandparents were married at a time where it was illegal. Interracial marriage was actually legal, and they were forced to flee various cities and states because it wasn't allowed. Now,
they broke the law. They should be put in jail, right? This is like the level of logic that he operates off of, that if you break any law, it does not matter how unjust it is, you should be put in jail. But of course, he'd carve out some exception for his family.
When I was younger, growing up, I had her grandmother is full Korean, and her father was a German-Irish guy. So growing up, I had an interesting perspective on issues of race and racism in this country. My grandparents were married at a time where it was illegal. Interracial marriage was actually legal, and they were forced to flee various cities and states because it wasn't allowed. Now, when I was younger, my family had our vehicle vandalized. Someone threw a brick through our van window. We had our home vandalized.
He's Elizabeth Warren. LOL. I mean, this really does shift my perspective. I'm learning so much about Tim Pool in the last few streams. I learned that he dropped out at the age of 14. He literally never even finished his freshman year of high school. That's how much education, the last full year of education he had was at the age of 13 years old. He recommends that people do not let their kids finish high school because it's a waste of time. And he's always talked about how he's Korean, part Korean. I don't know why I never took the part Korean into consideration. I always, in my mind, I'm like hearing half Korean. So his grandmother is full Korean. It sounds like his grandfather was white. That makes his mom half Korean. That makes him 1/4 Korean.
Someone littered white supremacy pamphlets on our porch because my mom is very clearly not white and my dad is, and I guess to some people that's threatening for some reason. Hearing these stories about my grandparents and what they went through and then experiencing racism firsthand, I thought, you know what, in the future these things are going to get better because, my grandparents.
Okay. Experiencing racism firsthand. We're talking about like microaggressions.
Had it worse, and we have it a little bit better.
I guess he's like counting this like the white supremacist stuff or whatever. Sure.
It's probably going to be better for future generations. But I was probably wrong. And I started to realize this when I started getting more involved in politics and covering protests and rallies and things like this. Now, here's the surprising part. I've covered a bunch of conservative events. I've covered a ton of Trump events. The worst thing anyone has ever said to me at a Trump event is, oh, you're Hispanic. What do you think about the whole immigration thing? To which my response is, actually, I'm Korean. And they go, huh. Oh, what do you think about the immigration thing anyway?
I'm 1/4 Korean.
That's it. Didn't faze me one bit. I'm like, whatever. When I started going to these leftist protests and things like Occupy Wall Street, it was a really cold, hard wake up as to what racism actually means. I kid you not, I have gone in the span of 5 minutes from having someone tell me.
Oh my God! Even then, this was like 10 years ago, and he would just like on the fly just like get very aggressive because that cut. Look
as to what racism actually means. I kid you not.
I kid you not.
In the span of 5 minutes from having someone tell me you are a white man and you have no idea what racism is in this country to, well, you're a minority, you're Hispanic. What is
the light in front of the door is triggering me. Now I can't unsee it.
What does racism mean to you? I have had people tell me my opinion doesn't count because I'm white and couldn't possibly understand.
I really wish he had answered that question that was posed to him in this made-up scenario where a Trump supporter asked, you're Hispanic, what do you think about immigration? Okay, so as a Korean, what do you think about immigration?
The plight that minorities feel in this country, and then minutes later be told that because I'm a minority, my opinion counts. I have had people tell me that I'm not allowed to speak because I'm a white man, and then seconds later had people tell me I should speak up because I'm a Puerto Rican brother. No one really knows what I am. People often make assumptions about my race, and that's particularly frustrating. Here's the strange.
This isn't an example like solely of like liberals being racist. This is more of an example demonstrating the absurdity of race as a construct to begin with and why it doesn't tell you anything, and it's like why it's stupid.
Paradox I've encountered is that there are people on the left who are white, who take issue with white privilege, who tell me, a mixed race high school dropout from the south side of Chicago, that my opinion doesn't matter because I'm actually a white person.
All of that, this is the id bullshit, man. Like, let's hear that back one more time.
Mixed race high school dropout from the south side of Chicago, that
a mixed race high school dropout, which I've heard him talk about that high school dropout, and he does not act like. See, in this particular story, it's a thing that happened to him. It's tragic. It's a horrible circumstance that he was forced to endure. On the PBD podcast, he's saying, yeah, that was a good thing that I did that. I chose to do that at 14. My mom helped me. She was cool with it, apparently. And I'm going to make sure that my kids don't complete high school or I'm going to like homeschool them. So in that particular circumstance, it's an advantage and it's this worldly unique experience that he has that nobody else has. But in this context, it's what's that again?
Paradox I've encountered is that there are people on the left who are white, who take issue with white privilege, who tell me, a mixed race high school dropout from the south side of Chicago,
who tell him a mixed race high school dropout from the south side of Chicago. Those are all the oppression points that he could collect. 1/4 Korean, high school dropout by choice that he bragged about, and then south side of Chicago, I guess poverty.
That my opinion doesn't matter because I'm actually a white person. Where does that, I don't know where you get off doing that, right? Everyone's opinion matters and everyone.
He could have added bald too. Yeah, he could have added his ailment that he's like literally forced to have this beanie surgically on his head at all times.
One has a unique experience, and it is racist to make assumptions about someone's life experiences based on their race. Now, I'm not stupid. I understand that the way a person looks can have an effect on how they're raised and the beliefs they have.
That is a very vulgar way to understand racism, that it's racist to identify somebody, try to quickly make assumptions about their ethnicity or background, and have preconceived notions that could be entirely neutral and benign. I don't think that really constitutes racism. It depends on it's a case-by-case basis thing, but I don't think it's inherently racist to make assumptions based off of things around you like that.
But I will respect their opinion because it gives
that is literally the level of like, did you just assume my gender type shit? It's like, yeah, if you present femininely, people are going to make assumptions that you're a woman. If you present masculinely, they're going to do that for men. You can make the argument that it ought to not be that way. But as far as like, it goes, like, that's the state of affairs currently. And then with race or whatever, he'll decry that. He'll decry the whole, like, did you just assume my gender? But this is like the did you just assume my race? Actually, I'm 1/4 Korean and German and Irish. Again, this is Elizabeth Warren Pocahontas shit to harp on it like this.
A view into the perspective of a person who might look this way. And I'm not going to hold it against somebody. And I'm not going to make assumptions about what someone has been through because they are a specific race. Let's get outside of what frustrates me and my perspective, and let's talk about the actual dictionary definition of the word racism. The dictionary defines racism as the belief that...
Webster's dictionary defines racism. This is like... again, to any doubters in chat that he dropped out of high school and never finished any education beyond middle school, him starting off... like part of his script, any paragraph with Webster's dictionary defines this thing as blank. Yeah, that should tell you that I'm not lying.
All members of each race possess characteristics or abilities specific to that race, especially so as to distinguish it as inferior or superior to another race or races. It goes on to say, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. Now here's the thing, a dictionary doesn't determine what a word means, it simply shows us what the most commonly used meaning of that word is in our society. There's also an academic definition of the word.
Wow, language descriptivists rise up. That's funny because this also contradicts his arguments related to what is a woman, I bet, because his argument for what is a woman, it has to be prescriptive. Because what is a woman, what culturally we understand to be a woman is increasingly being willing to accommodate and incorporate trans women into that definition. But he says it should be adult human female, even though he understands it's not how language is really used. Like dictionaries pretty much just observe the way a word is being used in language.
The academic definition of the word racism is prejudice plus power. In my opinion, that definition is entirely problematic for a few reasons. One, it eliminates the word racism. Well, how do we define racial discrimination without saying it? I've had people tell me that what I'm thinking of is bigotry, but the dictionary definition of the word bigotry is intolerance towards other people who have different opinions than you. So here's what I try to do. I try to understand as many people as possible, and that's why I tend to go by the dictionary definition of the word, because it's what most people mean when they say the word. The problem is the left and the right have different definitions. It doesn't matter who's right about what the word means. It matters that when someone on the left engages with someone on the right and tries to have a discussion about what racism is and how we can end it, they're talking about two entirely different things. So to those who hate Trump and call him racist, they don't understand why people on the right don't think Donald Trump is racist, and vice versa, because you're defining the word differently. And the last thing I'm going to say about this, for me particularly, and what frustrates me the most, is you cannot discount someone's opinion. You can't do it. We're all people. No one has a monopoly on truth. Neither.
Yeah, this is another thing. There are so many words that are used more commonly used in ways that are not declared in the dictionary because language changes constantly and dictionaries can't always keep up with that. LOL. Yeah. Do I think Zohran can win? Absolutely. But I was just telling a chatter, I'm not getting my hopes up. I will not be hurt again. I know what it's like to get my hopes up for different candidates because I already have done it for Bernie Sanders twice and I've done it for Jessica Cisneros and I'm not going to do it again. So if he wins, I will be ecstatic, but if he loses, to me, I won't be surprised. I will just be disappointed. What about you, IRI? Do you think he has a chance?
Neither of us is necessarily more correct than others. I mean, to a certain extent, there are...
Have you seen Tim's father's channel? No, I've never watched it, but I know his dad has like reply guide him and literally said that he's not, he doesn't like any of his son's punditry and he thinks he's like a moron.
Things that are true and there are things that aren't. But when it comes to matters of opinion on how society should be run and things that will make life better, we all have a different idea of what would make us happy and how we want to live. Everyone's opinion matters, period. So you don't have to agree with me, but seriously, thank you all so much for watching and listening to my perspective on the matter. Make sure to follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Timcast.
His father called into MR before and complained. I remember this. Oh, yeah. It would be an interesting question to ask him, though. Again, if your grandmother is fully Korean and your mother is like half Korean, like how did your grandmother was probably an immigrant.
It seems like over the past decade or so, Colorado has been shifting heavier.
And then broke different laws or whatever, going around to find a state that would marry her to a white man because interracial marriage was illegal.
Heavier blue. And you just mentioned now they're allowing illegal immigrants to get licenses, which they can then register to vote. Often, this is automatic. When you get your license, they just check the box and then you're on that list. What do you do in your state? How do you deal with that? How do you reverse these trends?
Well, in Colorado, we are getting a lot of those Californians who have been priced out of California, but they're still bringing the policies that ultimately price them out of where they wanted to live, price them out of their own homes. But our state taxes are lower than California. And so they're coming there. They want the beautiful views. And then we also have a lot of these sanctuary policies. At a state level, we prohibit our police officers, our local police, from coordinating with ICE agents. The city of Denver, I had Mayor Mike Johnston in before the Oversight Committee. And there's a policy there in Denver that says that their employees.
Polls on that level aren't the best. Seems like a big jump from moderate Adams to Democratic Socialist. I guess Cuomo wins because of his experience. I really do think that Cuomo has a good chance of winning for the same reason he's even continued to poll as well as he has, despite all of his past scandals. Because one, the voters that decide these elections have the memory of a fucking goldfish. Two, his pitch is like, I'm very experienced. And people are like, yeah, he is experienced, but they're not actually asking themselves, is that experience any good? Was he actually a good steward of the state of New York when he was the governor? They're not being like, unless they're being reminded that, oh yeah, you had to resign because of a fucking scandal related to sexual assault. They're not going to remember that. And they'll just be like, yeah, he has experience. I remember he was around during COVID. So unless people, haven't memory hold that, they're going to fucking vote for him. And I think he, like Eric Adams, are relying upon people checking their name on voting day or on election day just because of name recognition. And Adams has his own scandals. So the race is already just going to at least be a referendum on Adams. But if you put Cuomo in, if Cuomo comes next after Adams, it's like you were rejecting one type of corruption for another. Because Cuomo was, again, a corrupt piece of shit.
Their city employees are prohibited and will be fined for communicating and coordinating with federal ICE agents. Now, that's not all federal agents, just ICE. So we do have some counties like Douglas County and Mesa County and others in Colorado who are suing Governor Jared Polis over these sanctuary policies because they want to work with ICE. They want to have that coordination. They want to have their communities safe. And unfortunately, there's policies there that have prohibited many of our counties in the past. So how we actually get this turned around, I don't know. Maybe parents will have enough after this legislative session. We just passed 1312 in Colorado, which says that if you dead name your child, if you don't provide gender affirming care or assistance, well, then they could be custodians of the state. So maybe parents will finally rise up and have enough and say, you guys.
I mean, they're shaking their head, but the reason why legislation like this is being introduced is to preempt legislation that goes the opposite way. Because in Texas, a few years ago, we saw legislation introduced that you could have your child removed from you if you administered any form of gender affirming care.
Have gone too far.
So it's they're complaining about policy that is effectively blowback to Republican legislation.
You're spending our hard-earned tax dollars on illegals. The city of Denver again is slashing budgets because they are.
What did she say?
In
1312,
which says that if you dead name your child, if you don't provide gender affirming care or assistance, well, then they could be custodians of the state. So maybe parents will finally rise up and have enough and say, you guys have gone too far. You're spending our hard-earned tax dollars on illegals. The city of Denver, again, is slashing budgets because they are funding illegals rather than the projects they need to actually have Denver be one of the most beautiful cities in the nation, as it could be. We had one of our Denver health hospitals almost go bankrupt, and the state legislature had to send them $5 million to bail them out. We've cut our Denver police by 9%, and they're talking about cutting them even more, cutting services at the Denver International Airport, all because the illegal aliens are siphoning off money. So hopefully in Colorado, enough people say, my vote does matter. I'm going to stand up against these radical policies. They're stripping our Second Amendment rights. They're going after our children, and they're allowing illegals to completely take over in Colorado. So hopefully we can have an uprising, but also we have a midterm election coming up. And the turnout isn't that great. We usually have top name Democrats at the top of the ticket, and Republicans don't show up. It's rare that a lot of people show up in those elections. So whatever we could do to encourage that turnout would be huge. But a lot of these decisions are made at the state level, like from the Secretary of State when it comes to our elections. And that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, people need to vote in their state elections, their state rep, their state legislators. That is going to reshape the districts. It's going to make sure at the federal level you're getting better representation.
Again, better representation, but they can't actually vote, and they're making people seem like they get to vote because of the fucking census or something. So this is House Bill 25-1312, legal protections for transgender individuals. Concerning legal protections for transgender individuals, Section 1 of the bill creates the Kelly Loving Act. Section 2 provides that when making child custody decisions and determining the best interests of a child for purposes of parenting time, a court shall consider dead naming, misgendering, or threatening to publish material related to an individual's gender-affirming healthcare service as types of coercive control. So it's not constituting any of these individual things as abuse. It's not legally saying that is unambiguously abusive. It's saying it's a factor that the court can legally consider in advance in the argument of making the case that a parent is not fit to take care of their child. A court shall consider reports of coercive control when determining the allocation of parental responsibilities in accordance with the best interest of the child. Section 3 prohibits a Colorado court from applying or giving any force or effect to another state's law that authorizes a state agency to remove a child from the child's parent or guardian because the parent or guardian allowed the child to receive gender-affirming healthcare services. So this is, again, they're preempting legislation like what we've seen in Texas, where they argued that giving your child any form of gender-affirming care, supervised or unsupervised, can now constitute child abuse in and of itself and could lead to your kid being taken away from you. Section 4 provides that if a local education provider, an educator, or a contractor chooses to enact or enforce a policy related to chosen names, that policy must be to make the policy inclusive of all reasons that a student might adopt a chosen name that differs from the student's legal name. So it's saying that if you're a public servant, educator, whatever, you cannot say that you'll be willing to call a student named William Billy because that's their preferred nickname, but you won't be willing to call a student that has transitioned to their chosen name now because that would literally only be on the basis of their transit that you're denying them the ability to change to socially transition at that point. Sections 5 and 6 provide that a dress code adopted or implemented by a local education provider must allow each student to choose from any of the options provided in the dress code. So you can't say that just because you're a boy, you can't conform your clothing has to conform to like the boys section or whatever, like the dress code. It seems like they want it to be gender neutral. Sections 7 and 8 define dead naming and misgendering as discriminatory acts in the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act and prohibit these discriminatory acts in places of public accommodation, although the bill does not prevent a public entity from using an individual's legal name when required to do so by law to ensure the identity of the individual can be verified or that other information pertaining to the individual that is needed for legal or other legitimate public purposes can be obtained. This is completely fine. This is completely fine. So what's the arguments against it? According to Colorado Catholic Conference, who is the top opposition that I found. So on March 31st, 2025, the Colorado General Assembly introduced HB 25-1312, the Kelly Loving Act, and expands the rights, quote unquote, of transgender individuals in multiple existing Colorado statutes while violating First Amendment rights of all Coloradans and visitors to Colorado. Oh, it's your First Amendment right to dead name trans people, apparently. HB 25-1312 will have the following impact on families and faith-based institutions. Impact on family. On family is consider a parent's position on their child's trans identity. Will someone please think of the parents of the trans kid? All this attention to the trans child, like, oh, they're the biggest victims. No one ever thinks about the parents, you guys. In child custody proceedings and prohibit the enforcement of other states' custody laws related to parents who facilitate gender-affirming care. Meaning, parents could lose custody of their children if they do not affirm their child's trans identity. I mean, technically, yes, there is a non-zero chance that this could happen. Non-zero, sure, it could. But again, that they're interpreting it to mean that because there's a chance that it could be considered, that it necessarily will, is stupid to me, but whatever. And there's also an argument to make that obviously it's like, yeah, if you don't, it is abusive. A parent who refers to their trans-identifying child by his or her birth name or uses pronouns consistent with the child's biological sex could be deemed to be engaging in coercive control. True. Yes. Correct. That would be the case. Yes. Establish Colorado as a sanctuary state for families seeking gender-affirming care that might be restricted or criminalized in their home states. Violate the First Amendment rights of Coloradans and visitors to Colorado. I mean, like, if you ask these people, is it a violation of your First Amendment rights that if you have a business, did you know you can't put a sign on it that says whites only in front of the business? Did you know that constitutes a speech action that goes beyond speech and starts to constitute discriminatory behavior? Yeah, well, why wouldn't that apply to this? It is possible for speech to also impact actions and have effects and mean things beyond just you're just saying words. Impact on faith-based institutions. I could not give less of a fuck about this. Criminalizes parents who attempt to protect their children from this dangerous ideology. I was waiting for it. Trans ideology is like the new version of the gay agenda. The trans ideology that kids need protecting from. This bill threatens parents who do not affirm a child's announcement of trans identity with loss of custody. It mandates cooperation with social transition, names and dress associated with something other than natal sex. It doesn't, though. It doesn't mandate cooperation. Really what it says is that you cannot say that you cannot appeal to a dress code to say that a kid can't be wearing a dress or whatever, because if you allow for... How do people not realize that this is actually sex-based discrimination? They really don't get it. Even in their narrow confines of what they understand to be like gender to mean, like sex to mean, that would still be discrimination on the basis of sex. If you are forbidding a male student from wearing a dress, even though it's permissible for female students to wear dresses, you are exclusively discriminating against them on the basis that they're a man. And you're saying that's why they can't do something. The same goes for same-sex marriage. That's why you have conservative justices, like I think Gorsuch, who support same-sex marriage, because if it's legal for somebody in this country to marry a man, if I as a woman can legally marry a man, if you're forbidding men from marrying other men, even though there are already legal circumstances where it's permissible for people in the United States to marry men, then you are exclusively saying that because you are a man, you cannot marry another man on the basis of your sex. That's how it ends up relating back to sex discrimination, which is why all of these arguments for why they're saying this threatens sex, they don't understand how it works or how it relates to the law. So this is supposedly going to greatly increase the likelihood that a child will continue on to hormonal and surgical interventions. I mean, this does not follow from that, but okay. It ignores the data indicating that up to 95% of kids who experience gender dysphoria will eventually become, this is the myth about, what is it? I can't think of what it's called. It's not detransition, but desistance or whatever. This is like a myth surrounding like desistance. The bill mandates that all public accommodations, potentially encompassing many Catholic apostates and institutions, abide by the speech codes GAC requires. Then the sister bill requires insurance companies to pay for the hormonal and surgical interventions required. All of this at a time when the UK and other Western countries are severely restricting GAC for minors because the science shows the harms associated with GAC are not justified by any scientifically verifiable benefits. Is this going to be the CAS report? The CAS review. There we go. Yep. Yeah, the WPATH standards. Okay.
But I do fear that what we're seeing...
I had this argument with my dad 25 years ago. My sister can marry a man. Why can't I? Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, even by the framework that they're outlining to be exclusionary to trans people. It literally comes and bites them right back in the ass when it comes to like same-sex discrimination.
In a place like Colorado, for instance, is just a microcosm of the macro in that Democrats use illegal immigration in a variety of ways to secure just an imbalance of power. Be it they can control the flow of tax revenue towards certain groups under the guise of refugees, basically taking money away from anything that might go towards actual public services. And it finds its way into the hands of some NGOs who just so happen to be big contributors to Democratic candidates. Or in places like California, they get to vote in the Electoral College. So I think some estimates have them upwards of 10 extra congressional seats based on an illegal immigrant population. The challenge, I guess, is it makes it really difficult for you to reverse that when you're...
Them thinking that we shouldn't account for every single person in the United States when we take the census, or that we should draw districts based on a population that's only indicative of how many legal resident, like No, like completely, like exclusively U.S. citizens is so stupid. This reminds me of like if anybody in China has ever read about the effects of like the one-child policy in China, what all that did, even though they were attempting to discourage families from having more kids, is lead to families having kids that had no relation to the state and this invisible class of people that had difficulty getting access to government benefits and identification because the government made it more difficult for you to acknowledge that they existed. It's the same thing here. You're just going to make it more difficult for there to be a proper administration of services to people within the United States. China, yeah.
What they're doing.
Elon already ruined the word grok. Can we please not call it gag? What is GAC? Gender affirming. Oh, it's gender affirming care or whatever. That's why I was saying GAC because I wasn't sure what it stood for.
Is giving themselves easier means to win elections and to win power and control the flow of that power. What I would just say is I think we need a cultural shift. Like you mentioned, the midterm turnout. That's entirely built upon whether people are paying attention and they want to show up and they want to be involved. So I look at these riots across the country. They say this weekend, there's going to be thousands of them. Conservatives don't do that. I mean, for better or for worse. So suppose
they mentioned January 6th in this video already.
I don't know if you have any final thoughts on anything related to this stuff. Anything you want to add before we go?
Well, yeah, we're seeing these advertisements right now for these.
Also, the January 6th is also not the only example that we have of conservatives being incredibly fucking rowdy and breaking the law with respect to general, like, peaceful assembly. Anyone remember the fucking anti-mask protests where they were literally conservatives en masse going out into the street to cough on each other and say that they had the right to get other people sick effectively? Yeah. But conservatives don't do this.
They're called protests right now. We'll see what they turn out to be. I think they will end up being riots, many of them, scheduled all throughout our nation. They said, well, everyone is focused on Washington, D.C. and President Trump having a Flag Day and honoring the Army's 250th birthday. They said, we are going to focus throughout the rest of the country. And you have the heirs of Walmart, I guess, coming out and supporting this. And, this is something that we've got to pay attention to because they are trying to infiltrate our entire nation. I mean, even Colorado, the little towns that are scheduled to have these protests on Saturday, it's alarming.
Walmart, indeed.
We don't know what their ultimate goal is. Are they going to be burning flags? Are they going to be lewd? Are they going to be violent? And
are they going to be burning flags? Do you mean, again, taking advantage of the fact that there's a First Amendment in this country, despite what people like this are trying to do? Yes, you have the right to burn a flag. You have the right to burn the American flag even in this country.
I don't know. Are they going to have more Molotov cocktails in Colorado? So we've got to stay vigilant. We've got.
But I am curious. Are if you publicly burn a flag, is that illegal? Is a public display, because obviously you can do it in your private residence or house, but is a public display of a flag burning illegal in the United States? Oh, no, it's not. I shouldn't really be surprised, but it is constitutionally protected speech, even in public. Facts and case summary for Texas v. Johnson a landmark decision from 1989. Flag burning constitutes symbolic speech that's protected by the First Amendment. So Gregory Lee Johnson burned an American flag outside of the convention center where the 1984 RNC was being held in Dallas, Texas. Johnson burned the flag to protest the policies of President Ronald Reagan. He was arrested and charged with violating a Texas statute that prevented the desecration of a venerated object, including the American flag, if such action were likely to incite anger in others. A Texas court tried and convicted Johnson. He appealed, arguing that his actions were symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court agreed to hear this case. Issue: whether flag burning constitutes symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment. Ruling: yes. The reasoning: the majority of the court, according to Justice William Brennan, agreed with Johnson and held that flag burning constitutes a form of symbolic speech that is protected by the First Amendment. The majority noted that freedom of speech protects actions that society may find very offensive, but society's outrage alone is not justification for suppressing free speech. In particular, the majority noted that the Texas law discriminated upon viewpoint. Our favorite legal turn of phrase now, viewpoint discrimination. What is it? I always lose my place when I look over here and then I look back at documents. The Dissent. Writing for The Dissent, Justin Stevens argued that the flag's unique status as a symbol of national unity outweighed a symbolic speech concerns, and thus the government could lawfully prohibit flag burning. Lame, stupid, bad, wrong, nope. Talking points, but can you do it like publicly?
Support President Trump and what he is doing. I think now is a call more than ever to pass this big, beautiful bill. I know there will be some edits. I don't know what that final version looks like, and I hope it's something that doesn't change too much that I can't support it. But we've got to fund ICE. We've got to fund Border Patrol and give President Trump the tools that he needs to deliver on the mandate that he was given.
Oh, wait, here it is. Okay, wait. Why aren't you out on the street helping your brethren take down the dirty ICE? They need all the help they can get, and you and your viewers could be perfect to turn the tide. It is stupid and bad. You're right. Good take. We need to teach ICE critical race theory. Are you okay? Are you having a stroke, Butterknuckles 4? Do you want to come into my Discord and talk about... Do you want to have a stroke live on this stream right now in front of... I got 41 people watching me on YouTube and 30 people here. Do you want... For 70 people, would you like to have a stroke in front of everybody? And you can maybe teach me about critical race theory. I'm going to link a Discord in the Twitch chat. And if you don't click that link and join it and talk to me like right now, I'm going to ban you. The scent of burnt toast. It's going to be lovely. So you got lots of opinions. I'd love to hear them. You're a first-time chatter. And I'm going to hop into the Discord. And you can feel free to join. Let's see. I will be in the Ponscom Discord waiting just for you so you can air out all of your brilliant ideas to the stream. My fingers aren't fast enough to type what I want. That's okay. You don't need to type. You can just get in this Discord and talk to me. And you can live tell me why I am completely wrong or like why I should be, why this is me spending time streaming somehow makes it impossible for me to also go out and do other things like protest. Again, I've been streaming for over a month. Nobody has ever taken me up on the Discord or ban offer. I have offered many people who come into my chat and say very stupid or just very opinionated things that I disagree with and would love to debate them on. Nobody ever takes me up on this offer. So let's see if Butterknuckles4_ will be the first person to do it. It will be very, very exciting if they do. As far as public, can you do it in public? Let's see. Should the allowance of flag burning depend on the reasons for and potential reactions to the act? Let's see. The Texas Act permits the destruction of worn-out flags in a prescribed manner. The act also acknowledges that prosecutions of flag burning only occur when this action would be likely to offend others. Although it is argued that the state may have an absolute right to prohibit flag burning, Texas has chosen to limit its prescriptions. For instance, it would permit private burnings, perhaps even in the midst of like-minded individuals. It does not, however, permit flag burning in public when this would be likely to incite others. So then it's conditional. Give you half a second, you're in the bathroom, lol. No rush. The state realizes that this action triggers strong emotions in some and may lead to violence. The state has a compelling interest in prohibiting flag burning in order to keep the peace. The state permits respectful burnings of worn-out flags because there is not much chance that this action will lead to violent outbursts. Respectful burnings of worn-out flags. Okay, so I guess it's technically legal, or like there are circumstances where it could be.
We'll have a couple more opportunities for some bigger legislative pieces that we can address things. We have the rescissions package that we'll be voting on. It's $9 billion that we're taking back. I want more rescissions package. I would love it if the White House sent us one every week to vote on. But we'll have that this week, and it's at least a good start. But President Trump is doing amazing. He has great people around him, Secretary Noem and Tom Homan. And of course, Stephen Miller has been a great spokesperson in this. And Tim, thank you for all that you do in educating people throughout America. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but I know you have tens of thousands of people who tune in live and then many more who tune in afterwards. So thank you for being a voice right now, because we need it now more than ever.
Well, I appreciate it. You know, it's frustrating. I saw this Democrat spokesperson saying that Trump is the least popular of all the past presidents when his polling is better than Obama and Bush for the same time period right now. It's the lying that I can't stand. But that's the only way they get by. So, Rep. Boebert, I really do appreciate you joining me. Where can people find you?
Wow, we appreciate her so much, you guys. Boebert is a fucking pervert. This is true. She literally was like getting fondled and like vaping when she was out in public watching fucking Beetlejuice. Let's see. In the meantime, though, let's do PBD talking about the Pelosi, like somehow how Pelosi is somehow responsible for not preventing January 6th, which was nothing but peaceful. She's a grandmother. Just let that sink in. Well, I also learned that she's a teen mom, so that makes sense now. Like how she was so young. This was published 2 days ago. We begged Trump. Nancy Pelosi exposed a National Guard lie over LA riots. The political chaos. Oh, so maybe this was not related to January 6th. Maybe it was related to the LA riots and the mobilization of the National Guard. Maybe she said something that we begged Trump or something like that.
Go ahead, Rob. We're learning that this isn't really organic, that this is highly coordinated, that there's money that's behind this. Some of it is
Soros.
Federal grant money.
Again, fake and dangerous. George Soros funds these people to demonstrate and riot and loot. Nobody really disagrees with Trump. But despite this, it's incredibly dangerous and we must crack down on these people. And this movement in our country of extremism.
California state grant money even that has gone to these organizations. They've turned around and used it to go after and create this actual rioting and this. They're not protesting anymore. This is absolutely rioting.
So what legally can be done? I mean, it seems like if they're going, it sounds like a misappropriation of funds. I'm sure it was never intended for that funding.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're using the grant money other than it was intended for sure. But you also have this notion of, are they getting people out and encouraging and fomenting the rioting? It looks like that maybe they are. And if they are, that would be aiding and abetting this kind of misconduct, which is criminal conduct. And aiding and abetting is also a criminal offense. Might even be.
Oh, go ahead.
There might even be an opportunity to investigate them for conspiracy as well, because if they've organized this criminal enterprise, then that's conspiracy.
It's pretty wild to hear that. Vinny, your thoughts?
I just think we should do what Japan does when it's rioting and looting and it gets out of control. The cops spray blue paint on everybody coming out, so you could recognize them.
High pressure water would die. Just like when you rob a bank, the dye that's on the
Yeah, so when your dumbass is just at work and like, hey, what'd you do this weekend? He's like, I don't, like, look at your face, bro. There's blue stuff.
I visited Willy Wonka's factory, actually.
Yeah.
It's totally legal.
But I think, and Pat, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago. What was going to be their thing? Because we're waiting for it. He's kicking ass, the trade, the tariffs, everything is kind of coming into order, and then all of a sudden this is popping off. But Mike, you made a great point. Like, bring it on.
It's great.
Bring it on, because you know what? We're tired of this shit. And I love, what was that guy, Harry Anton? He looks like he's taking a crap. And why is he so shocked? He won the popular vote. He won every swing state.
I can't stand listening to PBD. Jesus Christ. Why not? They're just, is it that you can't handle all these like high level ideas? Too high IQ or what?
That's what we want. And it's like the Thomas Homan made a point yesterday. I forgot which podcast he was on in regard to, let me find it really, really quick.
Yep.
Thomas Homan. Oh, yeah. So he revealed that all of this popped off. You know that we're waiting for the George Floyd moment that they're waiting for? The ICE raid that set it all off was the target of a multinational illegal money laundering scheme linked to the Mexican and Colombian cartels. That's how this started. They were grabbing dads and moms and kids getting ripped out of their arms. And he said that the location is one of many and that they're laundering hundreds of millions of dollars to fund cartel activities. And the Trump administration is going after their money. That's why they're rioting. That's why they're losing their minds. And in that raid, they got, this is so random, a rapist and a murderer convicted was grabbed out of that place. So,
and there's an attempted murderer in the anti-deportation protest because of the Molotov cocktail. So I think what the liberals and the media, though I repeat myself, don't understand is what Trump is doing is the moderate option. Okay, they think this is really extreme that you would.
Oh, you guys! So I know that you thought that the mass deportation program was like unprecedented federal overreach to solve a problem that doesn't exist, and going about it in completely unconstitutional ways. Like I know you thought all of that, but this is actually the moderate choice.
Would arrest even the criminals, even the violent criminals. This is very much the moderate option. If the Trump deportations continue at their current pace, by the end of this term, Trump will have deported something like, I don't know, call it 250 to 400,000, maybe if we're lucky, illegal aliens. There are 11 to 16 million illegal aliens in the country conservatively. So I'm not knocking Trump. Clearly, he's ramping things up and he's dealing with a lot of strong headwinds in the other direction. But what I'm saying is people voted for mass deportations, okay? Yep. And so 400,000 in 4 years, that's a drop in the bucket. Trump has a lot of political leeway to ramp this up significantly. He will not get blowback from any of the people who matter.
Here's a thing that I will say. If you want to play this clip, Rob, go for it.
She's looking
Nancy
good.
Pelosi.
She's looking really good.
Channels Biden. Watch this.
I mean, like what Michael Knowles is saying is obviously fucking ghoulish, but it's true. I mean, this is the correct way. Not morally correct, obviously. It's repugnant. But this is the correct way to understand a popular mandate, what power you have, and how to wield it. And he is not wrong that this is where, if they were going to do this, even though it's extremely unpopular, even among their base, it's highly polarizing. They would need to do it now when he still has the most amount of goodwill that he's going to get, because with every single presidency, as the presidency goes on, the approval rating always drops.
In a bipartisan way, on January 6th, with violence against the Constitution, against the Congress, and against the United States Capitol, we begged the President of the United States to send in the National Guard. He would not do it. Not only would he not do it.
Can we get a fact check on that?
Yeah, we have a video.
Law enforcement people were being harmed. Some later died. He would not send it in when an instigation that an insurrection that he incited.
It's like elder abuse seeing her be up there, actually in charge of lots of people.
Was causing damage to those assigned to protect the
Hang on to
Capitol
that podium.
and the Constitution that day to accept the results of the Electoral College.
What? So when they say something like
Now we have an
that,
electrical college. That's shocking.
Do they think people don't remember like the clips like with her daughter? Like, do they really know?
What part of that is supposed to be like an indictment of her? I don't understand.
They really
That's
think
not because I'm some Pelosi
no
stan.
one's gonna know. Okay, go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
We have responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. This is ridiculous. You're going to ask me in the middle of the thing, but they've already breached the
Thank you for subscribing, Whipser.
inaugural stuff. Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
No,
resources.
there's not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepare for more.
Oh, weird.
Oh,
and you make a great point. By the way, she's 85 years old, and I
Not
don't know
in that picture.
Yeah, I don't know when. Yeah, I don't know when the.
Am I like missing something? I don't understand what the contradiction is between what she's saying, which is that on January 6th, we begged the president to send in the National Guard, and he refused to do it. And then she said later in a retrospective that, like, yeah, I should have done more, and I like take responsibility because when I saw his incompetence, I should have done more because I should have known he wasn't gonna fucking do it. But I don't think when she said like I take responsibility, it wasn't full responsibility in the sense that she is now liable for that. Where's the doo-doo debate, dude? I don't know. Butterknuckles, where the hell did you go? You said you were just finishing up in the bathroom, LOL. Did you finish like what? Like you were watching my stream while you were taking a shit and like angrily typing at me while you were doing that? Or were you finishing like jerking off? I mean, it is like 2 a.m. on a Friday night and you're like screaming at me. So it's one of the two. So finish up. Chop. Because I want to get off soon.
Cats are going to just get away from people like her and Chuck Schumer and just, anyway.
I'm scrolling his Twitter. He's literally a name 3215 180 account. No way.
the January 6th thing, Pat, that's one thing. Why isn't any reporter in that room? There's Republicans in that room with her, stopping her like they always do when it's a Republican, and say, "Time out, Miss Pelosi. You're full of shit. We have a video. You said it, and there's proof."
But they don't need to. They don't. I agree. They should if they had any integrity.
Say something.
But they don't need to because you'll do it. Because it's not even us. It's like pseudonymous Twitter accounts will do it immediately. So they're not going to. They used to get away with this for decades. They can't get away with this for 5 seconds now. And even the beginning, the idea that she was going to deflect from people trying to murder cops in LA and burning parts of the city down by saying, well, you know, January 6th. It's going to be the year 2027. 2227. She's going to be 300 years old. She's going to be lying on her deathbed. Her final words are going to be January 6th. It's not. You're getting diminishing marginal returns on.
And do you think that he supports Israel? Do you think he's on board with everything that Israel does? Because everything that they're doing right now, the ongoing genocide, if you try to voice opposition to that, you know what he's going to say? October 7th. He's not going to say January 6th. He's going to say October 7th. October 7th happened almost 2 years ago. That was like 20 months ago. But in this context, apparently there's a statute of limitations for outrage when it comes to January 6th.
That's the part where those things are going to work today. Rob, can you play this clip? Here's another fellow who is talking about what's going on, and he had a complete different perspective. Go ahead and play this clip.
Someone asked me if I support the protests that are going on in LA. I 100% do. Please keep going. Burn down your own backyard if you must. You know why? Because this right here is the greatest campaign that this side never had to pay for. Y'all motherfuckers out there in Los Angeles throwing a full-blown fucking tantrum. Like y'all just crawled out the Rio Grande, screaming death to America, in a country that gave you the fucking freedom to do that shit. You were born at Kaiser Permanente in Burbank. Stop.
Wait, you have to call it the Gooners too? Come on, man. Because you don't come into my chat at 2 a.m. on a Friday night and scream at me unless you are taking a shit, sitting on the toilet, doing that because you have nothing better to do, or because you actively get off on it. There's 2 options there.
You ain't cartel born. You were Target born with a Costco membership by age 5. Half you motherfuckers protesting ain't even Mexican. You're American with Mexican heritage and a tattoo of the Virgin Mary you got on a Vegas bender. Don't get it twisted. I respect the heritage. But flying a foreign flag while shitting on the country that gave you the fucking freedom to do it, that's not pride. You don't even go to fucking Mexico unless it's for spring break in Cancun with a passport you got from the U.S. government.
Boom.
And you won't go live there. Why? Because you like your DoorDash, your 7-Elevens, your air conditioning, and your freedom to scream.
So these are the whole people that are like, freedom isn't free, like, respect the troops because they died for your right to do all of this shit. But when you actually try to exercise any of those rights, they scold you and say you should shut up and be grateful, even though people died for these rights. But don't exercise them. Because if you try to, again, shut up and be grateful.
Dumb shit without a cartel rolling up on your motherfucking ass. And let's be honest, ain't nobody screaming death to Mexico while flying an American flag through Guadalajara. You know why? Because that's how you end up in a back alley, starring in Cartel TikTok Season 3. Meanwhile, the rest of America is sitting back watching you block freeways during rush hour, destroying businesses, wearing $300
Why do these people think that you can't do protests in Mexico?
fucking Jordans, screaming about injustice in the city with the most social programs and diversity hires in the fucking country? Y'all are the political version of throwing a Molotov cocktail at a fucking Prius because you're mad about gas prices. So listen, I'm not mad you're passionate. I'm mad you're dumb. And your dumbass behavior is helping the other side more than a Trump rally in Texas with free brisket. Every time y'all riot, loot, tearing up your own shit, you're just birthing another red voter.
So you can
yeah,
pause it. So here's a question. Here's a question. Adam, I'm going to come to you first. And I want you to try to be focused on this question. The question is this, okay? How different would it have been if Trump would have waited 48 hours to respond, 72 hours to respond, 5 days to respond? So let's role play this. He responds swiftly. This was a peaceful protest until you got involved and you made it to be chaos. Okay? He takes his time. What happens then? Is Newsom begging and saying, we've been calling, asking for the government to get involved in it? What happens if the president doesn't respond for 4 or 5 days instead of swiftly responding? And I'm going to come to you first.
Well, the whole city would have burnt down. Because Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass didn't do anything. It was funny. I was having a conversation with our friend Scott that was here the other day, who lived in LA. And I was like, hey, did you see what happened in LA over the weekend? He goes, no, what's up? I go, the whole city's on fire. He goes, again? Like as if like there was another fire. I go, no, it's a different fire this time. This time it's man-made. Well, maybe the last time was man-made as well. I don't know. He's like, what happened? I go, yeah, they're all protesting, ICE raids, everything like that. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm so glad I got out of there. So the reality is this. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, I don't follow California like you guys do. You guys all lived there for 20 years, decade. I've spent a couple summers there. I give 0 Fs about California. In Florida, I'm looking at California on the other side of the country,
Adam,
and I'm like,
stay focused on the question. So,
dude, I need Butter Knuckles to come back. I just opened up his Twitter. So not only does he stream, but also only 9 hours ago, he was posting his daddy issues on his TL. Fuck this POS. I regret every day voting for him back in the day. He acts like my dad. What's his bio? Okay, I usually ban when you don't take the Discord offer, but you know what? We all have our moments. You were taking a shit. You didn't think you were going to get called out on your shit, even though you were talking a bunch of shit in my chat. Come back whenever you want. You are a major Zionist. You literally you retweet the IDF, so I would absolutely love to talk to you about Israel. And what is it? The Libertarian Meme Alchemist meets Divine Comedy Detective. Search for the unknown. You have a YouTube account. You have 81 subscribers. This channel is not kid friendly. And he also has a Twitch. And just a few hours ago, 2 days ago, he streamed for an hour and a half and he got 5 views. Basically, I need to talk to this person. LA riots are crashing out big time. So this is a real person that exists. We're doing AI. Tom Homan. Why the green screen without the lighting for it? You're cooking the content. Butterknuckle, come on. I need to I need to get into the mind of somebody who thinks it's important to stream for an hour and just scroll Twitter and say nothing. And do tweets. And puts daddy issues on the TL.
City could have, should have, and would have burnt down if not for
That's
Trump.
what you think. Okay.
Also hates his son.
Michael, what do you think? Say the president waits 4 or 5 days, doesn't respond, no National Guard, no Marines. How different of an approach would Newsom have taken, and what would have happened?
Like Sam thirsting over libertarian debates. I need to talk to these fucking Zionists, man.
Happens to California.
With the daddy
focus
issues.
has just been on the deportation rate. So, there was no way that the Democrat response publicly was ever going to be different than it was. Either you're going to complain about the Marines, or you're going to complain about the National Guard, or you're going to complain about Tom Homan. But you remember, Trump is the one who started it. Actually, the Democrats started it when they let all the illegals in. But Trump is the one who set the stage for this political episode. And he did it for justice, and he did it for law enforcement. He did it to give the voters what they want. But the man could not have scripted it better. He's a showbiz guy, and he was a top network TV star. So I think he knew that, okay, if he comes in right away, then they're going to complain about his response to their response to the deportations. Had he let it play out, you would have had some more rioting, some more looting, and the Democrats would have just been complaining about Trump in a different way. I don't know that the actual number of cars burnt and people attacked and cops threatened, I don't know that totally would have changed. So in my view, I attribute at least 4D chess to Trump on a lot of these things, on the political showbiz of it all. I think he just played it out well. He backed them into a corner where anything they did was going to redound to.
Did you happen to know that Trump dies when everyone stops talking about him? Yes, like Tinkerbell.
To their detriment.
Okay, Tom, what do you think?
I think that we saw the playbook for the Palisades fires with Gavin Newsom saying getting caught trying to get in a car, faking that he was on a phone call, wouldn't talk to the citizen, was getting in the SUV, and Karen Bass denying what was going on, and the fire chief. And remember what they then wove in? We're out here trying to do this ourselves. We could use some help. Where's the president? Why doesn't he come out here? And so they would have just found a way to spin it on Trump. And I think we saw the playbook with the Palisades fire, the way he spun that.
So here's what I think it's going to be interesting to do. If I was an advisor on the inside, I would have said, perfect. Now that we know he responded like this, California responded like this, when this happens in any other blue state, let it happen. Give it 4 or 5 days. You're going to go into 1,500 cities? Yeah, no problem. Red states, they don't have a problem if we send National Guard. They don't have a problem if we send support. Blue states, you don't need it? No problem. You got it. Go ahead, Illinois, Chicago. Go ahead, or whatever the Spokane, Washington. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. You got it. Handle yourself. Now, if they come back and they flip and they say, why don't you send National Guard? The government didn't help. They didn't do anything. Oh, now make up your mind. Mm-hmm. What do you want to do? This is going to be a very easy way of catching the contradiction in their argument of what's really going to be happening if people do show up or not show up. California became the case study. Newsom's either going to look like a clown, a fool, in the next few weeks if they flip the approach. Now, the problem with that is some people may say, is that the best thing for the citizen that's living in that city? No. Why play politics? Do what's right for the citizen and don't play politics with these guys because the American people voted for you. There are people that voted for you in these cities like Chicago, like New York, and you know what Trump's going to be doing. Trump's going to be supporting them no matter what. But the reality of it is, I wonder how they would have reacted if time was taken, if nobody did get involved. A couple things to be thinking about that citizens are taking matters in their own hands. What is this, Rob? This is what this is.
That was the fake phone call. I'm on an emergency call. I'm trying to talk to people.
Oh,
I
I
can't
remember
talk to
that.
you
Yeah,
now.
but go to.
They're still talking about this.
The
This
citizen.
also came up on Her Take, another valuetainment joint.
Here's a guy. Look what he throws at ICE or the sheriff. Or who is that? Is that Marshall?
I would say Marshall. Like it's a tactical unit.
I don't know who it is, but watch
Whoever
what
it is.
happens here, folks. Watch this. Go ahead.
This is yesterday. Hey, what's up, fool? I'll do the voiceover. Hey, what's up, fool? Hey, that's my drink.
Are you kidding me?
Yes, that's it. Boom! That's how you get it.
Can I confess something?
All of a sudden, Lawrence Taylor shows up and just takes
That's
this guy
called a
down?
citizen's arrest, ladies and gentlemen.
Last night, I get to my hotel, and I hadn't seen that video, and it popped up on my Twitter. I must have watched it 10 times.
I did.
Let's just watch it one more time. I know a football team that wouldn't mind signing that guy to protect. By the way, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Okay, I find I'm deeply uncomfortable by stuff like this, not because it's so fucked up to like laugh at this, given the seriousness of it. Like that's not even like my angle of it. I hate stuff like Jackass. I don't like physical comedy or slapstick humor, and I don't like to see people brutalized. I don't think it's funny. So this whole like, let's like watch it again. Like there have been very, very few instances where I've ever found stuff like that funny. So it's just strange. I've always thought it's kind of like psycho shit for people to be like, yeah, replay somebody like tripping or getting like pushed to the ground, slapped, maybe fine. But like further than that, it's too much.
The Cincinnati Bengals should sign him to protect Joe Burrow.
All right, I'll do the voiceover.
And here we go.
Hey, what's up, puto?
There's
Hey,
no
what's
helmet.
up,
and
hey,
that's
take my drink,
concrete.
eh?
What are you
I'm gonna
thinking
run
is
away,
going to
fool.
happen?
Boom.
Yeah.
I like
The catches in California, from what I've seen for the last 5 years, the guy that tackled him is going to get in trouble.
Oh, for sure.
He's the guy to go to jail. The other guy's going to get cash bail.
Not this
other,
week.
There's one other element here as far as timing goes. Don't forget, Trump is a master of timing and marketing. What was happening, the
Don't
number
forget
one story
that.
in the world, 24 hours
The
before
master.
this, was
Elon
Trump
Musk
versus
and
Elon.
Trump.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, boom,
Gone.
that goes away.
Yeah.
Hey, did you hear what happened to Trump and Elon? No. Did you see what's going on in LA?
Oh, you
Boom.
think Trump did that?
Do I think Trump did what?
You think Trump responded the way he did to eliminate that story?
I
or you
think
that's
there's an
just the
element of
news
Trump. If you're thinking, if you're playing 4D chess,
Okay.
if you want to give him a little bit of credit,
I'll tell you, look, if that's
you
the
don't
case-
think that
Yeah.
Trump would use that opportunity to deflect from him being on Epstein Island?
So then now that's
Hang
taken
on.
over.
No,
What about
I'm
Elon?
dead wrong here.
Well, then with
Tom,
that,
what was that noise?
Vinny, go ahead.
The bong
What
rip?
about
Bong hit, it makes your
so
points
say your
clear.
point one more time? Honestly,
I'm saying,
yes.
there's probably a little bit of likelihood of Trump responding quicker than maybe he wanted to have.
Okay, I
Because
got
Trump
you.
understands.
All of these guys have father issues. They love Daddy Trump. It's so gross and pathetic.
Letting California, LA burn down. He's going to say, look at Karen Bass, look at Gavin Newsom. You're letting your city,
And pathetic. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant as soon as I read it out loud.
you're staying in your city. So he's like, all right, I'm in the news for not good things. Like, was the Elon thing?
Guys, Butterknuckle seems to have disappeared. I'm so sorry. We were about to have a blast. You guys were about to see me get publicly humiliated on my own stream by a rando who like barged into my chat just like talking shit. But as soon as I give him the opportunity to talk about his ideas, they always disappear. We're fucking, I don't know how many people I've done Discord or ban, but nobody ever takes me up on it.
A good thing or bad thing for Trump? Bad. But
now-
okay, let's steal the headlines.
So what would so what would you say
go
in
to
that sense? So
California.
now that so the
I don't think that's a crazy theory.
Then the ICE raids, but then now what's going to shut this up? Because this is a bad look. It's going to be what the Iran thing is next because that's coming up.
Yeah, but I think this is a
He's
good.
not in chat anymore. I don't see him in the viewer. Gosh, fucking darn it. You know, it's like I've debated Dave Rubin, Charlie Kirk. I've debated Adam Sosnick on the PBD show. Debated lots of people, but I guess he's just sparing me the humiliation. The hands of Butterknuckles 4_. I guess I can't. I guess I wasn't made to handle that.
Good look for Trump. And by the way, if that theory is true, if Trump sent in Tom Homan and then the Guard and then the Marines in order to distract from mean Trump tweets, Elon, I'm talking right to you now, buddy. I know you're watching. Elon?
Maybe he's mute. No, he spoke a few times in that. He like mumbled to himself. He's not mute.
More mean tweets. We need to get, I want Tom Homan in every city in this country. I don't care how many tweets it takes. I love it. If that theory's true.
He did get a couple of Twitter views out of it, so who's the real winner? Listen, not all press is good press. Ask Bill Cosby.
Then 24 hours after that, Elon reverses course and apologizes.
So let me
Guys,
ask you a
I've
question,
heard way
though.
wilder theories on this show.
This weekend is Flag Day, okay? And we're celebrating a lot of different things.
And merch plug. All right. Let's take a little detour. So as you guys may have heard, well, before we do that detour, actually, if you're watching on YouTube and you have not subscribed to me already, you should be subscribed to me. You should go ahead and like the stream as well. And if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me so you can know when I go live, or you can subscribe and get access to lots of cool emotes And in either chat, if you want to support me, you can go ahead and follow the donation link that is pinned in my Twitch chat, or check my YouTube description box for my donation links there. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on absolutely everything. Can you teach how to dance cumbia? No, I suck at dancing. I learned my splits in high school just so I could join the like drill team, which is like a dance team. And I didn't make it. And then my mom was pissed, and she went to the school and she asked for like the grading. And as far as like, you had to get a certain like grade to be able to qualify to get into it. And I was very, very, like it's 4 different judges. They get rid of the highest and lowest score. And then they just, no, it was 5 judges. They get rid of the highest and lowest score. And then they take the average of the 3. And I had like one person say my dance skill was like an 8, and then one say it was like a 4. And then another one said it was like a 5 or something like that. So I don't know. Dancing very polarized. So I learned the splits for nothing, and instead I ended up getting my associate's degree. Yes, I was upstaged by a trans person. That is what happened. Many such cases. So Splitsville for you and dance. Yeah, I never did it again. And I wasted and I told myself, I was like, after I learned the splits, I was like, I'm not going to let all that time that I spent learning them go to waste. I'm going to continue to learn it. Or like, I'm going to continue stretching so I can like keep it. And I fucking stopped immediately. And I never was able to do it again.
If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes
Okay.
World, the Springland...
So, as some people may have heard, Iran struck Tel Aviv. And we are going to listen to none other... I'm going to see how much of this I can take, and then I might head off. But Iran could activate sleeper agents in the U.S. So, this is the top political streamer in all of Twitch, and probably Kick, because he's also on Kick now. Asmongold, a.k.a. Zach Rohrer, who we learned uses this channel instead of the main Asmongold channel because of social anxiety. Ethan Bills, thank you for subscribing. And in just 7 hours, he has amassed 331,000 views for this hard-hitting commentary, and I want to know what the fuck he knows about Iran that I don't.
This is the threat. This is what people are worried about. Is that they're concerned that Iran could have like sleeper cells and terrorists in the U.S. that are going to do attacks now. And
so no, that's not why. It's not why Israel struck Iran unilaterally. It's actually not why they did that at all. They did that because of their nuclear program and to derail the agreements that Trump was trying to seal with them.
And I feel like the probability of that happening is very, very, very low, but it's possible that...
Okay, so people are scared. The chance is very low, but it's possible.
It would happen.
Special Agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, good morning to you. I want to talk to you about what has led to this moment in time.
Look at this dude's fucking facial hair. Holy shit. And he has a book, and half of the book is his face.
When you think about since October 7th, what Israel is capable of doing with the pager attack against Hezbollah, where Hamas stands right now, and where the Houthis that have, with the help of the United States, been very much decimated in their capabilities to strike back. All of that leading to this moment that we sit in right now.
Yeah, sure. Because like you see, obviously, like, I mean, there clearly was a grand design here. Is that like after they systematically got rid of all of their kind of like terrorist networks, like the Hezbollah and the Houthis and like, what was the other one? Hamas, and like killing all of their leadership.
Oh my God. Wait, we're talking about Israel.
This moment that we sit in right now.
Yeah, sure. Because like you see, obviously, like, I mean, there clearly was a grand design here. Is that like
clearly was a grand design. Okay.
After they systematically got rid of all of their kind of like terrorist networks, like the Hezbollah and the Houthis and like.
If we're talking about Israel, okay. He thinks that Israel has completely eradicated Hezbollah, completely eradicated the Houthis.
What was the other one? Hamas.
And what's the other one? Hamas. Yeah, a total victory apparently has already occurred. Israel's nothing to worry about.
And like killing all of their leadership there. Now they're attacking Iran directly. And it seemed...
Okay, so we're officially on Earth 2. And on Earth 2, despite the fact that Israel has extinguished every single regional proxy that is armed and funded by Iran, like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, there's still some sort of pressing need to strike Iran even though they, as he just said, they have already eliminated the major security threats coming from Iran, but they still needed to strike them somehow. And this is also part of a grand strategy. And the reason why is because people are worried that there's going to be sleeper agents in the U.S. activated, even though he already said that's probably not going to happen, but also it's possible.
Like, it's very, like, this was a very methodical and planned decision.
Right. And, you know, it's interesting when we look at this, Israel has actually evolved.
I mean, he's not wrong about that part. It was methodical and planned, yes. Because they'd been announcing this since May 21st, so there was planning to this. They actually, there was some premeditation to this very stupid and destabilizing thing that they did. That is the thing that has happened, yes.
Back to the out-of-the-box thinking and the tactics of eliminating your enemy, like it was before World War II and during World War II. After that, the world moved to a different way of fighting. And we've seen a tremendous amount of advances in techniques and evolution of warfare in Ukraine and Russia. And the way that the Iranian intel services in China use social media, for instance, to actually form social issues within other nations. And now we see this, where Israel has gone back and systematically taken out the proxies. Now, this is very important because Iran does not.
Okay, so we're taking this joker at his word that Iran has systematically taken them out, even though that's not anywhere remotely true.
Fight their own wars outside of their borders.
Yeah, they killed the proxies, and now that the proxies are dead, now they're attacking the main place, which is Iran.
Oh my God, if you watch this video and you learn politics from this man, there are people that, again, anytime this man goes live, there are like 55,000 people, probably kids, watching him at any given point.
It seems pretty obvious that's the plan.
Pretty obvious.
Proxies, and I don't know if most people realize that. They have targeted Iran over.
It's like, I mean, you want to use like a WoW analogy. It's like you're going to kill the trash mobs before you fight the boss. I mean,
any WoW enjoyers in chat? Is he right? Am I right? You want to do this before you fight the what?
It's like, I mean, you want to use like a WoW analogy. It's like you're going to kill the.
And I always want to use WoW analogies when talking about civil strife and military conflicts.
Trash mobs before you fight the boss. I mean, obviously.
Obviously, you kill the trash mobs before you fight the boss.
Common sense. Anybody would do this.
Over and over.
Even though, again, back on Earth 1, back in reality, they have not been able to actually get those proxies under control, and they've already moved on to the bigger regional power that funds all of those proxies. But they, for some reason, have the hubris to believe that they can.
Over using Hamas, Hezbollah. They went.
Iran's military Twitter is going ham with the post. I know.
After
it's always the I think there was like a loader rock take that I agreed with. I think he tweeted out like why is it always the poorest or at the very, it tends to be like the poor armies and militaries that end up having like the most based propaganda.
Israel's strategic
I'm just being honest, right? Am I wrong?
And
am I wrong or not?
Who has a bigger forehead, Straderate or Asmongold? Really? Is it even am I even in competition with him?
Way
just
Israel figured this out, and I think this is part of at least a three-pronged operation. First was the intel gathering about Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran themselves, along with the Houthis, and then they started carrying out.
Yeah, what was this? Hold on. This actually did find funny. Why is it always the case that most hype propaganda always comes from the shittiest militaries? I can't show this, but you know, funny.
Attacks to really just cripple Hamas and Hezbollah. We, as you just said, helped with the Houthis. But along that way, there was an initial attack inside of Iran. It tested their air defenses. We saw that they were horrible, and it showed.
Yeah, I mean, it made them look like a joke. I mean, like the difference is like, I don't. It's like a night and day difference. It's like Iran is like 30 or 40 years behind Israel. I mean,
a country he probably couldn't even point out on the map or really even knew or cared about until like a few days ago. Yeah. Suddenly he's like an arms expert on their military capabilities.
It's almost like it's not even fair.
That Iran did not have the ability to go the distance all the way over themselves into Israel and actually effectively.
Is Iran innocent? There's no such thing as an innocent state. The state is like an inherently violent apparatus. There's no other way to enforce it.
Attack Israel. So with all of that in place and understanding all that and all those different.
Iran just attacked Israel live on Fox News. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure that's not true. If something like that happens, let me know. But I'm not seeing any of that right now.
Working, they were able to then go and start putting these operatives inside Iran and setting up for the big attack. And I think the rest of the world needs to realize that this
Trader has a 4-head. Asmongold has a 5-head.
is the way warfighting has evolved, and Israel is successful because they did it that way. They
Even if I do, I get like, I can't have bangs because I don't want to get acne on my forehead. So you guys will be stuck with this giant ass forehead always in your face.
Do it politically.
So, Jonathan, what do you think Iran is doing right now? Are they calling up their proxies that have been severely degraded over the past?
Can you raid Gus Texas 8 after you're done? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. He has a loyal community because I've never had anybody come in and be like, raid this person except for him.
A year and a half and
I mean, I don't
saying,
think they're
help
gonna be able
us
to do
strike
that.
back?
Well, so here's where the real...
Somebody says, didn't Iran disprove deficiencies in Israel's Iron Dome 5 to 6 months ago? Yeah, the Iron Dome isn't perfect, but like the Iron Dome gets like 95% of the missiles, whereas Iran stops 0% of the missiles, it seems. So that's clearly what the difference is.
Issue, I think, of the future for all of us comes into play is that we constantly call,
7 out of 10. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Call Iran the terrorists of the region. But the reality of terrorism is a tactic that they use. Their ideology is fundamental Islam.
The reality of terrorism is that it's a tactic that they use. Brilliant. Brilliant.
7 out of 10. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Call Iran the terrorists of the region. But the reality of terrorism is a tactic that they use. Their ideology is fundamental Islam. And this has been a case for thousands of years. And Iran has never evolved or progressed to where they work things out diplomatically. You could never...
I mean, I feel like they had...
It's totally not... This is not true.
...that before the revolution. I mean, they had that before 1979.
Oh, you're telling me that there was they were somewhat of a stable country before the revolution? Did the United States have anything to do with that?
And they got taken
You
over
wonder.
by a military fucking group that are extremists.
Yeah, they did. Who backed that group?
They're oppressing their own people.
Wait until he finds out who backed that coup.
Trust them. And so with this fundamentalism, this is the fear that I have, is that even inside the United States, the exact attack that...
Thank you for the raid, Riverboat Jack. We are watching the... I don't even think I can say what I was about to say. We are watching, I'll put it more diplomatically, the most popular political live streamer that exists on Twitch and probably on Kick. A man who anytime he goes live, he gets at least 55,000 people watching him at any given point. In 7 hours, can get 331,000 views on a video that says Iran could activate sleeper agents in the U.S. And earlier in this video, just moments earlier, Asmongold concluded and then propagated to his viewers that Israel has already completely extinguished Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, the trifecta, the proxies from Iran, and they've moved on to Iran. It's part of a grand strategy.
Yeah,
we're looking into this. It's very concerning.
That Israel just carried out inside the borders of Iran. With the way that our border was down for 4 years, there could be cells here that could be activated by Iran or proxies.
I think this is fear mongering. I do. I think this is silly. I mean, is it possible this could happen? Yeah, of course it's possible.
Wait, what's fear mongering now? Hold on.
There could be cells here that could be activated by Iran or proxies.
I think this is fear mongering. I do. I think this is silly. I mean, is it
almost an R-word slip? LOL. For me? No, I don't say that. I almost said roach. I almost called her a roach.
Possible this could happen? Yeah, of course it's possible this could happen. But like to pretend like this is something that we should be immediately aware of and afraid of, I don't really think so. I hate fear mongering. I mean, like, yeah, and there's a good chance that there could be a terrorist, even if somebody blows themselves up in the name of Iran here. That doesn't necessarily mean that Iran planned it.
If somebody blows themselves up here in the name of Iran.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of levels of extension.
Not in the name of like Allah or like radical Islam or something like that, which I thought he was about to say, in the name of Sharia law or some stupid shit. In the name of Iran.
That you have to go through in order to like really make sense out of this and to assume that it's true. So when I hear this and it's like, well, it's just radical Islam.
Guess what? The police are recording all of our conversations right now. Actually active. You have been extremely active in my chat. You say things that do not always make sense. And I'm tempted to time you out because I do not know what is going on. But no, that is not happening.
Well, I mean, we haven't had these same problems with all these other countries, right? I mean, it's primarily Iran And they've been the main problem that this has been going on with now for a long period of time, especially with them in Israel. So I don't really think that's the issue, especially whenever you have videos and like pictures of Iran in the 60s and 70s and people are walking around.
He's literally talking about like the 4 photos that were like trending on Twitter a few weeks ago. That's why he even knows what that is.
Bikinis like it's fucking London or something. So I don't think that Iran is somehow like, you know, rotten to the core. That's ridiculous. I think it's being occupied by an oppressive religious.
And yes, the police are recording our discussions. Actually active. I'm going to time you out for 600 seconds. And you can be back tomorrow. You can still watch, not banned. But when you're off the, when you're done with when the bender is over, please come back to this chat and continue chatting.
Fundamentalist, militaristic government, and I don't even think the people there like it. So to say that there's going to be a bunch of, you know, Iranians that are going to go out and try to fight for themselves and you know, like martyr themselves, I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing that happen.
You don't literally need to be Iranian to be in the United States fighting. It could be anybody. What?
Like, I mean, it might happen, but like, I don't think there's going to be a massive concerted effort, if that makes sense.
Groups that are loyal to Iran.
Aspen looks stupid. Iran has proven that they can attack and destroy them. The scrap dome has not protected them, and the worst thing is that the dome that protects Iran has been more effective than that of Israel. I mean, you put like Aspen looks stupid, like that's like shocking, or that's normally not how he looks, but he is almost always embarrassing himself.
Am I crazy for saying that? Similar to Israel? Yeah.
Persecuting the chat schizos, SMH. I know. Even though it's at the expense of increased engagement for my stream, because it is an active chatter at all times, but I did not feel responsible aiding and abetting it.
CIA put the extremists in power. Well, bad call on that one.
In Israel, that's basically what happened on October 7th when
Iran doesn't have air defense. They have literal rock and earth. That's the thing, is that they are militarily constrained heavily. The other thing is that Israel is trying to get at their like nuclear facilities. A lot of them are underground. So why you're bombing residential areas and shit in service of that goal, which is mostly Likud propaganda anyway, because there's not good evidence that they actually have a secret nuclear arsenal, nor the ability to generate one quickly. But whatever.
The Hamas went in and attacked Israel. They weren't prepared for that. And so we need to be prepared.
Right,
Israel needs to be prepared for those types of attacks. And the number one way to do that is for the citizenry to be aware. And that's what's going to prevent the majority of this. But Israel,
I mean, I would say this, that like, I mean, regardless of like whether this is happening or not, I would definitely avoid a lot of those like protests and those big crowds tomorrow. Because, you know, they're going to have that military parade. And like, if you're not there at the parade itself, which is probably going to have better security, I would not want to have anything to fucking do with that, right? Like, I would be very, very unsettled, at least for the next week or so, right?
Definitely on top
avoiding
of their game.
people,
And
well,
right
avoiding
now,
situations.
Iran
Really,
should
that's
be in
it.
panic mode because they don't even have the ability right now at this point to run operations with their proxies because they're fighting for their life.
Yeah, the fear of sleeper cells in the United States is.
Do you think he's going to update his position? The fact that he had said at the beginning that Israel had already taken out the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah, even though what he just said contradicted that, and that was clearly like what he got from what he said earlier.
Very concerning. It's something that the president is very aware.
If I ever call Asmongold intelligent, kill me with a fire like a wasp's nest.
Aware of and trying to mitigate as we speak. Jonathan, thank you for joining us this morning.
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. I mean, yeah, there's a chance something like this could happen, but I mean,
Iran destroyed 3 F-35s and captured 3 pilots. Israel's in shock. And for your information, Iran has Russian technology and Russian missiles, which are more effective than the Americans. Whoa, damn. That definitely sounds like a country that should be bombed. You guys, Russia sucks. Did you know Russia has nukes? I don't really like Russia. The U.S. should probably like bomb them, right? It's like a good idea. That's what you do. That's what follows from that information naturally.
And I think that, again, this is predicated off of the assumption that Iran has always had this problem, which isn't true. I think it's primarily fear-mongering more than anything. So, yeah, alternative media. Yeah, I guess so. It's just fear-mongering. Yeah, I would guess so, too. And what's this? To be fair, we stated Shaw was oppressive as fuck. You essentially concede to terrorists if you change your life and actions based on fear. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm also not going to tell people, yeah, it's a great idea for you to go out. I think this is from earlier. It's a great idea for you to go out and do this, you know, when there's a chance that something like that could happen out of nowhere. Like, I mean, I think that it's, again...
Do what? Did I miss something? There's a chance to do this when something like this could happen out of nowhere? Do what?
You're right, but it's also, like, being right doesn't necessarily help you if you're putting yourself in danger. Like, there's people that have bad things happen to them and it's not fair, but it still happens anyway. And that's my point, right? It's being
He's talking about not going to the protest?
Like,
oh, got it.
Like, nobody should steal, but I would still recommend that not to leave a brand new Switch 2 or a PlayStation 5 in a car in a parking lot unlocked overnight. Like, nobody should...
Because an Iranian sleeper cell could be activated at the Trump parade. Got it.
Steal, but at the same time, you don't want to put yourself in a position where this could negatively affect you either. So I think it's common sense both ways. Being right doesn't make you immortal. Yeah, exactly. You have to take calculated risks and you have to be smart. But yeah.
Okay, epic. Epic. I look so white there. Like so pale. Yeah, don't let the Iranian get the new Nintendo Switch 3. Keep it locked up, you guys. Okay, what's this up? And then there was one more. This looks like an all-out war, you guys. He has concluded. And to everybody that is watching me, that just joined, if you are not following me on Twitch already, you should. And you could subscribe to me and get fancy, cool emotes and also have a nice ad-free experience. And if you're interested, you could donate. You could follow my donation link in my chat and support the stream.
Overnight, Israel.
This looks like an all-out war. Okay, 6 hours ago. 515,000 views.
Launching sweeping strikes against Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities, military strikes, sites, and top commanders.
Several Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists believed to be dead, and right now Israel is beginning to intercept drones sent from Iran in retaliation. But Israel says this is just the beginning of their operation.
Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight,
I mean, you can't blame them that much for that, can
Israel
you?
backs those words with action.
Let's be honest.
You are watching.
Oh yeah, the fact that the first statement that he gave was in English.
A special 4 a.m. edition of
Operation Rising Lion or whatever the fuck.
Fox and Friends First on this Friday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I'm Todd Pyro. Alex Hogan, live in Israel, joins us now with the very latest. Alex.
Hi, Carly and Todd. Israel says that it has identified as many as 100 drones launched by Iran heading toward Israeli airspace. And Israel says that it has started to at least attempt to shoot down some of those drones.
I mean, like, I guess Iran is really big, so it's harder to defend. But it seems like every time that something comes towards Israel, Israel knows about it. Meanwhile,
Iran is really big, so it's harder to defend.
Israel is building bases in Iran, and Iran doesn't know about it.
Syrian airspace as Jordan is attempting to take down some of the drones that are above its airspace. At the same time, we just got this new alert from Israel's home command urging people that they do not need to stay as close to shelters as they had been in the previous hours, indicating that Israel and the Israeli Defense Force believe at this point that they will be able to take out the incoming threat as we await what could be these waves of drones sent over anytime this hour. All of this follows what happened earlier this morning when Israel says it targeted the heart of Iran's nuclear capabilities in an operation it calls Rising Lion.
Yeah, it's not even remote.
I was right. It was fucking Rising Lion or whatever.
The Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow.
So this is preventing the next Holocaust, you guys. You disagree with this statement, you're racist.
Those who call for our annihilation.
Or sorry, anti-Semitic.
To develop the means to achieve that goal. When someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done.
This is what the Talmud said. This is like literally religious fanaticism.
Today, we have risen like lions to defend ourselves.
Israel says it used more than 200 fighter jets to hit over 100 targets across Iran. In Iran, multiple explosions were heard near the Natanz nuclear power facility. There are reports this morning
that wrong. I mean, yeah. I mean, if Trump said that about a country threatening America, I think a lot of people would be saying, yeah, true, do it.
Oh, well, if Trump's base would egg him on, then I guess case closed, right? You guys, you don't get it. Netanyahu has to do these Iran strikes. Are necessary to prevent the war that he just started. You have to do it.
Has been
to prevent the second Holocaust.
Completely destroyed, although the International Atomic Energy Agency says that there has been no increase in the radiation levels at that facility. Fires broke out across Iran. Iranian state media today say that 3 military commanders in the Iranian regime were killed. 6 nuclear scientists were also killed. And Washington quickly responding. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying, quote, "We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region." President Trump also telling our Brett Baer, quote, "Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we are hoping."
There was an excellent article in the New Yorker magazine about Kahan, the right-wing extremist who eventually influenced all of Israel with his politics. What we just heard was Kahanism. Oh, I know. They, what is it? We were watching PBD, and Adam Sosnick said the same thing, and he was attributing it to Menachem Begin. And it's like, dude, Begin did not come up with that himself. It's from he's Jewish. It's like, dude, that's from the Talmud.
Hoping to get back to
it's like Jewish law.
We'll see. There are several people in leadership that will not be coming back. It was around
several people that aren't going to be negotiating again. And why is that?
Around 3 a.m. this morning when sirens blared across Israel.
Why aren't they going to be negotiating? Gee, I wonder. Maybe it's because Israel launched these strikes to derail the nuclear agreement talks.
Up millions of people, telling them to get into shelters as quickly as possible. The defense minister quickly declared a special state of emergency after this elaborate strike, again anticipating that there would be this Iranian attack. Right. The IDF is also mobilizing thousands of troops as well.
Literally, what is this clip? He's just watching this video and going, yeah, okay. It's a lot of head nodding and literally just restreaming like whatever news that he is watching.
As reservists because of this incoming strike that we are expecting. But there is, of course,
like the majority of his channel is just one big like violation of like fair use laws.
That caution that we are hearing from Home Front Command.
Somebody says, for example, how many think would agree if we bombed all the cartel leaders in Mexico? I mean, as far as I know, Sicario was so popular they made a second one. So I mean, I think that.
Okay, so to gauge how popular that policy would be, we're going to look at the box office performance of a fictional movie and its sequel.
That pretty much says a lot by itself.
And
profound.
That people can stay a little bit further away from shelters, not gathering in any public places. It is a weekend. Normally we would.
Even though my opinion of the average American with respect to what they feel on foreign policy is incredibly low, and they probably would support it.
See this area, Carlene Todd, packed with people. Yeah. No one is here except for people who have been going out to get groceries and stock up on water. Carly Todd.
Yeah, getting all the essentials. And Alex, it is welcome news that you just reported that Israel does think that they can take out those 100 drones that Iran launched towards Israel so that people can.
This is America versus Russia war. Okay.
And potentially move about more freely.
Are you an Asm viewer or what?
Then
so you click my stream.
Previously expected today, but these
and they already said by this point, now they're able to just go out. Like they didn't even say you have to be under shelter anymore. I mean, there might be a third wave of bombs, but it seems like that's not even going to happen. At this point,
you know, they've been through so much. This war in Gaza now over 600 days old. So now that you're on the ground in Israel, what can you tell us about how this strike is being received by the Israeli people?
I just have to know what the comments are like. After the nukes have dropped and world population is down to 4%, Asman will wake up in his bunker and start screaming, did anyone see this shit? Why does this have 5.3 thousand likes? I'm Isabella, 15 years old from California. I'm sick. Cancer and the survival rate from this disease is very low. I'm very scared. I talked to you in a video about my struggle with the disease. This will be my last video in my life. This has almost 7,000 likes. Are these bots? Neither side eats bacon. This is not my war. Epic Reddit comment. You guys, almost 1,000 updates. I get my news from a dude that fell through a ceiling hunting raccoons. A meme from Twitter that they stole. Activision getting ready to make another Call of Duty and cash in on $30 Iran-Israel bundles. Insightful. Okay.
They're probably happy.
Well, this game is quite a shock.
Gamers, gamer audience.
Lived here, people who are from here, they are used to going to the shelters. They are used to hearing the sounds of sirens, getting those alerts that we receive on our phones, telling us exactly what is happening and who is launching a strike, whether that is coming from Hamas, if it was Hezbollah previously before the ceasefire up in the north.
Since 1960, Israel has been saying that Iran will have the nuke against Iraq. Israel said that Iraq would have the nuke and force the U.S. to go to war. After we learned that it was a lie, except that this time Iran has weapons to destroy Israel. It changes the situation. So you're literally outlining all of these different times that this particular state involved and that is a party to this conflict, that instigated this conflict, has lied about the same thing. But only this time, when they're using the exact same pretext that has proven to be false in the past multiple times over, and you know that, you're saying it's probably true though now. Brilliant.
Or the Houthis in Yemen, when people went to the shelters this morning, it wasn't until later that they received the notification from the government that this was, in fact, in anticipation of an Iranian response after their preemptive strike. So there is a level of exhaustion that people are feeling after being at war for.
I surmise most of them are 13 years old. He's so popular in that demo because he doesn't present terribly sophisticated ideas. I mean, we do know at the very least it has to be like an over like 99.99999% male audience. But it's probably a lot like a lot of people that are in queue are old. So old people and old men fall for this shit. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a ton of people, like kids under the age of 18, but also randomly a bunch of like Gen, like, is it Gen X is right before millennials, right? Like Gen Xers.
For so long, and now seeing something potentially escalate. There's also
everyone knows that Israel's been lying for years. It's not the first time they've lied. I mean, they have nukes. Yes, Israel's nukes.
The feeling at the same time.
That's the way I think a lot of Americans feel. Like I've seen a tremendous amount of American sentiment like today and yesterday on the internet where how many of you guys saw the memes? I ain't fucking dying for Israel. Like I've seen like fucking 50 of these memes. But
wait till somebody tells him that his preferred candidate, Donald J. Trump, is definitely following Israel into this regional conflict.
There's a lot, and they're popular.
He's already
too.
said as much.
People feel that way.
Among
Isn't that a
Israelis,
meme? It's the truth. I mean,
murder-suicide pact.
I mean, with the amount of drone warfare and the amount of technology we have, why the fuck would we send our people over there? It's ridiculous.
They believe that this needed to happen to prevent Iran from developing their nuclear capabilities even further. Of course, this also comes at the same time as we were expecting to see more negotiations take place. Of course, those will not be taking place in the same way that there had been hopes that they would. Diplomatically, of course, we expect.
Just realize you need better thumbnails. Like, come on, Stuart, mark yourself better. What do you mean? I have nice thumbnails.
To see more conversations to try to bring people back.
The reason why I don't get more engagement is because I like don't clip my streams and put them up. I need to clip them and put them up
to the negotiation table and bring down the temperature here in the Middle East.
Well, not back to the negotiation table. We'll bring in new people to the negotiation.
This was reported earlier. Trump backs Israel after sweeping attack on Iran. President Donald Trump backed Israel on Friday after it launched a sweeping attack on Iran's nuclear program and leadership, although officials stressed the U.S. was not directly involved in the dramatic escalation that could lead to a wider war in the Middle East. I mean, that's pretty much already here. But yeah, the first statement that Marco Rubio put out is that we had nothing to do with it. And first and foremost, we're concerned about protecting American personnel in the region, and that Iran better not even think about even looking in the direction of U.S. personnel as like targets, like military personnel to strike. Trump claimed the Israeli attack was launched after Tehran ignored a 60-day ultimatum set by him to reach a deal to limit its nuclear program. This is such cope to me, this fucking post hoc rationalization, because this completely derailed the talks. But now they have to protect, like, this just comes off like, oh yeah, this was all part of the plan, 5D chess. The first time such a deadline has been mentioned. Because, like, it's either this or you have to admit you were cucked by Israel. I think it's been excellent. We gave them a chance and they didn't take it, Trump told ABC News. They got hit hard, very hard. They got hit about as hard as you're going to get hit. So you're just like flying all over the place. You, Witkoff, Rubio for these talks for funsies, for 5D chess, so that we could enable Israel to strike. Okay. Trump added that Iran should expect further attacks in coming days. And there's a lot more to come. There's more to come, a lot more, he added. Iran has began a major counterattack on Israel later Friday with hundreds of missiles launched. At least one missile apparently evaded missile defense systems and struck a building in Tel Aviv, but no injuries or deaths were immediately reported. Trump claimed he had warned Iran it only had 2 months to conclude a new deal with the U.S. to limit its nuclear program and forego nuclear weapons. Again, why are we having to redo a deal with respect to Iran's nuclear program? Oh, because the same Joker in 2018, I believe, tore up that deal, the JCPOA, which was like a landmark deal that was probably the best terms that we could have extracted from Iran, and we're probably like not going to get that back. And what he was trying to do was get pretty much the same deal done, and that's been derailed. 2 months ago, I gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to make a deal, he posted on his social media site, I guess Truth Social. They should have done it. Today is day 61. I told them what to do, but they just couldn't get there. Now they have perhaps a second chance. Even though it was already leaked to Axios that we were going to allow, there were proposals on the table to allow them to enrich uranium. Even though we've said, like, oh, we're not going to let them fucking enrich anything. But June 2nd, it was already being reported and leaked. U.S. nuclear offer allows Iran to enrich uranium, which, again, publicly contradicts what top officials from his administration were saying. Trump's claim appeared to be designed to counter the widespread perception that the massive strike means Israel snubbed the White House's efforts to negotiate a deal with Iran. I mean, they did. There was intelligence suggesting that this could be happening. We knew that. Let's see. Axios. May 21st. Iran strike Israel. This was May 21st of this year. Israel preparing to strike Iran fast if Trump's nuclear talks break down. But then they just did it. So one source had said the Israeli military thinks its operational window to conduct a successful strike could close soon, so Israel will have to move fast if talks fail. The source declined to say why the military believes the strike would be less effective later. Gee, I wonder why. And then, what do they say? Where's the thing about it being, it would be like a week? A week. The two Israeli sources said any Israeli strike on Iran will not be a one-off, but a military campaign lasting at least a week. And this is Operation fucking Rising Lion. Such an operation would be highly complicated and perilous for Israel, for the region. Countries in the region fear an Israeli strike could cause widespread radioactive fallout, not to mention a war, which is the radioactive fallout part is literally already being reported. A U.S. team led by Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, was scheduled to journey to the Middle East for talks with Iran this weekend, an odd move if Trump had indeed given Iran an ultimatum that was set to expire this week. It's almost like he's lying through his fucking teeth. The White House said Witkoff was still planning to attend talks in Oman, but Iran said it would not attend. Gee, wonder why. I mean, it was already going to be insane if they were going to agree to a deal, but the sanctions on their country are so crippling that they were willing to entertain it. The Trump statement came after Secretary of State Marco Rubio struck a decidedly less pro-Israel tone in his initial statement after the strike. Marco Rubio getting shy. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. This is the statement that I saw yesterday. Yeah, this must be the whole art of the deal thing. I mean, yeah. You have an existing deal, tear up that deal, put in place a worse deal, art of the deal. Rubio said, omitting usual language backing Israel, the top U.S. ally in the region. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. The daylight between the Rubio and Trump responses raised new questions about the administration's foreign policy in general and the Middle East in particular. Trump ran for office on a pledge to end U.S. involvement in forever wars, LOL, because he couldn't even commit to follow through on the Afghanistan withdrawal in the Middle East, and has sought to push negotiations with Iran, even in the face of Israeli skepticism about the usefulness of any nuclear deal with Iran. I mean, you were never going to get the Israelis on board with this. Several national security hawks have been ousted from Trump's national security team, including Mike Waltz, who was demoted from national security advisor to the less powerful role of UN ambassador. The attack on Iran could also cause problems for Trump with his far right-wing base, which vehemently opposes U.S. involvement in the overseas conflict. Dude, he has a cult base. They will do and follow whatever he fucking wants. They're not going to revolt. They're going to fall in line. They already are. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News personality, called Trump complicit in the Israeli attack, which he suggested would drag America into the conflict. It's worth taking a step back and wondering how any of this helps the United States. I can't do his voice, but it's his inflection. Carlson wrote in his newsletter, the White House stance may have sent mixed messages to geopolitical adversaries, including Iran as well as China, North Korea, and especially Russia, which appears to be snubbing Trump's efforts to forge a peace deal in Ukraine, which he said he would get in 24 hours if he had won. Israel informed the Trump admin that the large-scale attacks were coming and expected Iranian retaliation would be severe. U.S. officials said, leading the United States to order the evacuations of some non-essential embassy staffers and authorize the voluntary departure of military dependents in the region. Some analysts to question if the Islamic Republic's leadership has been crippled by the attack, although others suggested Iran might be waiting to retaliate. Very cool.
Table, the old people aren't going to be able to come back. Yeah, a little bit different.
Israel wouldn't have attacked if they didn't feel like the time is now, and that is why we are seeing the events unfolding as we did overnight. Alex Hogan live for us in Tel Aviv.
A little
Alex,
bit different.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're on vacation.
Thanks.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor and former CIA station chief Dan Hoffman. Dan, it appears that the intel that went into planning this seems to be on par with those pager strikes. In other words, very targeted, very...
The most mild criticism from Carlson. I know, if you could even like call it that.
Specific. A lot of work went into it prior to the ultimate strikes. What are you hearing from your sources in the intel community as to how Israel pulled this off?
I mean, not wrong. It's very targeted, very specific, specifically targeted at like residential areas, which we know, and specifically intended to derail these talks, which we also know.
No, it's an extraordinary intelligence success.
Could you imagine how he would respond to it if a Dem were in office? It wouldn't be Iran is starting World War III. It would be Joe Biden is starting World War III.
Where Israel was able to fuse their intelligence collection and operations on the ground with military operations to target Iran's nuclear facilities, as well as the means that Iran would use to conduct retaliatory operations against Israel. Again, this is what Israel is known for, and the country wouldn't exist if they didn't have this incredibly
I mean, yeah, Israel is known for this shit. Destabilization in the Middle East, yeah, sounds like Israel.
sophisticated intelligence capability. It's an extraordinary.
It is.
Yeah, the sophisticated intelligence capability that, as a client state, they're able to have because of us. True.
Impressive. I have to say, and I think even people that hate Israel have to say that it is impressive how effective they are.
You do have to admit it's like heckin' epic, dude.
It is.
Even if you hate Israel,
success,
bro.
And it's an ongoing success. Israeli operatives are on the ground.
Okay, I can't fucking do this. I can't do this. All right. If you guys enjoy watching me suffer, please consider donating. You can support me through the links pinned in my Twitch chat and YouTube description. And if you're not following me already, you should, because I stream every day for several hours at a time. And if you're not subscribed to me on YouTube where you're watching, or you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so already. And I'm at StraightRaid or StraightRaid_ on everything. You are a crazy person, Leo Paris S. I'm not letting you put that in my chat. Where am I sending you guys? I think I'm gonna send you actually to Kid Not Kin, and then Kid Not Kin will probably send you to, if they're still up. Maybe Kid went to bed. No, he's awake. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Who the fuck knows with what? But probably more chaos, obviously. All right. Thanks for spending your Friday night with me. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
But the people going to a protest